Picture this. Some average dude just respawned as the ultimate final boss of a brutal fantasy game. His scripted ending, starving in the gutters as a pathetic beggar. But our guy, he was about to completely flip the script. He had zero interest in playing the bad guy, but his tyrannical father had a seriously twisted agenda. The old man straight up ordered the kid to knock up every single maid in the entire castle within 365 days, all just to pump out an army of male heirs. But our morally upright protagonist, he slammed the brakes on that sick idea. He pulled the maids aside, looked them in the eye, and told them they were completely free from his father's toxic control. But, plot twist, one of the maids absolutely snapped. Furious at getting rejected, she totally backstabbed young Moon. She dragged him down into a dusty abandoned servant's quarter and locked the door. Now hidden away in the shadows, she makes it her nightly mission to fulfill that original order. She is hell-bent on scoring a baby to secure her spot as the heir after Moon. And yeah, I can already hear half of you watching this wishing you were in his shoes. The poor dude cannot even catch a wink of sleep. This girl is absolutely relentless, draining his stamina night after night. Pushed to the brink, he vowed to break free from this absolute nightmare. Because seriously, what could possibly be worse than getting hand-fed, scrubbed down and hopelessly pampered by an insanely obsessive maid? So Moon started grinding. He pushed his body to the absolute limit every single day, praying he would get jacked enough to smash his way out. Because if he doesn't shred his villainous reputation right now, the only thing waiting for him is a brutal game over. Wondering why the maids are acting so unhinged and hoarding all this power, let's hit rewind and drop right back to where this wild ride started. We kick things off inside the lavish Campbell estate. Our guy suddenly jolts awake in a ridiculously massive royal bed, his brain flashing back to a devastating car crash. Talk about a rough morning. He frantically scans the room, questioning if he just time-traveled or if that deadly collision was actually real. Meanwhile, he takes a second look around and realizes this room feels completely alien. We are talking high-end vintage decor, stupidly expensive furniture, and massive Western architecture. Then he locks eyes with a mirror, and his jaw drops. A completely different face stares back. The panic hits hard, but let's be real, he calms down real quick once he realizes he looks absolutely majestic. He pauses to connect the dots. Being a massive weeb, it hits him. Getting splattered by a speeding truck and waking up in a fantasy realm. Yeah, he knows exactly what trope this is. The legendary truck kun claims yet another victim, guys. But just to make sure his brain wasn't hallucinating, he needed a brutal reality check. So he grabs a nearby blade and attempts a tiny prick on his fingertip. Trying to look super edgy, he instantly bursts into loud, pathetic screams. Why? Because that blade was crazy sharp, and he sliced his finger way too deep. Out of all the safe ways to test reality, my guy literally chose a weapon. Flash to the lore dump. It turns out his new character completely disrespected a powerful royal bloodline. They instantly stripped away his noble status, banished him to the wastelands, and doomed him to scavenge for scraps as a filthy beggar forever. The royal guards give him one final chilling warning: never show your face in this empire again. Step foot inside the borders and they will execute him on the spot. Snap back to reality. Cold sweat drops as our boy finally pieces together where he actually landed. He didn't just isekai anywhere. He is trapped inside a notoriously brutal fantasy novel he read ages ago, and worse, he is possessing the body of the brain-dead blonde-haired villain, the classic low-tier scumbag whose only purpose is to harass the main protagonist and get totally wrecked. We catch a glimpse of his pathetic past life. Up at 3 in the morning binging light novels in the dark. Specifically, the exact same novel he is surviving right now. In the original plot, the leading lady is this fiercely independent, illegitimate child born out of royal blood. She spends chapters grinding her stats, casually slaughtering demonic beasts and towering monsters, eventually evolving into an absolute world-class legend. But as for our reincarnated guy, he is stuck playing Moon Campbell, a totally oblivious antagonist from a decaying aristocratic bloodline. This is the exact loser who constantly spams his low-level thugs and foot soldiers to assassinate, but she just brushes them off, farming them for experience and getting insanely overpowered. Every single one of Moon's schemes completely blows up in his face. Eventually, he gets busted for pulling some shady business with a wildly powerful duke from the novel's main lore, which leads to his ultimate doom, stripped of his wealth, kicked to the curb, and forced to rot away in the slums forever. Cut back to reality once more. The dread fully sets in as our guy realizes just how severely screwed he really is. His character is literally a walking death flag. Suddenly, a soft knock echoes through the room. He calls out, and the door creaks open. Enter Anne, the dedicated Campbell family maid. She steps in, bowing gracefully, letting him know his custom suit for the upcoming royal banquet just dropped, and he needs a fitting. But her eyes instantly lock onto the blood. She zeroes in on his sliced finger. He stammers out some lame excuse about a clumsy accident. Then he casually asks her to grab some bandages to stop the bleeding. Anne tilts her head, totally confused by the word bandage. Stepping dangerously close, she whispers that she can heal him herself. Hooked by curiosity, he just lets. Without hesitating, Anne grabs his hand and slides his bleeding finger straight into her mouth. He completely freezes in shock, but the wound instantly seals up. Turns out this guy's blood, it holds some insanely rare power. She begs him to stop getting himself wrecked. Flustered, he stammers out a promise to be careful and whispers a quick thank you. The second she dips out, he absolutely loses his mind over Anne's special healing touch. Then it hits him. The original plot totally featured a super sweet, ridiculously cute, raven-haired maid. He kicks his legs and rolls around his bed completely geeking out. Meanwhile, outside the door, Anne is reeling. Wait, did the master actually just thank me? Let's not forget, guys, this dude is supposed to be the absolute worst. Back in his room, our guy is scratching his head. Why on earth would a filthy rich noble with endless servants even waste his time bullying his memory sparks? In the original web novel, the villain gets entirely banished after spiking a drink with some hardcore stuff. He specifically slipped it into the third Imperial Princess's cup during the grand ceremony. Panic sets in. He absolutely cannot afford lay low and he survives. He just needs to flip the script, but then a horrifying thought creeps in. Wait, when exactly is this doom ceremony? His stomach drops. Anne literally just laid out his formal fit for the event, which means the ceremony is freaking tomorrow. He dramatically sprawls on his sheets, desperately begging for a cheat system, a magical voice in his head, or some overpowered spirit to pop up. Basically praying for every single cliché isekai trope to save it. Plan B. Show up tomorrow and grovel at the female lead's feet. Hey, maybe she'll actually let him off the hook. He swears to himself that if things go south, he's sprinting straight to her. He'll drop to his knees and beg for mercy. Boom, out of nowhere, something heavy plummets from the ceiling and totally bashes his skull. A sketchy old book. He snatches it up, hyped that his plot armor has finally arrived, but as he cracks it open, it's completely blank. Nothing. Nada. Is there some crazy secret trick to power this thing up? Right on cue, a fat drop of blood. The crimson stains the paper, and instantly sick purplish-black flames erupt, entirely swallowing our guy. Flash forward. He's chained up in some terrifying dungeon. Silver lining, his body is absolutely shredded. He slowly blinks awake. Looming right over him is an absolutely menacing woman. Look who finally decided to join us. You took your sweet time, she snarls. Agony rips through his body courtesy of the twisted torture gear she's on. She casually drops that suffering is basically guaranteed, then whispers something totally bone-chilling. His entire purpose is to breed misery and chaos. He needs to step up as a ruthless villain because playing the soft, hesitant loser just breaks her dark little heart. She purrs that he belongs to her body and soul. Time means nothing. He is destined to be a monster. We are bound together for eternity, she breathes. Even death can't tear us apart. She lunges forward to slice into him, and pure, unfiltered panic takes over. He gasps and snaps his eyes open. Just a nightmare. But wait. His muscles are actually screaming in pain. That dream felt way too freaking real. He snatches up the mysterious book, a dark thought creeping in. What if dodging his fate actually triggers an even deadlier ending? He glares at the pages and a chilling warning materializes out of thin air. Do not alter the plot. Screw it. Maybe he really does need to burn this storyline to the ground. As long as he survives to the end, credits right. Plus the original villain was a total brain-dead moron. He, on the other hand, is built different. He survived the brutal grind of the modern world. His brain is light years ahead of these. He swears to manipulate every single soul around him like pawns on a chessboard. Cut to the next scene. Our boy is absolutely devouring a top-tier steak, mind blown by how ridiculously good noble food tastes. His mom, Duchess Nuss Campbell, shoots him a weird look. Why is her normally moody son acting so hyped? His dad, Duke Leopold Campbell, chimes in reminding him that the upcoming ceremony is a massive make-or-break moment for his future. Playing it cool, our guy just shrugs and claims he's got pre-event jitters. His mom beams with pride, totally convinced her golden boy is going to steal the spotlight from all the royal princesses. His dad smirks, dropping a bomb. He's already got his sights set on the ultimate prize, Celia, the Empire's third princess. A warm feeling hits our guy. Turns out his villainous parents are. He racks his brain. In the web novel, Celia was hyped up as the undisputed, drop-dead gorgeous beauty of the entire empire, but he also knows this exact girl gets his entire family exiled. Yeah, he's definitely not letting his wholesome parents get ruined. The deadly ceremony kicks off tomorrow. He starts scheming. He still has to drug Princess Celia to follow the plot, but maybe he can swap the lethal poison for something way less insane. Wham, a clumsy maid violently crashes into him, spilling scorching black tea everywhere. He quickly checks if she's all right. Terrified out of her mind, the poor girl starts frantically apologizing, bracing for a brutal beating. He gently helps her up, instantly feeling a burning fever radiating from her skin. Go take a breather, he commands softly. He doesn't care that the massive ceremony is right around the corner. Her health comes. Anna crashes the scene, and our guy zeroes in on the girl asking for her name, Noel. He waves off the entire staff, ordering them to take a breather, just to dodge any drama at the upcoming ceremony. Anna and Noel exchange weirded out glances, because this guy has literally never acted this chill before. Fast forward, he's tearing the place apart for something crucial and scores a VIP pass straight to the black market. Under the cover of darkness, he prowls the alleys near Belrand. He drops the name Carrion at the door, and the bouncer immediately waves him through. The underground joint is absolutely packed with glowing magical herbs and sketchy artifacts. He hits up a stall where a masked woman steps up to serve him. He cuts to the chase, demanding a knockout drop strong enough to put someone under for hours. She leans in, explaining that the second this stuff hits liquid, it turns completely invisible. Just one tiny drop could literally floor an elephant. The price tag, a whopping 130,000 Emily's. His pockets are basically empty, but Anna randomly pops up trading some top-secret intel to cover the tab. The shopkeeper eats it right up. Our boy pays his share, and even bags a booster shot to crank up the potion's power. The masked lady smirks, noting that she can flip that intel for serious cash by selling it to rival dukes. Later that night, under the blinding lights of the ceremony, our guy is out here mingling with the high society snobs. Every single one of them is glaring at him, totally sketched out by his trash reputation. Finally, the third princess, Celia, makes her grand entrance. He hits her with a super polite bow and drops a compliment about how stunning she looks. She's instantly thrown off, but awkwardly stammers out a thank you. Right in the middle of the bash, the absolute main character of this universe walks in the real heroine, Ariel Ponkar. She tosses him a casual greeting and he fires back with total respect, actually using her real name. Ariel is utterly shook. This dude used to treat her like garbage, and now he's suddenly acting like a total gentleman. Not buying his nice guy act for a second, she brutally slaps his hand away and tells him to get lost. But honestly, our guy doesn't even sweat it, knowing his whole destiny is about to flip. He steps up to the mic, delivering an epic speech broadcasted to the entire empire, eventually wrapping it up to massive applause. Now for mission objective number 1, track down Princess Celia. He spots her in the crowd, immediately rushing over to apologize for ditching her. A real man doesn't just abandon his future wife, he smooth talks. He offers his hand for a dance, and even though she thinks it's super weird timing right in the middle of the ceremony, Celia tentatively accepts. The whole room goes dead silent, all eyes locked on the two of them as they glide across the dance floor. Our boy slides in another smooth compliment, gushing about how insane her footwork actually is. Her brain is short-circuiting. He has changed drastically, like totally wiped his old toxic personality. He notices her staring and asks if he's really changed that much. This instantly triggers Celia's memory of his last dance proposal where he literally scoffed, "Woman, you should be dropping to your knees in gratitude. Because I, the great moon, am actually showing mercy by letting you breathe my air on this dance floor." Celia mimics his old arrogant voice flawlessly, making him instantly cringe into oblivion. Flustered Moon begs her to just delete that edgy phase from her brain and focus on this brand new era they're building together. Right as they're spinning, he leans in and whispers for her to meet him in his room. The second the track cuts out, her mind instantly jumps to some spicy romantic climax, but plot twist that is totally not his vibe right now. The guy just wants to have a serious sit-down about their future, this nightmare of an arranged marriage and their tangled destinies. He lays it all out. This wedding is a total sham. They don't love each other, and it's literally just a political chess move so the king can stay tight. With Moon's ultra-powerful dad, he looks her dead in the eye and drops the bomb. "We can cancel this whole wedding." Celia connects the dots instantly and aggressively agrees, declaring they need to squash this right here, right now. Hook, line, and sinker, Moon smirks, knowing she totally took the bait. But then Celia flips the script, demanding to know where his room is, and literally dragging him away by the collar. Two maids whisper in the background, making a mental note to keep an eye on them. Smash cut to the bedroom. He pours a glass of wine to set the mood, but Celia hardcore rejects it. She's strictly alcohol-free. Behind his calm smile, our guy's brain is working in overdrive, sweating over how he's going to spike her drink without looking incredibly sus. Since the wine strategy totally flopped, he pivots and offers up some premium black tea. She nods yes, but her eyes are still narrowed in pure suspicion. He starts brewing the tea with this massively creepy, over-the-top grin. Celia watches him, thinking, "Bro, why are you so hyped over hot water?" Moon stealthily slips, the knockout drops straight into the teacup. Suddenly, Celia sneaks up from behind, asking if the tea is ready yet, stuttering out that it's almost done brewing. He practically begs her to just go back, sit down, and chill for a second. She backs off, totally unaware she almost caught him red-handed, but in his panicked fumbling, half the precious potion splashes all over the floor. YOLO right, he decides to just run with whatever drops are left in the cup. He finally serves up the tea. Celia instantly glares at the liquid like it's toxic waste. Because the tea is glowing an aggressively weird shade of red. Sweating bullets, he pulls a lie out of thin air. "Oh, it's a super rare vintage red hop blend from my family's private estate," she smirks, leaning in. "Well then why don't you take the first sip, Moon?" she challenges, deadass staring into his soul. Gulping, he forces a laugh, insisting she has absolutely zero reason to be so paranoid. Trapped in his own lie, he slowly lifts the Just before he can take a sip, Celia snatches the cup right out of his hands and instantly swaps their drinks. She downs it. Seconds later, it hits her. A weird, woozy sensation washes over her. She slurs his name before completely blacking out. Plot twist: Moon spiked both cups with the potion. Time to set the stage. If the original plot holds up, the main heroine is supposed to crash the party right about now. He carefully repositions Celia's unconscious body, deliberately staging a highly scandalous scene. Tossing aside his outer layers, he plays the waiting game. Tick-tock. He glares at the clock. Something is seriously off. Ariel is completely MIA. Then it clicks. He flashes back to the original storyline. Ariel was supposed to get drenched in scalding tea on her way to the restroom. That detour would have led her right past his door, catching the sketchy noises and bursting in to investigate. The problem, Noel, was the clumsy tea spiller. By giving Noel the night off, Moon totally derailed the canon timeline, meaning Ariel is absolutely not walking through that door. Suddenly, Celia stirs. Panic sets in as he realizes drugging her was a massive mistake. The room temperature plummets. Smack, a stinging slap lands on his face. Celia is out for blood. He scrambles backward, frantically stammering that this is all one giant crazy misunderstanding. But wait, murder isn't on her mind. Her actual craving is way more unhinged. Moon screams for backup, but Celia violently pounces, landing a devastating blow. Cut to black. Meanwhile, in another wing of the massive estate, Ariel is stuck rocking a stained outfit. Some random maid absolutely ruined her dress in the hallway. While hunting for a restroom, she bumps straight into Anne. Anne blocks the path, warning her that this wing is strictly off limits and demanding she turn back. When Ariel pushes for answers, Anne just smirks. It is a secret. Still spotting the messy dress, Anne snaps her fingers, using a quick burst of magic to instantly erase the stain. Ariel's jaw drops, mind blown. That magic doubles as a high-tech dry cleaner. Wrapping up their little chat, Anne casually drops that a premium cake is hitting the dessert table soon. Cake, say less. Ariel is obsessed. She blurts out a quick thanks and sprints off to claim her slice. Behind her back, Anne waves goodbye, flashing a super creepy glare. A chilling thought crosses Ariel's mind. Did Anne smell blood? Did something horrific just go down? Whatever. Not her circus, not her monkeys. That cake is calling her name. Shift focus to two maids whispering in the shadows. They are on a stealth mission and the clock is ticking. One mutters that the mansion's magical security has just tripped, sensing some seriously wild activity. Two targets. One highly suspicious situation. Her imagination runs totally wild, picturing exactly what kind of freaky stuff they are up to. Smash, cut back to our boy sprawled helplessly on the floor. Round one is over, but the real nightmare is just booting up. He is officially cooked. Celia looms over him, winding up for the ultimate finishing strike. He desperately needs an out. Cue the Oscar-worthy acting. He launches into a dramatic monologue, sobbing about how he should have cherished her, how letting her slip away was his biggest regret. If only he could rewind time, Celia. She is 1 second away from ending his whole career, seeing right through his pathetic garbage. Moon frantically swears he isn't absolute trash, but her patience hits absolute zero. Celia coldly snaps that if he actually gave a damn, he would have stepped up, acted like a real man. Heck, in another life, she might have actually fallen hard for him. Instead, he took the coward's route, spiking her drink, straight up villain behavior. Beyond shameful. There is zero coming back from that. He tries to stutter out an apology, but Celia aggressively shuts him down. Breaking his bones wasn't on her to-do list, but he left her no choice. Right as things hit the breaking point, a sharp knock rattles the door. Celia violently yanks him up by the collar. Her order is crystal clear: intercept whoever is out there and keep them out. Shoving him away, she growls that he buys another minute of breathing time, at least until this interruption is handled. Heart pounding out of his chest, Moon wildly throws on his shirt and shuffles to the door, feeling the Grim Reaper breathing down his neck. He cracks the door open, desperately praying for Ariel's rescue. Instead, it is a brand new maid carting in a tray of cake and fresh tea, heavily implying she is there to spice up the couple's intimate evening. Reluctantly, Moon steps aside, gesturing for her to drop the snacks on the table, but every alarm bell in his head starts screaming. Hold up. Anne explicitly laid down the law. Rookie maids are absolutely banned from roaming this wing, especially this late at night. Suddenly, the maid lunges directly at Celia. Moon's blood runs totally cold. That is no maid. She is an assassin, and he's not even the target here. Boom times. A massive shockwave tears through the room. Celia demands to know if her own flesh and blood her brother sent this hitman after her. The shadowy figure smirks, refusing to drop any names, and chillingly whispers, Celia, this is where your story ends. She triggers a massive spell. The blast obliterates everything in its path. The assassin leaps back, dead certain she just bagged the win. But the smoke clears, revealing Celia completely shielded. She instantly fires back with everything she's got. Moon watches in pure panic, realizing if he stays glued to this spot, he's toast. He scrambles for the exit, but the door won't budge totally, locked down by a magical seal. He frantically racks his brain. How the heck did they breach the mansion's defenses? Then it hits him. Approving those new maids recently, that was the fatal blind spot. He literally invited them in. While his mind is racing, the deathmatch in front of him goes absolutely ballistic. The original plotline is officially trashed. Everything is off the rails. Celia quickly figures out this killer didn't come alone, while the assassin realizes she heavily underestimated Celia's insane combat prep. Celia coldly offers her a way out. Back down and I might just let you breathe. The assassin bursts into hysterical laughter. She was just stalling. Outside the walls, a secondary colossal aura flares to life. The psycho pulls out a cursed vial dripping with the blood of 100 kids. It's the catalyst for a dark ritual, the grand solar sacrifice. Celia braces herself to strike, but an invisible force slams her brutally into the brick wall. Even after that devastating hit, she's still breathing. The killer closes in to finish the job. Gasping for air, Celia draws a short dagger, desperately trying to guard herself. The hitwoman locks onto Celia's fading life force. She's completely running on fumes, totally drained of mana. One final push would snap her like a twig. Yet even soaked in her own blood, Celia stays standing unbreakable, fierce, and fiercely defiant. The assassin lunges for the kill. But out of absolutely nowhere, Moon throws himself right in the line of fire. The great Moon Campbell takes the lethal hit. Celia's eyes go wide in pure horror. Moon is just as stunned, especially since the killer literally told him to bounce earlier because he wasn't on her hit list. But deep down, his gut wouldn't let him stand by and watch Celia get slaughtered. Coughing up blood, he screams, "What are you waiting for? Finish her." The assassin mercilessly raises her blade to execute him. But Celia erupts with a final burst of adrenaline. Finally, the brutal clash ends. Moon collapses in a heap. Trembling, Celia asks if he was the one who hired this psycho. Barely conscious, he mutters, "No," and adds that he's okay with this even if he drops dead right here. Not too long ago, she ripped into him, telling him to man up. Well, he just did exactly that. Celia drops to her knees beside his bleeding body, crying out that if he kicks the bucket now, it's game over. Way too late to fix their messed up past. Moon fights through the fading light to get out one last breath before closing his eyes for good. Frantic Celia promises she'll pass his final words on to his parents, but our dying boy just shakes his head. "Don't bother," he rasps. He whispers that he's always been nothing but a massive letdown to them, so there's zero point in making a big deal out of his death. But if he absolutely had to leave one last message, it's dead simple. "I'm so sorry, Celia, and I truly loved you." His fading hand slips from her grasp, hitting the... Celia refuses to believe he just gave up his life for her. There is no freaking way she's accepting this tragic ending. She vows right then and there to drag him back from the grave. But that definitely doesn't mean she's forgiving his past garbage. Cut to Moon. He's suddenly floating completely naked in a pitch-black abyss. Totally weirded out, he gazes into the nothingness. Is this the afterlife? Just silent darkness? But right as the thought crosses his mind, a sinister purple-black aura starts swirling around his spectral body, giving him major déjà vu. Cold sweat hits him. Suddenly, glitchy system windows pop up in his face. Arrogance progression, 50%. Jealousy progression, 99%. A whole list of toxic stats just casually dragging his entire personality. What the hell is this? He stammers. Out of the void, that glowing mystical book flies open, flashing a golden text that essentially tells him to quit being a quitter and fight back. He glares at it, super salty that this magic diary couldn't be bothered to pop up before he got stabbed. Suddenly, the pages generate a massive vortex, sucking him right in. The screen flashes. We're ripped over to the Bellaramp territory. The backup assassin is sprinting for her life, cursing under her breath that she should have just dusted Moon when she had the chance to dodge this massive headache. But wait, a terrifying silhouette blocks her path, radiating an insane, suffocating bloodlust. Behind him glares the blazing crest of a golden lion. It's Lord Campbell himself, Moon's furious father. His voice booms like thunder. "Nobody touches my boy. I'll make damn sure tonight's mistake never happens again." The assassin freezes. One look at his eyes and she knows she's already a dead woman walking. Flashback to the mansion. Moon gasps for air, finally snapping his eyes open in his own bed. Anne is hovering right over him, a total wreck of panic and pure relief, frantically asking if he's dying. Moon just groans, muttering that he really just needs to pee and to skip calling the damn medic. Seriously. But the second he tries to push himself up, a blinding agony rips right through his chest. Anne gently catches him. He is incredibly frail right now. She softly insists that looking after him is literally her job, and points out a bedside pan nearby. Turns out Anne has been watching over him for days on end. She scrubbed his wounds, gave him his meds, and stayed glued to his side. She practically offers to strip him down herself. Our guy gets super flustered, swearing he can handle it, and just begs for a hand getting to the actual restroom. Anne agrees, supporting his weight like he is a fragile toddler, fiercely determined to keep him safe. Once they hit the bathroom, he desperately tells her to wait outside. But Anne doubles down, insisting that she needs to guard him 24/7. He tells her to chill out with the overprotectiveness. Finally, the door clicks shut, leaving Anne standing out there in dead silence. Once he is back in bed, he asks how long he has been blacked out. 3 whole days. Anne replies. His stab wounds were patched up the exact same day he got jumped. Princess Celia personally brought in the absolute best doctor in the entire empire straight to his room. Because he bled out so badly, he was knocked out cold all week. He immediately asks if Celia dropped any messages after the chaos. Anne shakes her head, nothing directly to him. Our boy breathes a massive sigh of relief. But then Anne drops a bombshell. Celia went straight to the king. Word on the street is the hitman was actually gunning for Celia, hired by some shady black market bosses who have been plotting her murder for literal years. The king completely lost his mind with rage and ordered a full-blown wipeout of the underground market, deploying armed forces to hunt down and execute every single member. And surprisingly, despite the bloodbath going down at the Campbell estate, the family walked away without a scratch. His dad was totally bracing himself for the king's brutal wrath, but he completely dodged a bullet. Every single noble house in the empire is getting interrogated right now except the Campbells. Hearing this, our main character begs Anne to rewind and explain it slowly because his brain is literally short-circuiting from the massive info dump. Anne leans in close, narrowing her eyes as she asks if anything sketchy went down between him and Celia that night. He instantly panics and denies it, screaming that if he even tried pulling a stunt like that, he would be getting his head chopped off in the town square right now. Anne nods casually, agreeing that yeah, he would definitely be a dead. Flipping the script, she firmly orders him to chug his nasty meds. The second that foul liquid hits his throat, he gags hardcore. But Anne quickly soothes him, claiming it is just the potion doing its magic. This vile stuff is engineered to force his body to regenerate all that lost blood instantly. Anne practically spoon-feeds him, with this super condescending vibe like a preschool teacher scolding a kid. Out in the hall, a bunch of maids are eavesdropping, catching Moon's annoyed glare. One of them whispers how much he despises bitter stuff, claiming he used to literally whip servants who dared to serve him gross food. Another panicked maid suggests they snitch to his mom right away, before he explodes. But our guy overhears their entire gossiping session and orders them to stand down, clarifying that he is not throwing a tantrum over food, it is just garbage-tasting medicine. To prove his point, he slams the whole cup down in one epic gulp. The maids scatter like roaches, slamming the door shut. 2 seconds later, he violently pukes his guts out. Anne completely panics, scolding him that the potion is meant to be sipped slowly, not chugged like an energy drink. Eventually, the chaos dies down and night rolls in. Lying there, he realizes he desperately needs a game plan. The original plotline is totally wrecked now. Even though his parents ordered him to take it easy, considering he literally caught a blade to the heart, Moon knows deep down that right now, his #1 priority is pure survival. To make it out alive, he has got to set some insane goals and grind until he is ridiculously overpowered, leveling up both his physical stats and his magic. Grabbing a notebook, he scribbles down his top missions: stay alive, dodge a horrific torture ending at the hands of that total psycho, max out his strength, and definitely never trust the Black Book. Staring at his notes, Moon's mind spirals. He desperately needs to figure out the identity of that twisted girl who was completely obsessed with loving him in the creepiest way possible. He draws a total blank on anyone matching her vibe, and it is giving him major anxiety. He just cannot wrap his head around how his life turned into this crazy mess, and his brain is just pure fog. Groaning with frustration, he collapses back onto the mattress, realizing that overthinking is totally useless right now. The only thing that matters is getting stupidly strong no matter what it takes. He would figure the rest out later. Moon suddenly remembered a massive plot hole from the original novel. The main villain literally wasted an entire freaking year at the Magic Academy just to learn how to conjure a basic glowing light bulb on the ceiling. Seriously, that was it. If Moon wanted to survive this mess, he had to level up fast, so he could tag along with Ariel's overpowered crew. That was his only guaranteed safe zone. Scanning his current stats, he realized his physical body was actually pretty shredded, but his mana reserves were absolute trash. Burying his face in his hands, he groaned. What is the point? Ariel and Celia are literally the gods' favorites. They are rolling with absolutely broken natural talents. Even if I grind 24/7, I will not even scratch the surface of their power. Those girls were walking cheat codes, completely leaving everyone else in the dust. Celia, for instance, was blessed with extreme ice and snow magic the second she was born. Even as a tiny kid, she wielded terrifying blizzards like it was nothing. And then there was Ariel. By the end of the original novel, the gods straight up handed her over 10 totally different game-breaking abilities. Endgame Ariel could literally one-shot any living creature on the planet. Moon knew that right now. She was hovering right around his own power level. Still, her magic was slightly sharper, and she had a stash of rare epic-tier items giving her a massive edge. Plus, she was a total badass who could easily fend for herself while his fragile self was still one bad step away from a game over, snapping the book shut. Moon came to a hardcore realization. He had to hustle and outscale Ariel before she hit her massive power spike. He needed to totally eclipse her stats right now, or else he would be absolute dead meat in the upcoming wars. A smug grin crept across Moon's face. Ariel might be a walking cheat code, but he had a seriously broken trump card of his own, having unlocked a brand new, insanely rare skill after surviving that brutal assassin ambush, the Black Book. Eagerly, he summoned the artifact only for the heavy tome to materialize in midair and plunge directly into his family jewels. Son of a Moon shrieked violently, rolling around on the floor, absolutely clutching himself in agony. He furiously cursed out the stupid book for almost crushing his most sacred and sensitive equipment. Wiping away a tear, he finally glared down at the ancient pages with a deadly serious expression. Suddenly, the cover flipped open entirely on its own. It was literally logging every single thing that had happened to him so far, breaking down his entire life play by play. The insane level of detail was wild, but the creepiest part, the book had slapped the main protagonist title directly onto him. He blinked, caught off guard, but quickly caught onto the artifact's hidden message. Flipping further, he noticed an ominous glowing red section. This page was essentially a spoiler alert for pure disaster, documenting that near-death assassin ambush he and Celia just survived. Without warning, the pages exploded with blinding light, sucking him straight into the void. "Are you kidding me right now?" he yelled, furious. His vision cleared, revealing a completely alien wasteland. Scanning the eerie landscape, he realized he had been dragged straight inside the book. It felt exactly like a secret dungeon instance. Suddenly, a menacing shadow loomed in the distance. He whipped around to face it, but deadly ghost-like footsteps crept up from behind. Out of nowhere, the exact same assassin blitzed him and slashed his throat wide open. The female killer stood there dripping with a terrifying new aura as Moon screamed in absolute horror. What the heck? How did I just get one-tapped? He was freaking out, wondering how this dead chick could just respawn inside a magical book. Right on cue, the mystical pages fluttered wildly, analyzing and downloading her entire moveset, her combat techniques, dark magic, and ghost walk stealth, seamlessly feeding those stats into his own evolution tracker. Moon burst into maniacal laughter. The artifact's true purpose clicked. This book was his ultimate leveling system. He needed to test its limits and hack this artifact's full potential. With this insanely broken mechanic, he would absolutely leave Ariel in the dust, and he was entirely fired up for the grind. Cut back to reality. Moon collapsed onto his bed, panting heavily as he checked his watch. Bro, I didn't even last 3 seconds in that hyper-time chamber. His mind reeled over the crazy time dilation effect. Snatching up the book to check his stat window, he gaped. His overall stats had instantly spiked by 1%, boosting both his close combat and stealth proficiency perfectly, confirming his insane new theory. The shadowy realm the book had violently chucked him into earlier was not just a trap. It was actually an ultimate virtual reality training ground locked inside the pages. This meant he could infinitely dive into this simulated dimension to relentlessly grind his martial arts and magic skills against phantom enemies, just like that brutal assassin who almost murdered Celia. Smirking with pure satisfaction, he flopped back onto his pillows. Oh yeah, now he could definitely take on Ariel. Since time basically doesn't exist inside this magic book, our boy decides to grind. But check this out. The heavy manual literally smacks him dead in the face. Next second, he spawns straight into this pocket dimension, totally ready to lock in, but there's a massive catch. The second this brutal boot camp kicks off, he gets absolutely massacred. I'm talking instant brutal deaths. He literally gets sliced clean in half over and over again. Meanwhile, back in reality, someone gently knocks on his bedroom door. It's Anne carrying his daily meds. She peeks inside, softly calling out, "Master, it's time for your dose." But our boy is completely passed out, wrapped up under the covers like a total hermit. Anne catches herself smiling. He's been hiding under the blankets like this since he was a little kid, and honestly, she finds it super wholesome. She casts a quick warming spell on the cup so it doesn't get cold. Waking him up right now just feels wrong, you know? Let the guy rest. But the moment she steps fully inside, Moon suddenly shrieks out in pure, unfiltered agony. Cut back to the void. The assassin's shadow clone just landed a lethal critical hit. Moon is absolutely raging at her. He totally underestimated her insane power level. Gritting his teeth, he hits respawn for round 2. His only goal, just land a single scratch on her, something he hasn't even come close to pulling off. Flash forward to morning sunlight creeping through the blinds. Our guy is absolutely drained after fighting this shadow demon 185 consecutive times. And get this, he never survived past the 30-second mark. His entire body screams in phantom pain. His vision goes black. He completely collapses, knocking over the untouched medicine cup on his nightstand. Groaning on the cold floor, a sharp, suffocating ache grips his chest. He drags himself up, shaking, and slumps heavily against the mattress. Staring at the morning rays hitting his room, he realizes his senses are finally returning to normal. Sure, dying in the simulation doesn't kill him in real life, but that raw, agonizing pain, oh yeah, that trauma is 100% real. The sheer trauma of getting slaughtered nearly 200 times hits him like a truck. But no pain, no gain, right? He pulls up his stats to check his massive glow-up. Scanning the ancient text, he sees a dope 35% boost in weapon mastery, plus an 11% upgrade in shadow stepping, which is basically high-tier magic. He might still be total trash against the assassin, but honestly, he's hyped about these fresh gains. Time for a real-world stress test. He triggers his shadow step, blurring his body with insane speed. We're talking borderline teleportation here. Boom, he nails the landing. Moon is absolutely ecstatic that his mana is finally flowing, but suddenly, something feels incredibly wrong. Pushing mana through his feet literally roasted his own muscles. His leg is now on fire. Writhing on the ground, he realizes his physical vessel is way too weak for this kind of power. Solo grinding won't cut it anymore. He needs a legit mentor. Spoiler alert, Moon is gearing up to attend the Elite Magic Academy. The problem, mages only care about spells, not throwing hands. Sure, casting spells is top tier, but becoming a dual-class magic swordsman, that's how you break the meta and absolutely wreck the competition. Racking his brain for a combat instructor, it suddenly clicks. The absolute strongest unit on the entire continent, the ultimate living weapon. The legendary Fire Lion himself literally sleeps down the hall. Yep, you guessed it. His own freaking dad is the most overpowered physical fighter in the entire empire. Let's talk about god-tier genetics. Flashback time. Decades ago, a rising star exploded onto the scene, aiming straight for the absolute top. At barely 15 years old, this kid prodigy got drafted straight into the Emperor. He commanded massive legions, effortlessly crushing bloody civil wars and violent rebellions. He basically acted as a one-man nuke, terrifying enemy nations and giant monsters into submission. By age 25, they crowned him Grand Marshal of the entire military. This absolute unit won hundreds of impossible skirmishes, marching across the map and making terrifying demons, boss monsters, and entire empires wet their pants just hearing his name. Because of this mad lad, nobody dared to even look at the Empire funny for years. Hitting 32, the Emperor tossed him a Duke title, rewarding his flawless kill streak and absolute dominance. This dude has literally never tasted defeat in a single battle. Not against ordinary humans, and definitely not against rival nations. Not even against savage monsters. Yep, that absolute unit is our main character's dad. Cut to our boy cracking up, realizing the original guy from the story was a massive, stubborn bonehead. He had the absolute most overpowered dad on the planet, and somehow fumbled the bag by learning absolutely nothing from him. So Moon's brain starts ticking. Why even bother with college? Why drag himself to some magic academy when his own flesh and blood is literally the greatest cheat code of a mentor he could ever ask for? Moon locks in his choice. He's staying right at home to grind and train under his old man. Right on cue, a voice interrupts his thoughts. It's Anne rushing in and telling Moon he needs to go speak with his dad right this second. Our MC shoots back that he actually needed to catch his dad too. Stepping out of his room, he spots some maids buzzing in the background asking Anne if she bagged a massive promotion. Anne beams a Yes, explaining that right after Moon snapped awake from that brutal accident, back at the mansion, she got bumped all the way up to headmaid. Boss moves. A wave of guilt hits Moon. The former headmaid stepped down completely because of that messy incident, tangling those deadly assassins Princess Celia and himself in a nightmare scenario. Anne instantly comforts him, telling him not to sweat it. Walking away was completely the former headmaid's own call after all. She just knew deep down it was her time to bow out. Flash forward. We're outside now, and Moon's mom pulls him into this super warm, crushing hug. She's practically glowing with relief over his recovery, begging him to just call her mom. Moon immediately realizes her grip is surprisingly fierce. Next thing you know, she gently guides his head down, pressing it against her stomach, and whispers, "Notice anything different about me?" Boom, massive plot twist incoming. Our MC's mom is literally expecting a baby. If you called it earlier, props to you. Yep, she's officially pregnant. She actually found out when the doc checked her out right after the whole mansion disaster. The doc confirmed she'd been carrying for a hot minute now. Our boy is absolutely hyped to realize he's getting a little sister. Or brother. Cue the dad strolling in, smirking as he asks if Moon wants an entire squad of siblings. Mom shuts that down quick, playfully saying they need to chill. She's only one woman after all. Fast forward, the whole family is gathered together. Out of nowhere, the vibe shifts and Moon gets hit with a massive shocker. His dad is being pulled right back into the Imperial Army. He's deploying to the front lines. By this very afternoon, with Moon's Magic Academy kicking off in exactly 1 month, his pregnant mom is going to be the absolute sole family member, holding down the massive castle completely alone except for the staff. One of the loyal maids quickly steps up, fiercely swearing she'll guard both his mom and the fortress with her life. Moon instantly panics. "Dad, you can't just dip, I need you." He demands to know why his old man has to be the one to leave, loudly questioning. If the Empire is somehow out of top-tier generals and capable heavy hitters, why did it have to fall completely on his dad? Why pack up for some brutal new war, currently brewing on the horizon? His dad drops the harsh truth. He's one of the absolute rare few warriors actually built to survive the vanguard. Against these nightmarish demons plotting to steamroll the Empire, we're talking about the terrifying Abyssal family. Literally the most overpowered, ruthless demon. A dark memory clicks in Moon's head. The Abyssal family's entire endgame is wiping the human realm completely off the map, plotting to erase mankind from existence in just 3 short years. Ariel is supposedly the destined hero meant to block their path. But while that ticking 3-year clock winds down, Moon's dad will be stuck deep in the deadly front lines. And that harsh reality means our MC just lost the ultimate mentor to level him up. Cut to Moon, absolutely sweating with anxiety, nervously sipping his tea. Bam, scene swap. They pull up to a heavily guarded Imperial outpost. Moon is spiraling sick to his stomach with stress over everything, just awkwardly waiting on the sidelines while his parents about the brand new baby entering their family. Suddenly, his dad calls him over. Looking him dead in the eye, he calls Moon an incredible son. Why? Because the kid threw himself at death's door just to save Princess Celia. The boy's got absolute guts. His dad is bursting with pride, fiercely telling Moon that as a true man, his absolute duty is shielding his bloodline and his nation. That's exactly the fierce roar the Campbell family lion stands for. Since his bloodline serves as the Empire's lethal blade slicing through every single threat now that Moon has finally grown into a real man, his dad is ready to go all in. He wants to pour crazy resources into him, leveling up his power exactly like the kid always wanted. The old man straight up tells him to chase his own path and just focus on getting insanely strong. Moon is totally stunned, because that pure fatherly backup was the exact push he was starving for right then. His dad pulls him into a tight hug, pushing him to step up and forge his own destiny. Lurking in the background, Anne watches the whole thing unfold with a seriously intense, unreadable glare. Flashing his signature intense stare, our guy's dad gears up to drop a massive bombshell, a dark secret guaranteed to completely shatter the plot. The old man breaks it down. Anne was brought in when she was just a kid. She hails from a totally ordinary, yet incredibly sharp and loyal family. On top of that, she and Moon have been super tight since day one. Anne is desperately in love with him and is plotting to win his heart. The Duke keeps talking, stressing that the Campbell bloodline absolutely must lock down its future power. Moon cuts him off, insisting he's literally fated to end up with Celia. There's no way he can date Anne even if his dad demands it. But the Duke drops the hammer. That entire engagement was nothing but a massive smokescreen, rigged perfectly to balance the Empire's power dynamics once Celia grabs the throne. The second that happens, Moon and Celia are officially calling it quits. They would completely cut ties and go their separate ways. Long story short, his dad demands he gets with Anne, claiming she is his real soulmate. Turns out this mastermind planned this whole setup since they were toddlers, and now, He is demanding a grandson in exactly 3 years. And the mother absolutely has to be Anne. It is a straight-up order. Man, I am totally shook because that plot twist hit us out of nowhere. It looks like our boy has been locked into this destiny with Anne since they were in diapers. Eventually, the Duke dips out. Anne immediately corners Moon, asking if her name somehow popped up while they were talking, and if there is some new mission for her. But Moon totally brushes her off, saying it was no big deal. He casually mentions his dad trying to play matchmaker, even bringing up having a baby to expand the Campbell bloodline, and all that wild stuff, but he laughs it off as just some crazy old man rambling, basically telling her absolutely not to sweat it. Anne just stares at him in dead silence. Moon pats her shoulder, reminding her that she is a maid with a duty right now, but that eventually they will both walk their own separate paths. He keeps digging his grave, calling her a fantastic woman and the absolute best servant the family has ever had. He throws in that a high-tier girl like her deserves an incredible guy completely out of his own league. Moon cluelessly rambles on, promising that if she ever catches feelings for another dude, she better tell him, so he can personally hook them up. He insists that anyone loyal to the Campbell family totally deserves a fairy tale ending, with a perfect partner to spend the rest of their days with. He gives her shoulder one last reassuring squeeze, urging her to chase her own happiness and snag whoever her heart truly desires. Then he happily strolls away, fully convinced he just delivered the most epic, heartwarming speech ever. He literally thinks he moved her to tears, but standing completely frozen behind him, Anne is absolutely seething with pure rage. How dare he? After she clawed her way into the Campbell household, there was zero chance she wasn't claiming Moon for herself. She clenches her fists so violently that she literally draws blood, realizing Moon has totally shifted. Her beloved young master has morphed into a completely different beast, and there is no way she is just sitting back watching this happen. Fast forward, we cut straight to the Campbell estate's massive library, dead in the middle of the night. Our guy Moon is grinding away in the books. Even with his dad no longer breathing down his neck, he is still putting in the absolute maximum effort to hit the top spot. While cramming, he starts scheming his next massive move. Hitting the academy right now is a total no-go, since crossing paths with the novel's original main character is literally the last thing he needs, because his stats are honestly way too low for that drama. He decides to hit up Anne for a temporary hall pass, dodging the academy grind for a solid minute. He plots out his training arc, memorize every single combat manual master, the brutal techniques, and then dive headfirst into the book's simulation space. He is determined to crush that shadowy assassin and unlock wild new power levels. Slamming a heavy magical combat tome, Shut Moon suddenly grabs the mysterious black book, eager to test a crazy theory. And the second he activates the artifact, a massive realization hits him. He does not even need to read the whole thing to exploit its power. Skimming through a decent chunk of this mystical grimoire actually hardwires its overpowered skills straight into his brain. Talk about an absolute game changer. Smirking Moon gives the heavy cover a satisfying double tap. When he first snagged this thing, it felt like totally useless dead weight since he had zero clue how it worked. But now, this dusty tome just became his ultimate cheat code. Right as he is hyping himself up, Anne glides into the room. She softly checks if he is still grinding away at his studies, and he gives her a quick nod. Looks like his loyal maid just dropped in to deliver his late-night dinner. While she gently guides him to the table and starts plating up the steaming meal, Moon casually brings up how the entire household staff packed up and left with his old man, leaving just Noel, 3 other servants, and Anne to hold down the entire massive estate. That is an insane amount of heavy lifting for a skeleton, but Anne just brushes it off, claiming it is their duty no matter how exhausting it gets. Then she pulls out a suspiciously fancy-looking bottle. She explains that some high-ranking count, who happens to be besties with Moon's dad, shipped over this exclusive vintage as a gift. It is an insanely rare luxury drop, and she thought he might want a sip. She casually drops that they only brew exactly 100 bottles of this stuff a year, and it fetches up to 200,000 Emiris, their local currency on the black market. Leaning in close, Anne softly asks if her young master wants to taste this ultra-rare liquor. But mid-bite, he totally shoots down the offer. He tells her the alcohol would just knock him out cold, and since he is still hard at work grinding, he absolutely refuses. Hearing that sharp no, Anne's grip tightens around the glass bottle just a fraction, a major red flag, before smoothly asking what he would prefer instead. Moon requests a strong cup of coffee to fuel his late-night cram session, but Anne fakes a sad apology, claiming some clumsy maid left the airtight jar wide open, and all their premium beans went completely stale. Their only backup option, the basic black tea they hoard by the barrel down in the castle vaults. As they keep eating, a heavy sense of déjà vu washes over Moon. Something about this exact conversation feels incredibly familiar, like he has played through this exact scene before. He is super bummed about the lack of caffeine, but reluctantly settles for the black tea just to keep his eyes open. Determined to pull an all-nighter, he finally lifts the steaming porcelain cup and takes a slow sip. Instantly, a nasty bitter aftertaste hits his tongue. His vision violently blurs. He collapses hard, weakly, pointing a shaky finger at Anne as he realizes she just backstabbed him. Catching his limp body, Anne cradles him with terrifying tenderness. Deep in her twisted mind, she whispers for him not to panic, because she would never actually hurt the literal love of her life. Yep, her full yandere obsession is totally spilling out now. "Sweet dreams, my love," she hums as everything goes completely black for him. Internally, she low-key feels bad for being so forceful. But honestly, in her crazed logic, since she is so madly in love, the only way to purify his heart is to aggressively force him to accept her devotion. She vows they are going to be locked together forever. Hours later, Moon groggily blinks his eyes open, only to panic when he realizes he is completely hogtied to a bed. Then it hits him like a freight train. The shadowy girl who greeted him when he first got sucked into this novel, oh yeah, it was Anne the entire time. He feels like an absolute idiot for missing the painfully obvious red flags. Thrashing around, Moon demands to know what the hell she planned. Pouting, Anne teases that he is so clueless for not seeing. "What is wrong with you?" Moon screams, fiercely commanding her to untie these ropes immediately, begging her to just sit down and talk things out like normal adults, instead of going full psycho mode. But Anne just flashes a chilling smile, firmly pressing two soft fingers against his lips to instantly silence his shouting. She whispers that they are way past talking. Her precious young master does not need to lift a finger, she will take care of absolutely everything tonight. Leaning in dangerously close, Anne drops the ultimate yandere declaration. Tonight, from head to toe, inside and out, from his very flesh. Straight down to his soul, every single inch of his existence belongs to her. His scent, every strand of his hair, and every beating pulse of his blood will become hers alone forever. Flash forward through what felt like 10 absolutely insane back-to-back grueling rounds, and the night is finally over. Moon is staring blankly at the ceiling, his brain totally fried and his stamina entirely wiped out. He legit cannot comprehend how Anne had the god-tier energy to keep going like that. Dude cannot even feel his own legs anymore. That's when the horrifying truth hit him like a freight train. The mastermind who turned the original character into a total deadbeat was Anne all along. She totally pulled the exact same string on the story's original main character, which perfectly explained his absolute garbage personality. Flashbacks flooded his mind. Times when Anne bent over backwards just to keep him happy. He always brushed it off, telling her to chill and stop trying so hard. But mid-sentence, Anne pressed a finger against his lips. Her gaze darkened as she whispered she'd do literally anything because he belonged to her now. She relentlessly poured out her obsession, vowing to never let Manhwa go and chaining herself to his side for eternity, demanding he just cave in and accept his twisted fate. Manhwa's brain short-circuited. He definitely did not have this on his bingo card. Who would have guessed the absolute prettiest, sweetest, and most top-tier maid was actually a straight-up yandere? A girl dangerously obsessed with our main guy. She was the actual mastermind behind the original character's tragic downfall, straight up turning him into a brainless puppet. All just to keep him on a tight leash. But looking back on the chaos, he had to admit to himself that last night wasn't actually half bad, even with all the struggling. But then a terrifying prophecy from that pitch-black book flashed in his mind. A grim warning that he would end up dead by her hands if he kept hanging around Anne. Yeah, the prophecy literally spelled out that Anne would slaughter our main guy. Triggered by that bone-chilling realization, Manhwa knew he had to bounce from this madhouse like right this second. He needed to ghost Anne as fast as humanly possible and put some serious miles between them. Otherwise, it was game over. His death was 100% guaranteed. But the second he tried to inch away, Anne snapped awake coldly, asking what he thought he was doing. Manhwa scrambled for a quick excuse, claiming his wrists were aching and he just wanted to stretch out a little bit. Just to numb the pain, since he had been tied down for so long. But Anne, she totally brushed off his suffering. She flatly stated it was already noon and she needed to get ready for her castle cleaning duties. Slipping into her clothes right behind him, she whispered how much it actually physically hurt to leave his side, even if it was just for a few minutes or hours. But she had to keep up appearances and handle the estate chores, so nobody would get suspicious of them. And the second she finished getting dressed, she kept dropping some heavy words on Manhwa. Young Master Manhwa belongs entirely and exclusively to her. Since there were still other people buzzing around the castle, she casually mentioned that she should probably just wipe them all out so no one could ever bother him again. Our main guy completely freaked out and screamed at her, "What do you mean wipe them out? You are gonna murder them. They are innocent people." By that point, Anne was fully dressed and ready to go. But Manhwa kept desperately yelling, swearing up and down that he would never let her pull a stunt like that. Anne just casually strolled up to him, darkly whispering that she would definitely slaughter any other maid who dared to have feelings for her young master. She quickly deduced that the maid closest to his heart was Noel. Manhuman panicked, begging her not to jump to insane conclusions, and he swore that Noel had absolutely nothing to do with him. While he was frantically defending her, Anne just started giggling. She brushed it off, saying it was just a little prank. I wouldn't go times that times far, she swore. Anne made it crystal clear she was obsessed with being by his side, but flat out catching a body, that was crossing a major line. Taking a life was just way too extreme for her to stomach. Sensing an opening, Manhuman totally played the emotional card, whispering that if she truly loved him like she claimed, she could at least pop these agonizing cuffs off his wrists. The heavy metal was literally digging into his skin and tearing him up. Boom! She actually caved. With a heavy clank, the brutal iron restraints slipped right off his bruised wrists and ankles, leaving him completely. Her eyes immediately turned ice cold. Don't try anything stupid, she hissed, promising absolute hell if he even thought about pulling a fast one on her. She smugly dropped the ultimate bombshell. This underground dungeon was completely off the grid. Literally 0 souls in the entire fortress had a clue this twisted hideout even existed. We're talking solid iron-reinforced walls, a heavy-duty steel door, and exactly one custom-forged key to crack it open. A regular lockpick wouldn't even scratch the surface. Anne proudly gloated about grinding for months in absolute secrecy, pouring blood and sweat into crafting this perfect, inescapable trap. Panic creeping in, he demanded to know how nobody was freaking out over him, suddenly ghosting everyone. Anne just smirked. With his parents out of town, she casually fed the entire staff a massive lie, claiming he simply had to dip out early. Her perfect excuse. He allegedly rushed back to the academy way ahead of schedule, even though the new semester hadn't even kicked off yet. And those completely clueless servants, they swallowed her fake story whole. They genuinely believed he was safe on campus, totally blind to the nightmare that he was locked up in this hidden cage. A dark smile spreading across her face. Anne slowly crept dangerously. She hushed him, swearing up and down that his little hideout would stay completely off the grid. Promising to play personal chef, she swore to deliver. She practically purred, insisting nothing had changed except now she belonged to him, mind, body, and soul. Anne played the part flawlessly, acting like the exact same sweet, deeply devoted maid the champion household had always known. But as those honeyed words left her mouth, her hand wandered somewhere entirely off limits, leaving him blushing and utterly defenseless. Flashing a terrifyingly sweet smile, Anne cracked the door open to head to work, cooing at him to be a good little boy. And get some beauty sleep. Moon shrieked, begging for literally any scrap of clothing since he was currently in his birthday suit, but slammed the door shut in his face. Left alone in the freezing silence, Moon's mind raced, trying to make sense of this utterly twisted prophecy. There was 0 chance he was rotting in this cell, acting as nothing more than her personal plaything. Sure, last night had its perks, but the absolute maniac forced him to go round after round, a brutal 10 times in a row. At this rate, he wouldn't get taken out by a guillotine or a monster's claws. Nope, he was going to literally pass away from sheer exhaustion. So survival rule number 1, stage a breakout, ditch this nightmare and snatch his freedom back. He flat out refused to be caged like an animal. His mind was made up. He would pull out every single trick in the book to bolt. Plan A, bust down the door. But taking one look at that heavy cold iron, he knew it wouldn't budge an inch. Still, adrenaline took over. He backed up, sprinted across the room, and rammed his shoulder into the metal with absolutely everything he had, praying for a miracle. Bang! A blinding shockwave of pain exploded through his joint, leaving him groaning and clutching his violently throbbing shoulder. Slumping against the dusty floor, the grim reality hit him. He was completely out of options. The door was pure iron, and even the massive stone walls were reinforced with the same impenetrable metal. A desperate thought crossed his mind. If only that mysterious black tome could somehow bail him out, it would be a massive game. And honestly, it was like the universe actually listened. Out of nowhere, the pitch-black book materialized out of thin air, thudding heavily right next to him. But instead of cheering, Moon just glared at it, utterly unimpressed. He grumbled at the stupid artifact, pointing out that in his head, the math wasn't mathing. Even if he grinded like an absolute psycho in the book's virtual training space, beating someone like Tian was she was literally a god-tier chosen one, basically on the same cracked level as Celia. He didn't stand a ghost of a chance. Sprawled out on the cold stones, he stared blankly at the cover, debating his next move. With a heavy sigh, he snatched it up, muttering that he'd just have to make it work. Since he was currently stuck in a VIP prison with 0 IT, he figured he might as well hit the hyperbolic time chamber and grind. Gearing up for a showdown with Qian sounded totally unhinged, but he had to try something. But the second he flipped the cover open, his jaw dropped. Every single dusty tome he had crammed into his brain last night, they were all downloaded right into it. An absolute goldmine of survival data was chilling right on the pages, practically handing him the cheat codes to bust out of this joint. Fast forward a bit, and we catch Moon going into straight beast mode. The dude is just spamming push-ups, hitting an insane 200 reps. Yep, you heard that right, 200. His muscles screaming, he completely face-planted onto the floor. Catching his breath, he realized his stamina was actually off the charts. The Black Book was a hardcore carry when it came to spellcasting and brawling, but to get completely swole, he had to grind it out the old-fashioned caveman way. Just pure sweaty calisthenics and raw floor routines like a traditional gym rat. Eyes blazing with salty, frustrated tears, he made a blood vow he would absolutely not let those crazy girls. He was about to level up for real this time, ready to embrace the ultimate grind no matter how brutal it got. Right on cue, the heavy door squeaked open. Anne sauntered in, cooing about how absolutely thrilled she was to see her young master bursting with so much energy. Moon tensed up, spotting her carrying a mountain of supplies. She suddenly burst into a fit of giggles. When he nervously asked if her shift was over, making the whole twisted situation, Anne found his little question just adorable acting, entirely convinced he'd been eagerly waiting by the door. Flashing a doting smile, she announced she'd prepped a mouth-watering feast and drew a steaming hot bath tailored perfectly to his taste, so her precious boy could soak away the tension. Giving up, he muttered that it sounded fantastic, considering he hadn't touched a single bite of food or seen a drop of water in 2 agonizing days. Anne flashes a wicked smirk. She leans in, asking if our guy wants to hit the steaming hot tub first and grab some grub right after. Or maybe he's craving a totally different kind of snack. Moon shuts that down fast. He just wants a normal scrub and some actual dinner, nothing extra. Later, while soaking in the suds, he catches her hovering. He asks why she's staring at the tub. Blinking innocently, she wonders if the water's running too cold. Moon groans. He reminds her he isn't a toddler anymore. He can totally scrub his own back without his maid stepping in. Cue the puppy dog eyes. Anne pouts, tracing the edge of the tub. She asks if one steamy night was enough for the young master to completely lose interest in her. Panic mode engaged. He frantically waves his hands. No, that's definitely not it. Boom. Her whole vibe instantly shifts to pure joy. She confidently declares that young Master Moon is 100% hers. And as his personal maid, it's her absolute duty to wash every single inch of his skin. To prove her point, she leans down and gives his ear a sneaky, lingering lick. Then, she whispers that he can ask for anything his heart desires. Moon stammers wildly. He admits, it's not that he hates it, he's just getting dangerously fired up, because the way her hands are exploring is driving him absolutely. Anne finally backs off, flashing a playful grin. She agrees to drop the teasing for now, but she demands a compromise. If she can't bathe him, she's absolutely spoon-feeding him dinner. Cut to the dining room. Anne scoops up a steaming, heavily spiced piece of meat and pops it right into his mouth. Moon's eyes widen. It's an absolute flavor bomb. He immediately dives in for seconds, scarfing it down. He swears to Anne that this is the best beef he's tasted in his entire life. It seriously blows all those fancy family dinners with his. The dish is insanely tender, packed with juices, and literally melts right on his tongue. Anne smirks, her tone getting just a little too suspiciously sweet. Moon catches the vibe immediately as she double downs that it's definitely beef. She casually mentions that she snagged all the ingredients right from their own pantry. She just felt bad for never hitting his exact cravings before, so she went all out experimenting with some top-secret spices today. She reaches over to dab his mouth with a napkin. Mid-chew, Moon casually asks what cut it is. Tenderloin, maybe chuck, or beef tongue. Anne leans in, her voice dripping with mischief. She drops the bomb that juicy bite was actually the bull's special manhood. Gag reflex activated. Moon instantly spits his bite across the table. Unfazed, Anne casually clarifies that this wasn't just any average farm animal. Nope, it belonged to a wild Kriata beast, an unbelievably rare monster. Get this. When these massive beasts enter mating season without any ladies around, they literally take out their frustration on giant trees. The heavy trunks end up completely obliterated from pure unhinged power. Moon instantly pictures this terrifying nature documentary in his head, and violently dry heaves. But Anne isn't done. She cheerfully reveals the bull's pride wasn't the only secret ingredient. She totally spiked his stew with exotic stamina meats from all kinds of creatures. We're talking tigers, goblins, massive trolls, even dragons, basically an all-star lineup of mythical beasts famous for their oversized equipment. Moon gasps for air, calling her bluff. He yells that it's physically impossible to shove that much mystery meat into one single dish, but Anne just tilts her head. She sweetly explains she's been sneaking the special cuts into his meals little by little. Over weeks actually, just slowly building up his tolerance to the funky smell and wild taste. Moon absolutely loses his mind. He explodes, screaming that she is never pulling a stunt like this again. It's completely twisted. He rips into her, accusing her of trapping him in this house like a hostage and even worse, force-feeding him monster junk. How could you do this to someone you claim to love? He shouts, completely heartbroken and furious. He yells at the top of his lungs, demanding to know how cooking a literal bull's joystick counts as actual human food. But mid-rant, Moon's vision blurs. The room spins, his knees buckle, and he completely blacks out. Anne casually catches his limp. She smirks down at him. Just one tiny drop of her sleepy brew was more than enough to knock him out cold. Her eyes darken. If locking him in a golden cage is what it takes to keep him forever, so be it. She softly strokes his hair, whispering that she'll manage every single detail of his life now. Surrendering his freedom is just the small toll he has to pay for their endless romance. Hours later, the moon is high. Moon groggily flutters his eyes open, only to find Anne hovering right over his face. Morning sleepyhead, she purrs. She immediately pouts, reminding him that last night's action was way too brief. They only went at it 2 times. He tapped out way too early from exhaustion. Leaning in dangerously close, she runs a hand down his chest, asking if he's feeling sore from all that wild fun. But Moon is completely paralyzed. He stares blankly, trapped in dead silence, leading Anne to drop her next crate. Playing the good boy for the last few days had to count for something, right? He figured it was the perfect time to strike a deal. She actually bites, offering to grant him one tiny wish. What do you... He narrows his eyes. A tiny wish. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Shooting his shot, he immediately demands his freedom. But her smile drops. Yeah, that's totally off the table. Okay, how about some actual clothes? Denied again. Frustration boiling over Muni snaps. Are you kidding me? He can't get basic clothing or even a shred of freedom. This whole tiny wish thing is a total scam. Anne tilts her head, actually mulling it over. She softly explains that a tiny wish means something simple, like picking out exactly what they'll be having for lunch or dinner. That's the absolute limit of his so-called freedom. Muni sighs. Well, getting to pick his own meals is better than literally nothing. Changing tactics, he casually mentions to Anne that autumn is clearly rolling in. She nods, confirming the season change. Staring off into the distance, Muni paints a picture. Back in the day, he'd stroll through the park right about now, soaking in the fall colors, sipping on rich lacto wine, and feasting on the freshest seasonal catch. Anne bites her lip, genuinely curious. Does her precious young master really miss the taste of the fish from that specific lake? She mutters to herself. That lake is insanely far away, and dispatching a runner out there would be a massive headache. Muni hits her with the ultimate guilt trip. Sighing dramatically, he remembers crossing that very lake with absolute pride last year. And now he's just rotting away in this pathetic cell, waiting to kick the bucket. Oh, the absolute tragedy. He turns his puppy dog eyes on Anne. If he can't even taste his favorite meal again, what is the point of living? A life without that mouth-watering seasonal catch, utterly meaningless. Panic instantly flashes across Anne's face. Hook, line, and sinker. A sly, mischievous smirk briefly flashes across his face. Defeated by his cuteness, she sighs. She gets it. Playing his part perfectly, Muni lights up, asking if she's actually going to do this for him. Anne melts completely. She promises to personally trek all the way to that lake and bring him back a fresh catch, just to satisfy his intense cravings. After all, we're talking about the most elite seafood in the entire empire. Pausing for dramatic effect, he names her the absolute best maid on the planet. Truly a one-of-a-kind girl. The compliment hits critical mass. Anne blushes furiously, totally flustered. Laying it on thick, Muni wishes her a safe journey and promises he'll be eagerly waiting for her right here at home. Out of nowhere, she absolutely loses it. Anne tackles Muni into a bone-crushing hug. Pulling back, she warns him about the long trip, but swears she'll be back before noon. Until then, he needs to be a good little young master, patient, obedient, and totally well-behaved. Walking away, Anne is practically hyperventilating. She barely kept her wild obsession in check back there. In her twisted mind, he is hands down the most adorable creature on earth. She has to snag that fish as fast as humanly possible. Why? So she can rush back and spoil him rotten exactly the way he deserves. Finally alone, Muni drops the cute act. Good riddance. She drained every ounce of his energy yesterday, but her little road trip just bought him a massive window of opportunity. Wasting zero time, our boy summons his ultimate trump card, a mysterious black book. He asks his magical treasure a crucial question. Can it spawn alternate dimensions or virtual training grounds? Something totally different from the simulation he whipped up for that assassin back in the day. The book instantly confirms. Hell yes, it can. Smirking, Muni calls it absolutely perfect. He issues a command. Generate a labyrinth with 1,000 locks and 1,000 rooms, all perfectly mirroring his current prison cell. The mission master, the ultimate escape route, and become an absolute lock-picking god. The grimoire blasts open, pulsing with pure, blinding magical energy. It's crunch time. He needs to completely master this escape technique. long before his obsessive jailer gets back. Cut to Penpole Lake, literally famous for its elite seafood. As Anne charges toward the water, a random guy pops out of nowhere. He screams at her to back off. With a massive storm rolling in, plunging into that water is a straight-up death wish. The guy lunges to grab Anne's hand, trying to yank her from danger, but she shoots him a look of absolute disgust and literally skewers his hand. All that over the main character's fish, Anne ice-coldly informs the bleeding guy that only her young master gets the privilege of touching her, and makes it crystal clear that the gaping wound was just a friendly warning. She ruthlessly threatens to dice him into bite-sized pieces and feed his remains to the fish if he keeps getting in her way. Flipping the switch, Anne demands the trembling guy spill the tea on the situation, demanding to know why the lake is acting completely unhinged. Stunned, he screams that she's an absolute psycho for stabbing him over nothing. He swears he was just trying to stop her from throwing her life away, because there is something insanely lethal lurking in that water. He drops a massive bombshell. The legendary spirit of Lake Penpole has fully awakened. A top-tier adventurer guild dispatched a scouting party to investigate, and they just confirmed the worst. It's a terrifying magical beast, sitting straight at the dominant tier. Right now, an elite strike force is executing a high-stakes raid to wipe the creature out, which is exactly why the entire perimeter is on lockdown. They are clashing with the monster as they speak. Anne's eyes go wide. Dominant tier. Wait, so? Are these freak downpours and chaotic weather patterns all stemming from that thing? The guy nods, utterly convinced, blaming the beast for every single bizarre anomaly. But then he completely shifts gears, demanding 300 gold coins as hush money so he won't report her for brutalizing his hand. Without flinching, Anne tosses him the 300 gold coins. The dude is absolutely floored. He stares at her and asks if, even after hearing that massive lore drop, she is seriously still planning to push forward. Anne gives a deadpan nod. He calls her a literal madwoman, stressing that stepping foot near that lake is basically a death sentence. But her vibe screams pure determination. Baffled, he practically begs to know why she's sprinting into a slaughter zone, fully aware she might get wiped out. Her response is iconic. It's for love. Every single bit of this is for love. The camera pans, transitioning to a totally different scene, where we catch a young witch in deep thought. She's hyping herself up, vowing that the second this raid ends, she will finally confess her feelings to her crush. But her romantic daydream is violently shattered by a deafening roar. Erica, what the hell are you waiting for? The frantic screaming comes from a young vanguard gripping his broadsword and heavy shield. He barks orders at Erica to cast her buffs and healing magic immediately, screaming that the front line is completely collapsing. Erica stammers out an agreement, but in that exact split second, the boss launches its counterattack. The lake's surface literally explodes, and a colossal megalodon-style shark breaches the water. This absolute unit is the Lake Penpole Spirit. The raid boss targets the duo, blasting a devastating high-pressure water bomb straight at them. Roch, the party's tank, instantly deploys his glowing magical shield to absorb the blow. The boss unleashes a relentless barrage, but miraculously the heavy shield tanks the brutal impact. However, Roch's stamina is completely draining under the crushing pressure. He screams at Erica to unleash her heavy-hitting spell immediately, crying out that his defense is about to shatter. Panic mode hits Erica hard. She's freezing up, completely overwhelmed, but she desperately starts channeling her mana. We see the trembling witch, priming a massive ice barrage. But before she can cast it, a devastating fiery explosion blindsides the beast, literally scorching it from the inside out. The secondary mage, Tia, shrieks at Roch to go all in. This was the ultimate opening they'd been praying for. Roch dumps all his remaining stats into speed, blitzing toward the monstrous spirit. He vaults onto the heavily scorched beast, winding up for a critical point-blank headshot. The shockwave from his strike launches the flaming leviathan violently back into the raging waters. Roch lands completely gassed and dripping blood from minor cuts. But despite being pushed to the absolute limit, a massive triumphant smirk spreads across his face. He glances back at his two mages, panting. It's finally over. But then his entire focus shifts completely to Tia. He starts gushing over her gameplay, calling her Fire Strike absolutely flawless. Lingering in the background, Erica is forced to watch this agonizing interaction unfold, looking utterly crushed, because it genuinely feels like this random girl is effortlessly stealing her man right in front of her. Erica's brain is short-circuiting, trying to figure out why Roch is so hopelessly obsessed with Tia. Flashbacks hit her hard back to their childhood days, when they were basically glued at the hip, sharing an unbreakable bond. They had literally sworn a pinky promise to stay by each other's sides forever. But looking at him now, it's like Roch totally wiped those memories from his hard drive. Watching the two of them flirt from the sidelines, Erica mentally replays the insane grind she went through just to stand in his party. Yet his eyes never once locked onto hers. The painful question keeps looping in her head. Why? Why is he falling for her? She had poured years into trying to win his heart, only to end up as a background NPC while he gets mesmerized by a totally different girl. Suddenly, Roch snaps his fingers at Erica, all while Tia tenderly heals his battered hand. Erica's hands are visibly shaking. Roch glares at her, his voice dripping with pure annoyance. What are you staring at? Hurry up and pop your healing buffs. Don't just stand there throwing the game. The sheer freezing coldness in his voice is absolutely brutal, especially considering she was supposed to be his childhood best friend. Even with everything falling apart, Erica forced a tight, shaky smile and muttered that she was in. Right then, the vibe shifted. A sick churning noise echoed from the water, snapping everyone's heads toward the lake. Out of nowhere, the Pemble erupted from the depths. Roche and Tia froze in absolute disbelief. How in the world was that thing still breathing? They had literally torched the beast, battered it, and driven a blade straight through its skull. That's when the horrifying truth hit them. This was a second Pemble spirit. They weren't dealing with a solo boss. And this new monster, it completely dwarfed the first one in raw power. Basically, they were totally screwed. Without missing a beat, Tia unleashed her explosive magic, but the blast took the monster point blank to the face. And it didn't even flinch. The beast charged up a devastating spell, obliterating the very ground beneath their feet with a single shockwave. At the absolute last second, Erica tackled Roche out of the blast zone. Roche screamed at Erica to run, warning her that this thing was way out of their league and she couldn't win. But Erica snapped back. You need to make it out alive too. Roche refused, arguing that he was the one who dragged Tia into this squad. Keeping her safe was 100% on him. His eyes burned with pure resolve. He was totally ready to trade his own life to pull Tia out of this nightmare. Erica was speechless. This guy was actually about to throw his life away for a total stranger. Without hesitation, Roche launched himself at the monster to shield his teammate. Meanwhile, a shadow watched from above. It was Anne. Standing perfectly still in the distance, she casually summoned a scythe out of thin air. She scoffed to herself. For a so-called dominant tier boss, this Pemble spirit looked pretty pathetic. Harvesting loot from dragons, ogres, or minotaurs usually took a massive grind, but with this overgrown lake spirit, she wouldn't even need to carve it up. She was just going to wipe it out of existence. Back on the ground, the beast reared back to strike Roche. He knew it was game over. There was nowhere to run. There was zero chance he could grab Tia and dodge in time. He braced for impact, accepting that this hit would instantly end him. But suddenly Anne triggered a barrier spell and an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the battlefield. The blast went off right behind Roche, leaving him completely dazed and utterly confused. Whipping around, he realized the monstrous Pemble spirit was entirely locked down. Erica's jaw practically hit the floor. The terrifying lake boss was completely paralyzed. Stepping out of the smoke, Anne casually strolled up to Erica and asked if she was hurt. Still in shock, Erica nodded and demanded to know who she was. Anne dropped her name casually, mentioning she was glad she crashed the party in time. But playtime was over. She had a lake spirit to execute, warning Erica's crew to take cover. With a flick of her wrist, Anne unleashed a spell that spawned an entire floating armory of swords, scythes, and battle axes. She rained the entire arsenal down on the beast. Erica was absolutely speechless. This girl was literally summoning telekinetic weapons out of thin air. Then Anne chained it into another spell, conjuring a stream of liquid metal. The silver fluid ruthlessly pierced right through. Closing the distance, Anne shaped the shifting metal into a floating staircase, casually walking right up to the giant's face. Reaching the top, she forged the liquid into a massive deadly scythe and stared the creature dead in the eyes. My young master is starving, and you're the main course. And the price of the meal, your life. With one clean, brutal swing, Anne cleaved the massive lake spirit completely in half. The shockwave from the strike was so insane it literally made the entire valley quake. Roche was mind-blown. How could one random girl one-shot a dominant tier boss? The impact was so intense it launched the fish right out of the lake. As the dust settled, Erica sprinted over to Roche. She frantically checked if they survived, and they nodded. But Roche quickly realized Tia was in extremely bad shape. Thankfully, he had a healing potion left in his inventory to patch her up. Desperate, he begged Erica to find out who this insanely overpowered girl was. Roche knew that if they could somehow recruit her to their guild, they would literally be unstoppable. What an absolute train wreck. So much for living the good life, right? So, Erica's underlying mission is to dig up some serious dirt on the new girl. Smash cut to Anne stranded right in the middle of the ruined lake. Major plot twist, the water is completely gone. Dozens of fish thrash wildly in the thick mud, a desperately tragic aquatic show minus the actual water. You see, when the great spirit of Lake Pemble passed away, it morphed into two distinct creatures. One glowing blue, the other blood red. Both dangerously toxic. Anne beats herself up, sobbing that she's an absolute failure of a maid since she has zero clue about her young master's favorite flavor or type of fish. Talk about a crushing blow to her pride. Right on cue, Erica strolls up. She casually drops a bombshell explaining that those two fish she's clutching are actually totally edible. But there's a huge catch. They need some hardcore prep work to safely drain out the lethal venom. Oh, and they reek to high heaven. Like insanely poisonous. Basically, they're the ultimate adrenaline-pumping delicacy for hardcore adventure. Anne scrambles to her feet, begging to know if Erica is some kind of fish expert. Erica smirks and nods, revealing that her hometown sits right next door. Her family has been casting nets into this exact lake for generations, flipping their premium daily catch to the wealthy elites, a super lucrative, deeply rooted tradition. She whispers that Lake Pimble's fish taste absolutely unreal. That's exactly why they fetch such an insanely steep price tag. Desperate for a win, Anne finally asks. Anne asks if Erica can show her the ropes on prepping the catch, and Erica instantly agrees without skipping a beat. 10 minutes fly by. Anne frantically scribbles down every single detail, absorbing Erica's step-by-step guide on how to cook up those two fish. Anne throws her a massive thank you, but Erica brushes it off with a warm smile. Honestly, it is no big deal at all. Since Anne literally saved their lives earlier, dropping a quick recipe is absolutely nothing in comparison, just a tiny favor. Then Erica nervously shifts her weight and asks if she can pry for a second. Anne totally gives her the green light. Erica is dying to know why Lady Anne traveled all the way out to the middle of nowhere just to cast a line. Was it for someone special? Anne's eyes light up. Absolutely. It is all for her future husband who was craving a couple of fish straight from this exact lake. That is exactly why she trekked across the map to reel them in. Erica swoons a little, saying Anne must be deeply loved to have a guy like that, and honestly he is beyond lucky to bag a girl like her. It is just a fact. Right then, Anne's mind gets hijacked by spicy flashbacks of what went down with the main character on those late nights. Grabbing her bucket, a blinding realization hits her. Erica is dead on. But sadly, her clueless man still has not grasped the sheer unhinged depth of her obsession. What a total shame. Anne tells Erica she really needs to bounce, since she has to head back to the Kemple estate. But Erica suddenly panics and begs her to hold up for just 1 second. Please. The younger girl spills that she is struggling with some serious relationship drama and desperately wants Anne's take on it, since Anne radiates major experienced energy in the romance department. Dropping the bucket back into the dirt, Anne locks eyes with Erica. She drops some wisdom, saying matters of the heart are the one puzzle in this world that does not have a simple cheat code. Everything shifts, making it endlessly complicated and messy. But to pay her back for the cooking tips, Anne agrees to play therapist and share her insight. It is literally the bare minimum she can. Taking a deep breath, Erica finally spills the tea. She starts talking about this super close friend who has been hopelessly down bad for a guy for a long, long time. Like an absolute eternity. The catch. The guy she is obsessing over is painfully dense. He treats literally everyone with the exact same golden retriever energy, which is honestly infuriating. Let's be real. Anne narrows her eyes. Is he a player? The kind of guy who drops charm left and right but dodges commitment like the plague, right? Erica nods miserably. Sadly, he fits that vibe perfectly. She keeps venting, explaining that her bestie was finally ready to shoot her shot and confess her feelings. It was about to go down. But right at that second, another girl popped out of nowhere to ruin everything. A total disaster. Anne raises an eyebrow. Are we talking a messy love triangle? Erica sighs. Yeah, unfortunately it is. Lately her bestie has been second-guessing everything, and is even thinking about ghosting the guy completely because his clueless behavior is tearing her apart. Anne nods softly, saying she totally gets why Erica's friend is stressing over him. Her feelings are 100% valid. But then Anne decides to cut the bull. She drops the polite act and hits Erica with a brutal reality check. How long have you been in love with him? Erica flinches in shock and immediately starts backpedaling, swearing up and down that it's about her friend, obviously. But come on. It is painfully obvious to everyone watching that Erica is talking about herself. The worst kept secret ever. Clutching her head in defeat, Erica finally cracks. The mask drops. She mutters, "Fine. I will spill the actual truth, no holding back. I have been crazy about him since we were literal toddlers. That was over 10 years ago. An entire lifetime of catching feelings." Anne leans in intensely. "Do you love him enough to take a bullet for him without a second thought?" Erica gasps, but says yes. It is an undeniable absolute fact. Anne pushes harder. "What else would you sacrifice for him? Tell me." Erica's voice shakes, but she declares she wouldn't just risk her life. She'd burn the world down and give up absolutely everything just to be by his side. No hesitation. A smirk tugs at Anne's lips. "Well, there is the answer to your little crisis. It is crystal clear." Erica blinks, totally lost. Anne shakes her head. If your devotion runs that deep, why are you letting stupid doubts hold you back? It literally makes no sense. You already know exactly how savage your own heart is, right? Erica just stands there, still processing it all. Erica stares blankly at Miss Anne, completely lost. Wait, what do you mean by that? She asks, her mind spinning. Anne leans in with a chilling piece of advice: surrender to her darkest cravings. She urges Erica to sacrifice everything for her crush, and no matter the fallout, zero regrets. You need to give it all, Anne whispers. Every last drop of your soul for the boy you love. No holding back. And just like that, Anne vanishes into thin air. Erica is left standing there. Risk everything for the guy I love. Surrender to my deepest obsessions. She mutters to herself, those toxic words echoing in her brain like a broken record. Out of nowhere, a suffocating weight crashes down on her chest. A sickening, creeping darkness starts clawing its way through her veins. A sinister voice slithers into her mind. Are you really going to let yourself snap completely? Erica collapses to the dirt, gasping for air as the voice hammers her soul. Could you really ditch your morals, break every rule, and throw your life away, just for him? Would you burn the world down for him? Suddenly, Roch's panicked voice cuts through the static. He's yelling her name, totally freaking out over her collapse. But that shadowy entity isn't done playing mind games. Are you seriously going to stand by and watch them live happily ever after? It mocks. Erica's mind screams back at the entity. No, no way. Just the thought of it makes her sick to her stomach. She'd rather die than watch him end up with someone else. The sheer jealousy is literally eating her alive, and she refuses to let that happen. Not a chance in hell. She desperately tells the voice that she won't let some basic, ordinary girl steal her man. She's nothing special. The demonic presence purrs in agreement, commanding her to embrace her most unhinged cravings. Stop holding back, it whispers. Claim him. Own his very soul and carve your name into him. Turn him into your personal possession. Make sure he looks at nobody but you. Erica stammers back, arguing that Roch is incredibly overpowered. How is she supposed to trap a guy like that? It's literally an impossible task. But the entity just laughs. It doesn't matter how OP a man is. Snap all 4 of his limbs, strap a choke collar around his neck, and he'll turn into a pathetic, obedient puppy begging for your attention. Chill out, sweetheart. I'll lend you my ultimate strength. The raw, twisted power of absolute love. Suddenly, the vibe shifts entirely. Erica is trapped in a pitch-black void, getting completely hijacked by the shadow demon as it rewires her brain. Flash forward and reality snaps back into focus like nothing even went down. But her sanity is already shattered. Roch leans over her, totally anxious. He tells her that right after the strange lady dipped out, Erica just dropped cold to the floor. Blinking innocently, she gaslights Roch, swearing up and down that Miss Anne didn't touch her. I'm fine, really, she lies smoothly. I probably just burned out my mana and blacked out from exhaustion. That's literally it. Oh, and about that favor, she breaks the news to Roch that Miss Anne is actually locked into serving a super elite noble family, meaning she definitely can't join their adventure squad. Guild rules are guild rules. Roch looks pretty bummed out. He really just wanted a chance to say a proper thank you for the hard carry. I mean, it's basic manners after she literally, but since she ghosted them, it is what it is. Right then, the other girl, finally catching her breath, points at a creepy glowing tattoo on Erica's chest that definitely wasn't there 5 minutes ago. Talk about highly suspicious. Erica panics, her eyes widening as her heart practically hammers out of her ribcage. She quickly zips up her jacket to hide the cursed seal. Oh, it's totally fine, just a nasty burn from that boss monster, barely a scratch. Changing the subject with lightning speed, she insists they need to dip to a safe zone right now. Chatting out in the open is way too sketchy. For all they know, a third lake beast could be lurking nearby. If that thing attacks, they'd get one shot for sure, zero chance of survival. So, they need to pack up and sprint. Roch nods along, totally buying her excuse. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Securing a rest spot is top priority. Without missing a beat, he scoops the injured girl up in his arms. She immediately blushes and barks at him, demanding to know what the hell he thinks he's doing. Put me down this second, she yells. She goes full defensive mode, insisting her legs work just fine and she doesn't need to be babied over a few scrapes. But Roch just flashes a cocky smirk. Stop acting so tough, he teases. You literally weigh less than a feather. I could carry you like this 24/7 and barely even break a sweat. Completely flustered, the girl calls him a massive idiot, snapping that he clearly knows nothing about a woman's weight. But while they flirt, Erica is death glaring at them from the shadows. Her eyes are utterly soulless, radiating pure, freezing murder. She just stands there in the back, silently tracking their every move with a venomous scowl, and the screen cuts to black. So we finally get a breather, a totally unexpected twist to shake things up. The camera pans back to Moon's bedroom. He is sprawled out on his mattress, chilling and waiting. Anne just steps through the doorway. And Moon instantly lights up. Why? Because the guy is absolutely starving, basically running on fumes. It feels like a literal eternity since his last meal. Catching his vibe, Anne playfully asks if he actually missed her so much he got depressed. Talk about a loaded question. Moon immediately shoots that down, pointing out she vanished for the entire day. And honestly, if she had not shown up, he definitely would have starved to death. No cap. Anne sinks into the edge of the bed, softly apologizing for the massive delay. She explains she trekked super far just to track down his specific fish craving, and promises the catch is still insanely fresh. Total top-tier quality. She finally reveals the 2 dishes he begged for cooked to absolute perfection, just like he wanted. The mouth-watering aroma instantly hits him, hitting his senses like a masterpiece. Anne breaks down her chef skills, saying she used 2 totally different methods to mix up the flavor. One is perfectly steamed, while the other is beautifully grilled over an open fire. A massive culinary flex. She tilts her head, asking which one he wants to devour first. The choice is all yours, young master. Moon does not hesitate. He points straight at the steamed one. Scooping up a delicate bite, Anne gently feeds it to him. Finally, Moon eagerly chows down on his long-awaited meal. His eyes widen as he mumbles about how insanely good it tastes. He asks if she wants a quick bite since it slaps so hard. Pure heaven on a plate. But Anne politely declines, whispering that this entire meal was crafted exclusively for her young master, and nobody else. She quickly warns him to watch out for the tiny bones, since this specific catch is practically a booby trap of spikes. Moon scoffs, claiming he is not a little kid anymore. He confidently states he can handle it with 0 issues. He is a grown man. Cut to 5 seconds later, he is literally choking. Total disaster class. A sharp bone is wedged deep in his throat. A straight-up nightmare scenario. Wasting no time, Anne sighs, says there is only one way to fix this, and swiftly straddles him. She casually announces she can extract the bone by kissing him. Talk about an unhinged medical technique. Moon panics. What the heck do you mean a kiss, Anne? That makes 0 sense, but she just nods. Dead serious. A kiss fixes everything, obviously. Anne breaks down her wild logic. With her overpowered abilities, she can literally lock lips, pinch his nose, and blow a blast of air down his windpipe, forcing the spike safely down into his stomach without tearing any tissue, completely guaranteed to save his life. Boom. Problem solved. Moon, however, is absolutely sweating bullets, silently screaming, "How is making out supposed to clear my airway? This chick is crazy," but fighting back is completely pointless. Anne forcefully crushes her lips against his. He is completely pinned down, totally powerless to stop her. The frame zooms in on Anne pinning his arm down. And yeah, they are full-on making out. It is insanely intense, super aggressive, and definitely burned into his memory forever. Gasping for air, a dizzy Moon complains that he literally almost passed out from that insane lip lock. She held him there so long his lungs were screaming for oxygen. Total torture. But Anne just, now that she's finally yanked those stubborn fish bones right out of his throat. Mission accomplished. Moon showers Anne with gratitude for saving his neck, practically begging to devour the second fish all by himself. He swears up and down he won't. Anne just stares back, a wildly cryptic smirk playing on her lips. Fast forward a bit and Moon is happily scarfing down that second fish, while Anne watches him with pure, unfiltered joy radiating from her eyes. For a split second, they give off total golden retriever couple energy. Absolutely charming. But the narrator drops a heavy hint. There is something seriously pitch-black secrets they can never say out loud. Eventually, Moon polishes off both fishes, completely stuffed and practically glowing. He hypes up the meal to Anne, raving about how top-tier the fish actually is. He totally celebrates the flavor, swearing it is an absolute masterpiece for his. Anne then pivots toward Moon, locking eyes with him. Now that the young master is fully satisfied, how about we get down to that little extracurricular activity? She casually drops the bomb that they have to follow Tutuk's strict orders. Why? Because the main character's dad just lost a precious heir to the Campbell bloodline. This is heavy stuff. So logically, the best move is for them to make a brand new baby as fast as humanly possible. Like starting right this exact second, no stalling allowed. Moon, thoroughly caught off guard, instantly hits the brakes, stammering that the timing is completely wrong. Anne slides up uncomfortably close, raising an eyebrow at his hesitation as she drops a wild reminder. They've literally already done the deed over 15 times, just this week alone. That has got to be some kind of record, right? Oh, is the young master already burnt out from going at it so much? She teases, flashing a wicked little smirk. Moon violently shakes his head frantically, insisting that is absolutely not the case. Anne totally presses him. Then what's the holdup? Why are you backing out? Spill it. Looking a little flustered, Moon stammers out his excuse. He just stuffed his face, and apparently getting freaky right after a massive. It's a digestion thing, you know. He quickly adds that Anne just dragged herself back from a massive trip, so she desperately needs to catch some Z's. Self-care is crucial, he insists. Instantly, Anne's cheeks burn bright red, completely touched that her young master is actually. It's just so incredibly sweet and totally out of nowhere. Melting a bit, she smiles and says, "Well, if you put it like that, then fine. I'll let you off the hook. They can always get down to business after dark. That totally makes more sense." So they lock in the plan. Tonight is the night they finally try for a baby. The deal is sealed. But wait, Anne smirks, teasing that she's got one tiny little detail left to drop. A spicy little surprise. Moon raises an eyebrow, completely intrigued. "What is it?" he asks. Anne leans in, whispering that on her way back she strolled through a district famous for its exquisite tailoring. Just a gorgeous little spot. And while she was there, she scored an outfit that Moon would absolutely lose his mind seeing her. "Oh, she guarantees it." Blinking in pure confusion, Moon stammers. "What? What exactly do you?" His brain is short-circuiting. Closing the gap between them, Anne purrs that she splurged on a little something wild. You know, the kind crafted from that exact fabric the young master is absolutely obsessed with. That silky, skin-tight texture. She drops her voice, teasing that this specific look is legendary. Everyone on the internet knows it. Yup, she bought a bunny girl suit. Literally, a full-on cut to Moon, a massive fountain of blood instantly explodes from his nose. The guy is utterly paralyzed by the mental image. His brain has completely flatlined. Snapping out of it, Moon desperately wipes his bloody face, trying to play it cool. I don't even know if I'm into that kind of stuff," he bluffs. "I'm a refined gentleman, an aristocrat. I don't entertain such vulgar fantasies. It's totally beneath my status." Anne just rolls her eyes. "You are such a massive liar, you little freak," she giggles. She completely calls him out, reminding him she's been his shadow for years. "And I've seen the stash hidden in your closet. You're definitely hiding some highly specific spicy gear in there, aren't you?" "Did you seriously never catch on?" she smirks. "Literally since we were kids, I've only worn black thigh-highs exclusively for your eyes. Because I know exactly how down bad you are for them. It's the worst-kept secret in this house." Moon's jaw hits the floor. He stammers that he genuinely thought that was just her personal aesthetic, like her everyday vibe. He never once imagined she was out here styling herself purely to trigger his kinks. Totally exposed, he hangs his head in absolute defeat. She read him like a total open book. Anne just bursts out laughing, teasing that it's actually incredibly cute. Watching the young master try to deny the dirty little secret she's known about forever. He's just too adorable. Finally, peeling herself away, Anne heads out to tackle her mansion chores. It's going to be a grueling shift. She gives him a heads up that she'll be scrubbing and organizing non-stop, meaning she won't be back in his room until way past sunset, not a second sooner. Moon tells her not to push herself too hard and to take it easy. "I'm just going to crash and sleep right through the morning and afternoon," he claims. That's his cover. The camera pans as Anne steps out the heavy oak door, clicking shut behind her. Moon is completely isolated. But the second the lock clicks, his entire vibe shifts. We zoom in on his mouth. A dark smirk creeps onto his face. Phase 1 is complete. Pure victory. He successfully got rid of Anne and secured the bag. Flawless execution. He casually spits a cluster of sharp fish bones right into his palm. Every single move was perfectly calculated. Checking his mental notes, he recalls the Black Book's intel. It's exactly 3 in the afternoon. Prime time to strike. Based on this week's rotation, Anne's cleaning grind won't wrap up until around 6 p.m. The timeline is razor sharp. Seriously, who would have ever guessed that creepy ancient Black Book would actually come in clutch like this? It's honestly mind-blowing. The math hits him. He has exactly a 3-hour window to ghost this place. He's in the clear until sunset, but the clock is aggressively ticking. 3 hours to pick the lock, grab his go bag, and vanish into thin air. This is his absolute only shot. Moon creeps up to the door, gripping the jagged fishbone with dead serious focus. He slides it right into the keyhole, activating a ridiculously overpowered rogue skill he grinded from the book, the infamous bone pick technique. Top-tier knowledge at his fingertips. But as he feels out the internal pins, his blood runs cold. The lock is a brutal 8-core security system. Moon instantly yanks the bone out, totally shook by the insane high-tech complexity of the vault-level mechanism. It's totally unheard of. 8 separate internal tumblers stacked against him, an absolute nightmare puzzle. He stares at the brass plate, sweating as he calculates the insane mechanics. The second he shoves his makeshift picks back in, he has to perfectly align all 8 cylinders at the exact same millisecond. Forcing even a single pin would trigger a total reset, snapping every core back to square one. Absolutely brutal. Basically, he was walking a razor-thin tightrope. One tiny slip, and it was game over. Plus, his makeshift lockpick, a literal fishbone, was insanely fragile. A priceless lifeline, but totally brittle. If the lock's kickback was too fierce, it would snap the bone like a twig, ruining everything. He could easily burn through multiple picks, flushing his only shot at freedom straight down the drain. The stakes were sky high. He mentally calculated his stash only 4 extra long bones left. That was his entire arsenal. The rest of the pile was completely useless or way too flimsy to survive the tension. But honestly, snapping a fishbone wasn't even his biggest nightmare. Far darker things were looming. The real terror was her finding out. Actually, she wouldn't just find out. She'd spot the messed up lock in a heartbeat, no question about it. And the second that reality hit, she would strip Moon of whatever tiny shred of freedom he had left. Forever. A straight-up terrifying death sentence. It was do or die. This was his one and only window to break out of this hellhole, his final lifeline. Moon jammed the pick into the door over and over, completely bombing every single attempt. A massive fail. Boiling with frustration, he collapsed onto the floor, violently rocking back and forth. The math was grim. He only had 3 more pins to crack. He was agonizingly close, yet miles away from the finish line. Lying there in despair, a chilling realization hit him. An hour and a half had already slipped. The clock was screaming, time was bleeding out, and his window of escape was slamming shut. This was the absolute endgame. He even sarcastically muttered that he should hunt down the blacksmith who forged this damn door and thank him, because the thing was literally bulletproof. A masterclass in craftsmanship, or honestly an executioner's sick joke. As he scrambled back up, the black book suddenly materialized, floating right in front of his face like pure magic. This time it popped out totally on its own, 0 summoning required. Moon snatched the book out of the air, and the glowing pages flashed the current time, 5:30 in the afternoon. The ultimate countdown had officially triggered. And then his stomach dropped. He realized he was down to his very last fishbone. This was it. One final shot. Moon had already burned the first 10 lock pins into his muscle memory, leaving only 3 remaining, an insane feat on its own. With his back against the wall, he gears up for one last desperate push, ready to risk it all. For this clutch move, he channels a specific skill he snatched from the book, the Fishbone Breach. Absolute god-tier power, no joke. Yep, that's the actual name of this deeply hidden secret technique. Then smash cut, the scene violently shifts. We're tossed right into the kitchen with Anne and Noel. Anne is whipping up a massive pot of fish stew, and the second Noel takes a sip, her eyes go wide. It's mind-blowingly delicious. Pure culinary heaven. The catch came straight out of Pinball Lake, hauled in by Anne. Her damn self. Talk about a godsend catch. Noel is absolutely obsessed with the flavor, loudly swearing it's the greatest soup she's ever tasted in her entire life. A literal flavor awakening. Meanwhile, deep in her own head, Anne is silently sending massive thanks to Noel. Seriously, internally tearing up because Noel was the one who hyped her up to speedrun her chores. A genius move, right? With the stew bubbling away and the mansion's spotless, Anne is totally free to rush back up to Moon's room, an entire hour ahead of schedule. She's about to drop the mother of all surprise visits on him. While Anne is totally zoning out in her daydreams, Noel breaks the silence, dripping with curiosity. She points out that, ever since, it's just been the two of them chilling in the mansion since the main guy's mom dipped a few days ago. Anne's been cooking up wild new recipes she'd never even touched before. A total vibe shift. Plus, she's been suspiciously sneaking off with massive piles of leftovers. And Noel is dying to know where the hell they're going. A straight-up mystery. As she rambles on, the gears in Noel's head start turning, piecing together a wild theory about Anne's sketchy behavior. A massive brain blast. With a totally sly smirk, she straight up asks if Anne is secretly hiding some kind of pet inside the mansion, like a stray little kitten. Anne completely freezes up, totally dumbstruck, just standing there letting the wild accusations wash over her. The silence is deafening. Noel stops for a split second, chewing on her own words while Anne stays dead quiet. The tension is absolutely suffocating. Then it hits Noel. Moon has always violently despised animals, which is exactly why there isn't a single creature allowed on the estate. It's an ironclad rule. So the odds of Anne secretly raising a fuzzy little pet are basically 0. It makes no sense. But still, that nagging suspicion just won't die. Where the hell did you even get all this food? Honestly. A tiny knowing smirk creeps onto Anne's face, keeps aggressively rambling. It's a dark, cryptic smile. The young maid cooks up a new theory. Regardless of Moon's strict anti-pet policy, Anne is definitely harboring some hidden beast behind the scenes. In her mind, it's a stone, and she's utterly convinced that soft-hearted Anne is operating completely under the radar, desperately trying to hide her secret stash from the rest of the mansion staff. Hiding a pet would absolutely tank her status as headmaid. That kind of thing is strictly against the mansion's rules. Noel doesn't beat around the bush. She looks Anne dead in the eye and asks if her hunch is right, if she's secretly stashing a stray Without breaking her cool signature facade, Anne leans in and asks if Noel can keep a secret. Noel eagerly swears she can. Her lips are totally sealed, mostly because she is completely obsessed with cute little kittens. Buzzing with excitement, Noel practically begs to get a tiny peek at the furball Anne has been babying. But Anne shoots that idea down fast. Unfortunately, a meet and greet just isn't going to happen right now. She spins a sob story claiming the poor thing is terrified of humans because it went through some heavy trauma in the past. For now, it's best if Anne handles the rehab all by herself. Maybe in a few weeks she'll officially introduce the little guy to Noel. Noel totally gets it. She clasps her hands and begs Anne to treat the little fluffball like absolute royalty. After all, an innocent creature like that deserves nothing but pure love. Boom, scene switch. We catch Anne pulling up a heavy hidden trapdoor. This is her VIP access to her twisted, custom-built secret dungeon. As she slithers down into the dark, a smug thought crosses her mind. Thank God Noelle didn't push harder to tag along and snoop around down here. Because if she had, Anne would have flat out erased her from existence. She breathes a massive sigh of relief that her coworker dropped the subject. But then the gears start turning. Anne realizes Noel's stray cat theory actually slaps. Honestly, what if her precious young master actually had a pet to keep him company? In her twisted little fantasy, Anne pictures Moon just dying of boredom, locked away all by himself in that suffocating. Meanwhile, in reality, Moon is fighting for his life, desperately prying at the heavy iron door, sweating to bust it wide open before time runs out. Totally oblivious, Anne is still lost in her own toxic daydreams, softly rubbing her stomach as she obsesses over her so-called pregnancy. She can't feel a literal baby kicking yet, but she rationalizes that this whole thing takes time. It's a slow burn that'll take months to show. Beyond daydreaming about carrying the sweet, twisted fruit of her messed-up bond with Moon, she's already plotting to haul down a fresh stack of books for him. He just consumes those pages with such a fiery obsession. Flashback to the underground cell, Moon is relentlessly clawing at that heavy cursed door, refusing to give up. Back to our psycho maid. She skips down the shadowy stairs, totally wrapped up in her own little world. She finally decides that scoring a tiny pet kitten is actually a massive win. She pictures her gorgeous Moon cuddling a fluffy black cat that matches his whole dark, brooding vibe. Honestly, it showcases a weirdly romantic side, but enough of the delusions. She realizes she needs to stop living in her head and face reality. It's time to just ask Moon face to face. But the second she turns the corner, her eyes lock onto pure nightmare fuel. The tray of food slips right through her trembling fingers, shattering violently across the stone floor. The heavy iron door is swinging wide open. Smash cut. We are now tracking our boy on the run. Moon has finally broken out of his cage. Sprinting through the shadows, it clicks. That sick prison Anne built was actually stashed deep inside the mansion's underground sewer system. Survival instinct kicks in. He absolutely has to chase the draft. He feels a faint breeze brushing against his skin from a very specific. He books it straight down that pitch-black tunnel. It's got to be the main drain where all the estate's filthy wastewater dumps out. Panic almost makes his knees buckle. The whole tunnel is swallowed by suffocating pitch-black darkness, and he is flying completely blind. To make it even worse, there's a nasty blinding haze of dust and sewer sludge, making it literally impossible to see 2 feet ahead. But wait, a massive brain blast hits him. He remembers grinding away inside the book's dimension and mastering a basic light spell. Moon flexes his magic, feeling a rush of pure pride as a glowing low-level orb of light flares to life. Honestly, a clutch survival skill right when he needs. But just as he's hyping himself up over his tiny victory, whoosh, something lethal violently slices through the air right past his face. A massive throwing knife. Moon whips his head around, his eyes wide with absolute horror. He had sprinted an insane distance, putting crazy space between them. But this absolute psycho literally hurled a hunting blade from a gigantic distance, aiming straight for his skull. Suddenly, the tunnel lights up as Anne flexes her raw. She unleashes a deadly aura, screaming that she finally tracked down her beloved young master. And spoiler alert, she vows he is never ever slipping away again. Period. Anne explodes into a dead sprint, hunting him down like absolute prey. Moon knows instantly that he is completely screwed. She's got a lock on him, but after fighting tooth and nail for this escape, there is zero chance he's letting her drag him back to that cage. This is a pure do-or-die moment. Over the rushing wind, he screams back at his crazy stalker, warning her to never underestimate him. Because he just got a massive glow-up. Our boy instantly activates one of his newly unlocked cheat skills, the elusive Shadow Step. But Anne counters instantly. She unleashes her lethal liquid metal magic, summoning a terrifying barrage of floating broadswords and razor-sharp blades. The blasts were zeroing right in on him. The attack completely vaporized everything in its path, but somehow missed him by a hair. See, Anne wasn't actually out for blood. Her ultimate endgame was strictly capture, not kill. Anne's eyes were practically glowing with this ruthless intensity, dead set on dragging her young master back home no matter the cost. Out of nowhere, this massive wardrobe dropped straight from the ceiling, hurtling right at her. Without even blinking, she casually swung her leg and literally snapped the wooden beast in half. She didn't even break her stride, obsessively prowling forward to hunt him down. But the moment the dust settled, she scanned the room and realized he was completely gone. Where on earth did this guy vanish to? Anne's brain started doing the math, realizing he must have actually picked up on some insane skills. He must have secretly mastered the Academy's shadow step technique without dropping a single hint to anyone. That totally explained how he dipped out so insanely fast. Little did she know our guy didn't even study for it. He literally copied the whole technique just by watching the Necromancer flex it once. Still, she was totally confident she had blocked every single exit when she absolutely wrecked the room just a second ago. But against all odds, the young master had somehow slipped right through her. Cut to our boy literally sweating bullets while crammed inside a random closet, intensely watching her every move. Anne was completely clueless. She couldn't sense his vibe at all. It finally clicked for her. She had massively underestimated what her young master was actually capable of. The dude had leveled up big time. But even with his crazy new glow-up, she was dead certain he wasn't getting away that easily. Finding him wasn't a goal. It was a hardcore promise. She suddenly raised her voice, bluffing that if he just came out of hiding right now, she would totally slide past everything he just pulled and they could just chill and head right back to the secret room like nothing happened. But literally in the same breath, her frustration peaked, and she just backhanded a nearby cabinet, blasting it into a million splinters. Thank God for our boy's insane luck, because that wasn't the closet he was currently hiding in. If he had picked that one, things would have gotten incredibly messy real quick. Huddled in the dark, the young master actually felt a tiny wave of guilt. Running away from Anne like a total criminal kind of stung. At the end of the day, she genuinely cared about him more than anyone else. She was always bringing him meals and obsessively making sure he was okay. Plus, let's be real, she was absolutely gorgeous. But her version of TLC was, yeah, let's just say it was low-key toxic. Meanwhile, Anne was out there intensely scanning every single inch of the room. She locked onto the fact that the airflow in the room hadn't shifted even a tiny bit, which was a massive giveaway that he was definitely still lurking nearby. Still, this gnawing anxiety was eating her alive, terrified he might have actually slipped away. Could he have totally bypassed her radar, even with the room's atmosphere feeling completely dead and unchanged? Pushing the panic down, she locked in. She was going to drag him out of the shadows no matter what and bolted off to continue the hunt. 10 agonizing minutes dragged by. The young master was still basically paralyzed inside that cramped closet. Dude was practically on the verge of a full-blown heart attack, considering everything just escalated from 0 to 100. While he was sweating it out during those 10, he figured Anne had probably stormed out of the mansion by now, tearing apart every single inch of the estate grounds looking for him. But just as he finally gathered the guts to crack the door open, sheer terror hit him. Anne was standing right freaking there, staring dead into his soul. She unleashed absolute hell on the cabinet, totally obliterating it into dust and leaving zero trace behind. But plot twist, that entire crazy sequence was literally all in Anne's head. Our guy wasn't even there. She had totally hallucinated catching him. The camera pans and we actually see Anne storming off to hunt him down somewhere else. She headed off in a totally different direction. And the absolute irony, our boy was literally crammed in the exact next cabinet over. He was dangerously close, like literally inches away from her. While she went full psycho and smashed the other one, he was just huddled in his hiding spot, questioning his life choices, thinking to himself that he desperately needed to get as far away from this cursed mansion as humanly possible. Because if Noelle and the crew ever figured out the insane trauma Anne was putting him through, she'd straight up murder everyone. And he was not about to let that bloodbath happen on his watch. A little while later, a heavy rain started pouring outside. Trapped indoors, he nervously killed a few more minutes, just making sure the coast was totally clear. But out of nowhere, this mysterious black book literally spawned out of thin air and smacked. And weirdly enough, the book honestly seemed to vibe with this aggressive introduction. The young master just awkwardly thanked the thing. Honestly, that random bonk to the head snapped him totally awake. Dude was running on fumes and was about to black out right there in the closet, so the book was actually a total lifesaver. It hits him 30 agonizing minutes have just dragged by, and that psycho Anne is definitely still out there prowling around like a relentless bloodhound. But he has to make a break for it right now. If he cowers in this hiding spot any longer, Anne is going to figure out he's not on the upper floor, but actually trapped down here. It is time to dip. Firing up his shadow steps technique, the young master ghosts his way out of the danger zone. In an absolute blur, he finally wiggles his way out, violently shoving that heavy wardrobe completely out of his path. Freedom at last. A massive, suffocating weight lifts right off his chest, and he honestly wants to scream at the top of his lungs just to celebrate this insane clutch escape. But he violently bites his tongue. He knows damn well that making even a squeak will summon Anne back in an absolute bloodthirsty rage. Yeah, popping bottles is definitely off the table. The only move right now is to sprint like his life actually depends on it. Pumping his legs, the young master blitzes straight out of the capital. He is hyper-aware that if that crazy girl tracks him down, even for a split second, that terrifying prophecy from the Black Book, the one where she literally slaughters him in cold blood, is absolutely guaranteed to happen. Fast forward 2 days. The camera pans across a massive sun-baked wasteland in the arid plains, the exact same sketchy region housing that city he hit up during his black market run. He is hovering right near that perimeter, looking absolutely dead on his feet after hardcore trekking for 48 hours straight. He has finally busted completely out of the capital's radar. Basically, our boy is miles and miles away from Anne's creepy obsession. He is literally running on fumes, practically sleepwalking, since he has been hiking and sprinting nonstop for 2 brutal days. But letting his guard down, not an option. If Anne magically spawned right behind him right now, he would be completely screwed with 0 escape routes. So creating maximum distance is his only survival strategy. Scanning his brain, the young master realizes he only has 2 viable plays left to shake off, and for good. Play number 1, haul ass all the way back to his family's rural estate, out in the boondocks and just lay low. But that idea gets totally trashed, because that psycho would absolutely sniff him out eventually. Play number 2B, line it straight for St. Mary's Academy. And Moon instantly knows this is the mega brain move because behind those walls he'd be totally untouchable. Even if Anne managed to track his exact location, she couldn't try anything funny with all those high-level professors and hundreds of students swarming the place. Plus, with his parents knowing his exact whereabouts, Anne's hands would be completely tied, stopping her from pulling any shady stunts against him. Fueling up on pure raw determination, our guy drags himself back to his feet. Now that the game plan is locked in, the only logical move is to rush straight to the academy campus and permanently cut ties with his stalker. But wait, right as he's about to move, the camera catches 4 random figures lurking in the background. A sketchy trio has completely cornered a young girl, aggressively backing her up against a wall. Zooming in, it becomes super obvious that these scumbags are straight-up bandits desperately trying to strip her of any shiny loot she might be packing. They're barking threats, swearing they'll get violent if she doesn't hand over the goods immediately. And plot twist, the victim is none other than Urka Yup, the exact same fiery Urka who just graced our screens. A few chapters back in the flesh, refusing to back down, Urka flexes her adventurer title, warning these lowlifes that if they actually try to mug her, they are gonna deeply regret it. She threatens to serve them up a brutal beatdown. Unfazed, the bandit boss smirks and fires back, saying they already checked her resume. He totally clocks her as a mage, but boldly claims they are not sweating her magic one bit. He casually points out that she's trapped way too deep in their personal space to even cast a single spell. On top of that, she's flying solo, so if her mana tank hits 0, she'd be totally useless without a party member to swoop in and save her skin. Urka claps back, reminding them they're pulling this stunt in broad daylight instead of midnight, meaning innocent bystanders are definitely going to walk by and jump in to help her out. She even drops the classic trope, betting that some overpowered hero is bound to crash the party and absolutely wreck them. The boss just bursts into hysterical laughter, mocking her fantasy and declaring that no white knight is coming to save the day. He leans in, telling Urka she clearly didn't get the memo. They aren't just street thugs, they are certified professional free-roaming bandits. The absolute second he drops the word professional, his 2 goons hit a weird little pose, proudly flexing their big brain tactics and flawless calculated foresight. They literally brag about having a pre-mapped getaway route and a foolproof net set up to block her from escaping, claiming that this insane level of prep is what makes them true pros in the mugging business. Things escalate instantly as the boss draws his blade, glaring dead into Urka's eyes and ordering her not to try anything stupid, warning her that taking even one single step back, he's literally seconds away from chopping off her hand. Urka is caught in a massive bind, because she desperately needs some breathing room to actually fire off a spell. The head bandit mocks her, gloating that no knight in shining armor is coming, since they're stranded in the middle of absolute nowhere where nobody sets foot all day long. So yeah, 0 chance of a rescue. But out of nowhere, a voice booms through the trees screaming at them to back off. And plot twist, it's our boy Moon, but one of the thugs just has to drop a snarky comment the second he spots him. The guy straight up calls him a blonde mermaid, comparing Armand to some mythical siren just because he dramatically popped out of the lake like magic. Armin immediately throws on his toughest tough guy act and squares up. He calls them out for being absolute cowards, 3 grown men ganging up on one girl, and dares them to catch hands with him instead if they actually have any guts. Without missing a beat, the 3 goons are like, bet. Say less. Armin's jaw kinda drops internally, panicking because they accepted that way too easily. The boss waves the mage off, telling her to scram because they just struck a way better jackpot. He makes it crystal clear, but our clueless guy stammers that he is literally dead broke. He points out he's wearing literal scraps of trash and doesn't have a single cent to his name, so he pitches them a crazy deal. If they're that desperate to mug him, they should just wait. He promises that once he reaches the academy, he'll drop a bounty of 2,000 gold coins for each of their heads. The boss totally cuts him off, unsheathing his blade and smirks, saying they don't give a damn about cash, his dusty clothes, or any of that garbage. He steps closer, whispering that he sees dudes every day, but Armin is serving a completely different vibe with that blonde hair and deep blue eyes. The creep casually adds that if Moon was a girl, he wouldn't even be hyping him up this much. Not at all. But the fact that he's a dude, that makes this whole twisted game 10 times spicier. The leader turns to his goons and calls an audible. The new mission is strictly bagging Armand. These sickos didn't want his wallet or his life. They fully intended to make him their own personal toy. Absolute panic washes over Moon. He genuinely never factored in running into predators like this in a fantasy world, especially thugs who were aggressively into other guys. And that terrifying realization is exactly why they were hunting him down. But while Moon is sprinting for his life from these absolute creeps, Urka is quietly charging up a massive blazing inferno spell. She unleashes the fire blast, missing Moon by mere inches before absolutely obliterating the bandits. The blinding flames completely swallow the terrified goons, reducing them to literal ashes. Even Moon is left completely shook by that insane flex of raw magical firepower. Once the smoke clears, Urka struts over to him. It's a huge milestone moment. Urka, who already bonded with Anne, is now locking in a dynamic with him too. She steps up casually, mentioning that the three bozos are finally out of the picture. Smirking, she tells Mr. Mermaid that it's totally safe to come out of the water now. Urka gives him massive props for baiting those creeps away, buying her the exact window she needed to nuke them. Moon humbly brushes it off, saying all he did was play human decoy. He's super quick to hype up her magic though, calling that fiery blast insanely OP and terrifyingly strong. Cocking her head, Urka asks if his whole profession involves, a strict no-clothes policy, totally roasting his nakedness. And honestly, fair question considering the dude was basically rocking nothing but shredded rags. Flustered, he desperately defends himself, swearing he has a totally legit reason for looking like a wild man. Regaining his cool, he properly introduces himself as Moon. He admits he's currently jobless, but smoothly adds that it's a massive honor to officially meet her. Urka shakes his hand and drops her own intro, casually mentioning that she's a former adventurer who's currently in training mode, hustling nonstop to keep her hubby happy. Caught totally off guard, Moon asked if she was actually married. Blushing slightly, she admitted she'd just tied the knot the very night before. This definitely hinted that the guy she fell for was likely stuck in the exact same mess as Moon, maybe trapped somewhere out there. But right at that exact second, a massive echoing rumble ripped through Moon's empty stomach. Urka asked if he was starving, and he sheepishly confessed that he hadn't touched a single bite of food in 2 whole days. Without hesitating, she invited him to tag along, offering to whip up a hot meal. She brushed off the favor, insisting it was the least she could do after he saved her from those thugs. Plus, fasting for 48 hours was seriously dangerous. Moon was practically floating on air. He never expected this girl to be so insanely generous and kind-hearted, tossing him fresh clothes and a free dinner. Walking back, he hyped her up relentlessly, calling her an absolute lifesaver and a literal goddess of mercy. Urka, though, quickly shut that down. She claimed she was just an ordinary low-key wife who always gave it her absolute all to support her beloved husband. Moon muttered that her guy had hit the absolute jackpot, scoring a girl who was gorgeous, sweet, and totally brilliant. But after hiking for a solid while, Moon felt like the vibe was pretty off, asking her why a newlywed was wandering completely alone in the middle of nowhere. She revealed she'd hit the city to sort out some urgent guild business for both her and her partner, and she used the trip as an excuse to stock up on fresh groceries. The work detail instantly caught his attention, prompting him to ask, "Wait, are you 2 adventurers?" She nodded, confirming that was exactly their gig. Right now they were taking a much-needed break, but she had to physically swing by the guild to officially clock out. See if a hunter drops off the radar and ghosts the guild, their registration gets totally wiped. Mostly because so many get wiped out on quests and never make it back, causing a ton of annoying paperwork and grim mix-ups every single year. That's why she was out in the wild. She was just heading back from a neighboring village. As she broke it all down, she casually asked what he was craving for dinner tonight. Moon's eyes lit up, saying he'd absolutely kill for some fish. But right then, things took a super weird turn. A phantom voice seemed to whisper something bizarrely romantic right at Moon. But it had to be a hallucination because both of them just froze totally clueless about what had just happened. He desperately asked if she heard the whisper or caught any movement in the shadows, but she swore she hadn't seen or sensed a single thing. He shrugged it off, assuming his starving brain was just playing hardcore tricks on him. Since his stomach had been empty for ages, after a brutal trek, they finally dragged themselves into her home village. They pulled up to her place, which was actually a massive guest house owned by the mayor. Moon was completely blown away by the sheer size of the mansion, but she quickly clarified it wasn't her property. She was just crashing there for the time being courtesy of the local chief. Still, a major red flag caught his eye. He grilled her about a super creepy detail he'd noticed. Their entire walk here, the streets were completely dead. Not a single person in the houses. A total ghost town. He asked if the locals weren't terrified of getting robbed blind, considering every single door and window was left wide open, making it insanely easy for any random bandit crew to just waltz right in. She just smiled, saying everyone was a bit tied up at the moment. Then she asked if he'd ever heard of Paintball Lake. He nodded, mentioning he used to visit back in the day and was obsessed with the fresh catch from there. She explained the lake was super close, just a couple of miles out, and the big autumn fishing haul was kicking off. Since the crops totally tanked this season, the whole village was betting everything on that lake, hustling to sell top-tier fish to the local nobles just to keep the lights on and pay their debts. She went on to brag that her husband, who happened to be the beefiest, strongest adventurer in town, was out there heavily guarding and hauling those massive, high-value fish shipments. Basically, the entire population was grinding at Paintball Lake for this crucial mission. So until her guy got back, she was holding down the fort, acting as the town's temporary bouncer. Moon nodded, saying he completely understood the situation, and in his eyes it was a massive burden to shoulder. Suddenly, that chilling sensation crept up on him again, like someone breathing twisted love confessions right into his ear. Right at that second, Urka hollered for him to come inside. Night was falling, and the biting cold was about to settle in fast. Moon just mumbled a quick, yeah, completely clueless about what was even happening. Hallucination or not, he could feel that eerie voice and heavy presence closing in on him, like it was hunting him from miles away. Once they stepped inside the mayor's place, Urka pointed out some fresh clothes on the table. She told him if he wanted to wash off the grime, there was a well waiting for him out back. As for dinner, she promised it'd be hot and ready soon, giving him the perfect window to scrub up. Moon thanked her over and over. Seriously, her insane level of kindness felt way too good to be true. Sitting right there on the table was a simple cup of water. He dabbed the liquid and rubbed it against his bare arm, testing for any deadly poison. Nothing. Pure water. Moon couldn't shake the feeling. Ever since crossing paths with Urka, the vibes had been totally off. A literal ghost town. Her crazy, overpowered magic. Something about this whole setup felt sketchy, even if it technically made sense on paper. His gut screamed that something seriously messed up was brewing in the shadows. Fast forward a bit and Moon was already wiping his plate clean. He scarfed down another round of fish, showering Urka with praise for cooking up an absolute masterpiece. It was straight up the best meal of his miserable life. He even hyped her up, claiming she'd make absolute wifey material for whoever locked her down. Moon casually dropped that not even his personal maid could whip up fish this fire. Hearing that, Urka instantly perked up. After all, having a personal maid wasn't exactly standard peasant behavior, right? The puzzle pieces snapped together. This guy had to be a full-blown no. Still, he was weird as hell for an aristocrat, considering he was currently rocking a literal trash bag for an outfit. Urka flat out asked if he actually had blue blood running through his veins. Without missing a beat, Moon confirmed it. He owned his highborn status, but followed up by begging for a massive life-or-death favor. Taking a deep breath, Moon finally gave Urka his proper introduction. He asked if the name Campbell rang any bells. You know, just one of the 4 legendary heavy-hitting families ruling the entire empire. He dropped his full name, then name-dropped his dad, Duke Rennell Campbell. Urka's jaw practically hit the floor as she stared wide-eyed at a literal Duke's son standing in her kitchen. Moon spilled everything. A psycho killer was relentlessly hunting him down, and he desperately needed Urka to secure him a horse. Her mission: ride straight into Campbell territory and warn the Duke that a lethal stalker was breathing down his heir's neck. On top of that, Moon begged to crash at her humble cabin just until the heat died down and he wasn't public enemy number 1. But Urka just busted out laughing right in his face. She wasn't buying this secret royal act for a second. I mean, in her world, untouchable VIPs didn't usually have crazed lunatics hunting them for sport, right? Moon's eyes narrowed. Clearly triggered, he snapped back that he was the real deal and this life-or-death crisis was no laughing matter. Squaring his shoulders, he threw down the ultimate bribe: pull this off, and she'd walk away with 10 to 20,000 mls. That kind of cash was absolutely wild. It was a golden ticket to live out her days like an absolute queen. Urka just snickered again. She called his bluff, claiming it sounded like pure fiction. Seeing her epic eye roll, Moon dropped the filter. He spilled every gritty detail of the absolute nightmare he'd just barely survived. Hearing the raw trauma in his voice, Urka finally caved. She took the gig and quickly apologized, finally recognizing the sheer terror burning. Swiping a random tool off the table, Urka casually admitted something shocking. She had actually been planning to let him crash at her safe house all along. Once the sun tanked, these woods were swarming with bloodthirsty beasts. Hiding out in her cabin was literally his only survival option, until his HP bar refilled and he got his full strength back. Moon was absolutely shook. He fully expected a massive argument, not an instant green light. Desperate for a reality check, Wait, you're actually taking the job and letting me crash here? She shrugged it off with an easy, yep, no sweat. Then her eyes gleamed. Urka pointed out that 20,000 amels was a crazy massive payout. To grind out that kind of loot from the guild board, she'd have to survive at least 30 hardcore quests. Most of those options were straight-up suicide missions, guaranteed game over, so passing up her offer. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Practically drowning in gratitude, our boy Moon called Erica a literal guardian angel for swooping in and saving his skin right when he needed it most. Fast forward to nightfall, and Moon is dragging his feet back to his room, feeling totally relaxed. Now Erica had dropped a little warning the bathroom was outside, so he really shouldn't wander out of the house. She told him to just hold it and wait patiently for the sun to come up. Plus, exploring the other rooms was strictly off limits, claiming even she didn't dare set foot in them. She pointed dead at this one specific door and dropped a heavy rule: do not open it. Ever. Moon's curiosity spiked. What was the big secret? Erica casually brushed it off, saying they were just air drying some animal meat in there. And if anyone cracked that door open, the stench of raw blood would bomb the entire house. Trust me, nobody wants to deal with that vibe. Moon nodded along, swearing he got the message loud and clear. She had zero reasons to stress. He promised not to lay a single finger on anything. With a sickeningly sweet smile, Erica wished him a super peaceful, totally restful night. He tossed the good vibes right back, telling her to get some sleep too, since she had been grinding all day, and that tomorrow was going to bring a fresh start. Boom. Door closed. Erica whispered this insanely sweet, "See you tomorrow." But inside, she was thinking about what a massive shame it was. Because, spoiler alert, poor Moon wasn't going to live to see the sunrise. Suddenly, fire magic flares up. Erica sparked at the exact second she locked in her twisted little plan. She was honestly hyped to have snared a noble, a legit aristocrat, right in her clutches. If Moon was the real deal, she was about to secure a massive bag. Alive nobles were literal gold mines. But dead, they were completely worthless, not even worth a single penny. As she pushed open a door, she coldly declared that Moon was going to be the final sacrifice for the god of love. This was a non-negotiable step. If she wanted to grab the one thing she craved more than anything else in this world. Hard cut to the outside, and guess who was lurking? None other than the wildly obsessed Anne. Yep, Anne was hunting Moon down. She had managed to snag a ripped piece of his trashy clothes. One sniff and she instantly recognized her precious young master's scent. She was honestly shook, wondering, how the heck did he manage to wander off this far? Spotting a tiny village just up ahead, Anne smirked. Running away was completely pointless. It was just a matter of time before she tracked him down. Anne knew deep in her bones that no matter where Moon tried to hide, she would catch him. It was a 100% guarantee. Flashback to the house. Moon is knocked out cold, totally dead to the world. His face scrunches up, and yep, he starts waking up. The dude jolted awake because he chugged way too much water before hitting the hay. And we all know the drill: if you down a ton of water right before bed, you are definitely waking up at some ungodly hour. Desperate for a bathroom break, right? So our guy Moon creeps out of his room for that exact emergency. But on his way, he catches a faint bark echoing from that exact door Erica explicitly banned him from touching. The same sketchy room supposedly hoarding all that raw meat. The whole vibe felt totally off. Honestly, super sus. Like, why would there be a dog locked in a room packed with juicy prime cuts of meat? Make it make sense, right? It was wild. Moon tried to rationalize it, guessing maybe it was just a dog. Some weird exotic breed that just barked like that. But then right behind him, boom. Erica materializes out of nowhere, nearly giving him a full-blown heart attack. She smoothly asked what he was doing roaming around at this crazy hour. Tilting her head, she wondered if something was wrong, or if he needed anything. Still trembling from the jump scare, Moon nervously explained his whole situation. He stuttered out that nature was calling loud and clear. You know, trying to say as politely as possible that he really needed to pee. Erica completely caught his drift, obviously. But Moon, trying to play it cool, casually asked if there happened to be any dogs hanging around the mayor's place, where she was currently living. Erica flashed this dangerously warm smile and smoothly said, yeah, of course. It was her personal pet, a super cute, crazy smart animal. She casually added that her dog was usually super chill, and if it ever started barking or making a fuss, it just meant it was starving. Poor Moon instantly felt a little. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, he told Erica that totally tracked since he literally heard barking. He hyped himself up and asked if he could meet Miss Erica's famous pup, flexing his absolute obsession with dogs. Especially golden retrievers, you know, those massive, majestic good boys with that gorgeous blonde coat. He was totally obsessed with those pups, mostly because they are crazy smart. But Erica completely shut him down. She gave a fake apology, insisting there was zero chance she'd let him see her pet. She claimed her dog was super skittish, so she kept him locked away in that dark, hidden room. Our boy Moon just nodded along, completely buying her sketchy excuse. Brushing it off, he finally headed outside to hit the restroom, feeling pretty chill. Meanwhile, Erica strolled back to her room like nothing was wrong. Just before they split, she dropped a quick reminder for our guy Moon. The outhouse was way out by the old well. She gave him this chilling warning to watch his back, making sure he didn't wander off into the pitch-black night. And guys, brace yourselves for this. Flashing a wicked little smirk, Erica shot Moon the most unhinged, psychopathic glare imaginable. But poor Moon was totally oblivious to the danger right in front of him. That is exactly when the terrifying reality hit us. Erica was cooking up something pure evil. Stepping outside, Moon stumbled upon the so-called bathroom, if you could even call it that. Our dude Moon was gagging, low-key shocked anyone could actually use this dump. The stench was absolutely foul, straight up toxic. It looked like nobody had bothered to scrub that nasty place in centuries. But while he was holding his breath, something crazy caught his eye. Sneaking closer, he realized it was a cracked window peeking right into the room, hiding Miss Erica's. To our guy Moon, that bizarre barking just wasn't adding up. The vibes were way off. So going full stealth mode, he tiptoed up to the glass to snoop around. He figured taking a tiny peek at Erica's precious dog wouldn't hurt anybody, right? But boom. The horrifying truth slapped him right in the face. Erica's little pet wasn't an animal at all. It was Colt. The very guy she claimed to love. Erica was literally petting him, cooing that he was such a good boy, telling him he was all full now, and ordering him to keep his mouth shut. Not a single peep. While he fed right out of her bare hands like a stray, Erica whispered to Colt that their new guest, Moon, was still pretty useful for her sick game and that Colt just needed to endure this a little longer, because tomorrow she promised to finally grant him his freedom. Moon was totally frozen, realizing Erica was a literal psychopath, a straight-up lunatic. And at that exact nail-biting moment, snap, his clumsy foot crushed a dead branch. Erica's head whipped toward the window at the snap. "Who's creeping out there?" she snarled. "Who has the guts to spy on me?" Trying to play it cool, she chillingly called out, "Mr. Moon, is that you?" Then bam. She violently ripped the window open, but she found empty darkness. Nobody was there. Or so she thought, because if you pan the camera up, you spot our sneaky boy Moon. This absolute legend was clinging to the brick wall like a freaking gecko, insane. Our guy definitely has top-tier survival reflexes, pulling off some real acrobat stuff. Down below, Erica muttered to herself that waking up this twisted god of love was going to take a bit more time. Ugh. She ordered Colt to stay put, saying she was going to hunt down Moon and see if he was the one lurking around. Knowing he wasn't about to stick around to get murdered, our smart boy Moon seized the golden opportunity and dipped out fast. His mind was blown. He couldn't fathom Erica was this unhinged and utterly ruthless. She gave off such sweet, innocent vibes. That guy chained up in the room, the one pretending to be her precious pet dog. That was actually the husband she casually brought up during dinner. Moon's brain was short-circuiting. He could barely grasp the fact that he had literally just outrun one crazy yandere only to faceplant right into another top-tier psycho. A legit yandere nightmare. Just his luck, right? The ultimate irony. Dodging bullets to step on a landmine, Moon's brain started working overtime, connecting the dots of all the creepy red flags he'd ignored. That ghost town waiting line with 0 living souls. The retired adventurer treating her own husband like a mangy mutt. That sketchy drop about a mysterious god of love. Erica's dark, messed-up ritual, and all those bone-chilling noises creeping through the walls since he arrived. He actually thought Erica was going to save him, but damn, he couldn't have been more dead wrong. Erica was a total walking red flag, a literal mastermind, and she only wanted to use him for her own twisted agenda. Her dark master plan, number 36, guys. There was only one option left. Get the heck out of Dodge, and fast. Go grab a quick shower, and run as far away from this unhinged yandere as humanly possible. Seriously, lay low. First our girl Emma lost her mind, and now Erica's pulling the exact same stunt. Like one crazy stalker wasn't enough. Now Erica is joining the chaotic roster. What a massive headache. The camera cuts to Erica practically hammering on Moon's bedroom door, but the second she finally swings it open, it's completely dead inside. Total ghost town. Our human boy Moon had already completely dipped, vanishing without a single trace. And guys, she goes absolutely feral, because she desperately needed Moon for this bizarre love god ritual. He was her ultimate sacrifice. In a blind, uncontrollable fit of pure rage, she obliterates the door and shatters the wooden wardrobe to absolute pieces. She just couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Moon actually figured out she was totally playing him for her grand, twisted ritual. Right at that explosive moment, the doorbell rings at the mayor's mansion right where Erica is crashing. Her mind immediately races. Did her little runaway Moon actually come back? The look in Erica's eyes right now, pure, unadulterated psycho energy. Yet the second she cracks the front door, her face melts into this sickly sweet, affectionate smile, cooing at Mr. Moon, asking if her naughty little boy took his sweet time coming home. But plot twist, guys, standing on the porch isn't our precious human Moon. It's Anne. The usually terrifying Erica is visibly caught completely off guard. She forces a smile, greeting the one and only Miss Anne in the flesh. Anne coldly replies that it's been quite a minute since they last crossed paths. The cinematic shot then shifts inside, straight into the mayor's plush living room. Erica smoothly hands Anne a steaming cup of tea, who accepts it with eerie politeness. Erica tilts her head, asking why Anne is still rocking a maid uniform, casually dropping that it looks super cute and charming on her. Anne casually brushes it off, explaining she sprinted out of the manor so fast she literally had zero time for an outfit change. Then she narrows her eyes and asks Erica why she keeps calling her master, because she has absolutely zero of ever teaching her a single thing. Erica practically pouts, asking if her favorite mentor forgot that easily. She claims that Anne's priceless guidance gave her the bold courage to finally embrace her truth deep down in her soul. And wait, it gets crazier. She says it was Anne's top-tier relationship advice that actually pushed her to confess her obsessive feelings to Rosh, her beloved hubby. Erica's eyes light up as she asks Anne if she wants to see something totally mind-blowing. Anne is visibly weirded out, questioning what on earth she's talking about. What's the big secret? Erica just smirks, whispering that she wants to show off the ultimate fruit of her hard labor. She practically skips out of the room to eagerly fetch her little prize. But while she's gone, the camera focuses on Anne, who suddenly catches a super weird vibe. The whole atmosphere of this house feels incredibly off. Her eyes widen. There is zero doubt in her mind. Moon's scent. The unmistakable addictive scent of her young master is overwhelmingly thick here. It's everywhere. Anne knows her master's scent better than anyone, and it is heavily soaked into every single corner of this room. But wait, it's not just his cologne. There is a deeply metallic stench of blood. And guys, it's not just a drop. We're talking an absolutely terrifying crime scene. While Anne is frozen in her dark thoughts, Erica bounds back into the room, shaking with pure excitement to reveal her absolute masterpiece. And let me tell you, Anne's jaw practically hits the floor when she sees what's standing there. Erica proudly presents her husband Roche and commands him to greet their VIP guest. In response, this grown man literally starts whining and barking, like an actual dog. Erica baby talks him, telling him to give paw like a good little puppy, and he obeys without a flinch, acting completely like a domesticated pet, with zero hesitation. She even strokes his hair, cooing about how he is just the most perfect boy, her absolute best friend. As Anne stands there watching this insanely cursed scene unfold, she just thinks to herself that she had no clue married couples were into this kind of hardcore, freaky roleplay. She finds the whole dynamic totally assuming it's just some normal, spicy bedroom fantasy. But guys, here is the most crucial detail of this entire scene. Anne is completely clueless that Erica is literally a full-blown yandere just like her. So we have two absolute psychopaths casually sipping tea together. Anne flashes a grin, telling Erica she actually did a phenomenal job, and that she's so proud of her progress. Erica actually gets all blushing and shy from the hype, telling Anne that she really learned from the best, her ultimate master. She took her romantic obsessions way past the limit. We are talking next-level love games. She fully believes Anne's hubby needs to belong to her body and soul. No boundaries, zero exceptions. Erica admits she is nowhere near that level of control with Roch, but Anne completely brushes it off, insisting Erica is doing way better than her. Like it's not even close. Spilling the tea, Anne confesses that she got a little too comfortable, dropped her guard, and actually let her sweet young master slip right through her fingers. The sneaky. Erica's eyes light up with burning curiosity. Wait, is her absolute obsession the young master, Mr. Moon? That name drops like a bomb. Anne freezes, a tiny chill of panic crawling up her spine, but she nods, confirming that yep, her darling is none other than Moon himself. Desperate, Anne practically begs to know, did her man seriously crash at this house? Like recently, Erica casually drops the yes, he was totally here. Panic mode activated, Anne demands to know where he is right this second, spiraling, and wondering if he was literally just standing there a minute ago. Erica spins her story claiming she came home to find Mr. Moon totally wiped out running on empty, so she dragged him inside, hooked him up with a hot meal and some fresh clothes. She swears she just offered him a safe spot to chill, but the second she checked on him after a bathroom break, poof, Moon had vanished. Bro pulled a ninja vanish, ghosting her without dropping a single word. Heart-pounding Anne grills Erica on the exact timeline. How long ago did he bolt? Erica smirks. Maybe 2 hours, tops. It literally just happened. But here is the insane plot twist. Erica was actually plotting to sacrifice Moon in a twisted ritual for the love god. A pure psycho move that Anne was totally clueless about. Look, Anne is a full-blown yandere. And rule number 1, you never ever touch a yandere's man. It is basic survival. Playing innocent Erica tells Anne to chill out, because she just picked up a crazy good tracking spell. She promises to lock onto Moon's trail. Guaranteed. Her logic. Pitch black outside. Dude could not have sprinted that far in the dark. Poor guy. If they move fast, they can absolutely drag him back before sunrise. But wait. Erica suddenly pauses, claiming she needs to go grab a crucial item. Just a little prep work before kicking off the magic. Swallowing her anxiety, Anne agrees to wait tight. But before dipping out, Erica drops a heavy warning. This place, not her house. It belongs to the mayor. Huge red flag. She tells Anne she better sit pretty right there in the bedroom. And absolutely no snooping around the rest of the crib. Got it. Anne nods, playing the perfect guest, promising to stay glued to that spot until Erica gets back. Left alone, Anne slumps onto the bed, her heart practically bleeding for her darling Moon. She curls up, burying her face into a pillow, completely crushed. It stings so bad. The guy literally sprinted across 3 entire... Wondering if she messed up. Did she not baby him enough? Should she maybe loosen the leash just a tiny bit? Give him some breathing room instead of treating him like a prisoner. Because right now, it is painfully obvious her young master absolutely and she is just baffled. Why on earth won't he just surrender to her intense, suffocating love? It's not like she is a monster, right? I mean, okay, maybe if she hadn't tried locking him in a literal dungeon and force-feeding him mysterious monster meat. Yeah, totally unhinged behavior. Maybe if she skipped that part, things would be a little smoother, right? While she is over here hugging a pillow, acting delusional and pretending it is Moon, a shadow bursts in. Enter Roch, Erica's so-called husband. The dude who literally acts like a broken, traumatized dog despite being a full-grown man. Out of nowhere, something horrific hits him. Roch drops, shrieking his lungs out in absolute gut-wrenching agony. He starts screaming at the top of his lungs, begging anyone listening to run. Get out, don't stay in this cursed house. Shukan asks if he is okay, even though it is blindingly obvious the dude is having a total meltdown. He ignores her, just chanting that one terrifying name over and over. Erica. Erica. Stay the hell away from Erica. Do not let her near you, he howls, his voice completely shattered by pure terror. Then he drops a chilling warning about the room at the end of the hall. They are all in there. The last room. Do you get it? He begs her to sprint for her life to get out before Erica corners her and drags her down into the exact same nightmare. But then the vibe shifted completely. Roch snapped back to reality, slipping right back into his role as Erica's loyal little lapdog. The ultimate good boy. Taking a beat to process the madness, Anne locked eyes on that final heavy door, wondering what kind of top-secret twisted stuff Erica was hiding back there. She grabbed the handle, tugging hard, but that thing was locked tight. Luckily, our girl Anne packed some serious magical firepower, she chanted. A quick unlocking spell blowing the hinges wide open. Instantly, a thick, suffocating stench of iron and rot slammed into her face, freezing the blood in her veins. Pure nightmare fuel. Inside, the entire village, wiped out. Butchered. Every single local had been brutally hacked to pieces. Their bodies scattered everywhere. And the absolute worst part, Sweet Hante, the girl, Roch, was head over heels for hung nailed to a makeshift an absolute bloodbath. Anne just stood there, completely paralyzed, her jaw practically on the floor, staring at this literal house of horrors. She knew Erica was unhinged, but this level of sheer insanity. Scanning the mangled remains of the innocent villagers, something snapped inside Anne. Her moral compass. Her burning rage kicked into overdrive. I mean, sure, Anne's a bit of a yandere herself, but slaughtering random innocents, that is a hard pass. Even crazy has standards. Suddenly, from the shadows behind her, Erica cooed in a sickly sweet, bone-chilling tone. Oh wow, Teach actually found my dirty little secret, didn't you? Honestly, it doesn't even... What goes down from here? Tilting her head, Erica whispered. We are practically the same, you and I. Right, you totally get all this dark, twisting passion burning inside me, don't you? Flashing a totally deranged, nightmare-inducing grin, Erica dropped the bomb. She did all of this for love. Just pure, unadulterated love. Period. Hearing that, Anne instantly shifted her stance, adrenaline pumping. ready to throw down. She demanded to know if Erika's mind had been poisoned by the dark deity, the god of evil. But Erika, she just threw her head back and cackled like an absolute maniac. She scoffed, waving off the idea this had zero to do with some dark lord. Literally zero. Gripping a bloodstained knife like a total psycho, she sneered, "It was the god of love, Teach, not the evil god, duh. And honestly, the god of love has been so sweet to me. Like insanely sweet. He granted literally every single twisted wish I ever made. So naturally, I eagerly paid back the favor. Whatever he wanted. I gave it to him, no questions asked. Anne wasn't buying it. This so-called power of love felt totally toxic, giving off massive red flags. She grilled Erika, "Okay, so you got this crazy power upgrade, but what is the catch? Tell me right now. Did you slaughter everyone in this village for it?" Flashing a cocky smirk and giggling like a madwoman, Erika shrugged, claiming this whole massacre didn't cost her a single dime. The god of love never ordered the hit. Nope, she butchered them just for the thrill of it. Pure sick fun. This was her true self, completely unmasked. Leaning in, Erika purred, reminding Anne that they were cut from the exact same messed up cloth. Then her eyes went wide. She needed just one final soul to wrap up her little love ritual. And honestly, she thought her beloved teacher would make the perfect sacrifice to seal this demonic deal. Panting heavily, practically shoving that razor-sharp blade in Anne's face, Erika whispered with deadly sweetness, "Teach will gladly do this one tiny favor for the god of love, won't you? You wouldn't say no to me." Staring her down, Anne realized Erika was a total lost cause, way past the point of no return. She was a full-blown psycho, a rabid dog that needed to be put down. So Anne closed the gap. Erika beamed, totally convinced that her favorite teacher was actually going to offer her neck up. She gushed about how incredibly happy she was to be understood. She promised Anne it wouldn't even hurt, swearing she would slice her throat. Lightning fast, like a quick little pinch. Yeah, right. In a blur of motion, Anne whipped out her iron wire, a slick liquid metal spell, and sliced straight through Erika's windpipe. Crimson exploded into the air as Erika's body hit the floor hard. Staring down at her, Anne murmured a cold apology, saying she couldn't just let her keep terrorizing the world. Choking on her own blood, Erika desperately gasped out that she hadn't hurt a single soul. She was just spreading her love, she sobbed, asking what was so wrong with loving this hard, honestly. Butchering people is a pretty trash way to show affection, Anne thought to herself. Anne snaps, ordering Erika to just shut her mouth. 'Cause this twisted obsession she was flexing, that wasn't love. It was a straight-up bloodbath. Choking on her final breaths, Erika gasps, "If this isn't love, then what the hell is it?" Locking eyes with Anne, she spits out that her own teacher was the one who taught her to snatch up whatever she wanted. Way back when Anne practically hyped her up to seize her desires and follow her heart's wildest cravings. And she did exactly that, no cap. Anne turns her back, murmuring a quiet apology before stepping out into the cold air. Outside, she spirals into deep thought about this so-called god of love. Maybe she really did score some divine overpowered buff, but slaughtering innocent people, definitely not the vibe. Reality hits Anne hard. She accidentally ruined Erika by feeding her that toxic advice. Pro tip, guys, never take life coaching from Anne. It's a major red flag. Guilt eats her alive knowing she started this whole mess, but right now, she desperately needs to track down young master Moon. Once he's safe, she swears to give everyone, even Erika, a proper burial. But suddenly, a chilling "I love you" echoes through the dead silence. Anne tenses up instantly, whipping her gaze toward the mayor's estate. The exact spot she just ditched. A thick, sickening stench of iron fills the air. Boom. A massive tidal wave of raw gore erupts from the manor, as a twisted voice screams out its undying devotion to Master Anne. The massive roof of the residence blasts apart like a literal geyser of crimson. Fear paralyzes Anne as it clicks. This grotesque bleeding anomaly is actually the deranged god of love that fully hijacked Erika's soul. Smash cut to Moon sprinting for his absolute life, zipping through the shadows like a total blur. His lungs are burning after running forever. He's convinced he's gapped everyone, totally untouchable, not even Erika could catch him. But right as he drops his guard, wham, Anne gets launched across the sky from the mayor's estate, hurtling straight toward him. She barely misses Moon, totally sideswiping him and leaving him absolutely shook. What the heck was that? Smoke billows up near a battered tree and he spots a human figure flying through the air. Dude literally thinks he's witnessing a meteor strike. But then a weak human groan cuts through the dust cloud. Pushing through the wreckage to investigate, his jaw drops. That familiar voice. It's Anne. Yep, what an insanely chaotic reunion. He catches sight of her deeply bruised, shattered body. Despite the agony, Anne flashes a relieved smile, seeing young Master Moon alive. but panic creeps in. They are sitting ducks here, even coughing up blood with busted bones. She's just insanely hyped he's safe. Freaking out, Moon drops to his knees demanding answers. Who messed you up this bad? He grabs her shoulder, begging her to stand up. Anne groans, unable to move a muscle. No time for a lore drop, she snaps. They need to bounce like yesterday. She orders Moon to sprint while she tanks this nightmare for as long as she physically can. Moon just stares at her like she's lost it. Wait, run away from what exactly? Then the horror steps into the moonlight. This unholy towering meat mech built from Erica and the butchered villagers gurgles out, "Where is teacher? Where is my Anne? Where is she?" Moon freezes, utterly glitching out at the sight. Anne. What the actual hell is that titan? The camera pans up to reveal the boss-level monstrosity Erica fused with a mountain of corpses. It locks onto them, begging them to embrace her toxic love. And she doesn't just want a hug, she wants them to literally melt into her flesh and become one giant fleshy abomination. Moon is utterly disgusted. Merge with a sludge monster. Hard pass. Are you freaking kidding me? What even is this freak? That's when Erica's gory eyes finally snap onto Moon. A massive bloody appendage points dead at him. As she shrieks, "I love you so much too," instantly summoning razor-sharp blood spears aiming right for his head. Reality smacks Moon that psychotic beast is actually Erica. Before he can even react, Anne tackles him, shoving him out of the drop zone. A colossal deafening blood blast completely nukes the spot they were just standing on. Anne saved his life. But taking the brunt of the hit, her legs are absolutely shredded, rendering her totally immobile. They both crash violently into the dirt, worsening her horrific injuries, while Moon is seriously kicking himself right now. He takes one look at Anne's battered state and instantly tells her to lean all her weight on him. Her leg is completely shredded, but stubborn as always. Anne brushes it off, claiming she's totally fine. Flashing him a weak, strained smile, she begs Moon to run for his life. She tries to play it cool, promising she can totally solo Erica and telling him not to panic. She swears that the second she finishes wiping the floor with this psycho, she'll catch up with him. But cue the boss music, Erica suddenly crashes the party. The ground literally shatters beneath her feet as she bulldozes her way toward them. While they're busy talking, this yandere is already charging up a massive blood spell designed to nuke everyone in the blast zone. With a twisted grin, she whispers that it's the perfect time for them to feel her pure love before unleashing a terrifying wave of crimson energy. The lethal attack barrels right at them. Without missing a beat, Anne summons her liquid metal magic to tank the hit. She shapes the metal into massive blades, but Moon isn't about to let her take the fall. He pushes his Shadow Step ability to a blinding 200. Moving at absolutely insane speeds, he scoops her right off her feet, snatching her out of the blast radius just in the nick of time. Talk about the perfect way to return a favor, right? Cut to an epic shot of Moon sprinting like a madman carrying Anne bridal style, while Erica literally obliterates the entire landscape behind them. Anne is completely stunned, demanding to know why the heck he just risked his life for her. Moon just smirks and tells her she's a terrible liar. He calls her bluff, pointing out that if she could actually solo this crazy chick, she would have ended her instantly without hesitating. Moon is no fool. He knows Anne doesn't have the juice to beat her right now, making a tactical retreat their only option. He drops some heavy truth on her, saying that whatever bad blood they had back in Antares or Tours, it doesn't mean a thing right now. At the end of the day, she's still family, and there is absolutely no way he's letting anyone else lay a finger on her. Flexing a bit, Moon casually mentions that running away is basically his superpower. He cranks his shadow step to the absolute max. He's moving like an absolute blur. Even with Erica throwing literal tantrums of destruction, he parkours flawlessly through the chaos, dodging every single attack. He finally manages to put some actual breathing room between them and the crazy blood mage. But the toll is brutal. Moon is gasping for air, his mana tank running dangerously close to zero from the crazy energy drain. Add carrying dead weight to the mix, and the guy is running on fumes. Seeing the sheer guilt on Anne's face, he flashes a reassuring smile, promising her they're almost home free. Yeah, right. Their head start meant absolutely nothing. Erica is already right on their tails, radiating pure, unadulterated rage. In her twisted mind, she genuinely can't fathom why they keep dodging the toxic love she's trying to force-feed them. Realizing they are cornered, Moon screams at Anne to take a deep breath, before she can even process his crazy plan. He literally throws them both off a cliff into a raging river. He makes the jump a split second before Erica's creepy blood claws can snatch them up. While free-falling Moon's galaxy brain makes a massive gamble, Erica's blood magic should logically dilute and fall apart once it hits the water. His 200 IQ play pays off beautifully. The second Erica tries to grab them beneath the surface, her gross blood hands instantly melt away in the current. The madman actually did it. They are completely untouchable as long as they stay submerged. But hold up. Moon glances over and spots a totally unexpected glitch. Anne is violently thrashing, rapidly running out of oxygen. Moon is absolutely baffled. How is this overpowered warrior girl struggling with something as basic as holding her breath, realizing he's the only one with iron lungs? Moon knows exactly what he has to do. It's an incredibly cliché move, but honestly, it's literally do or die right now. He closes the distance and presses his lips against hers directly, sharing his remaining air to keep her alive. Meanwhile, up on dry land, Erica is losing her absolute mind seeing her targets vanish into the depths. Simmering with pure frustration, she just can't wrap her head around it. Why on earth are they running away from her beautiful, purely psychotic love? Hitting peak yandere mode, she lets out a totally unhinged, "Why won't you just accept my love?" The sheer sonic boom of her tantrum literally atomizes the environment, snapping giant trees like twigs and shattering solid boulders. Catching her breath, Erica rationalizes that she only needs one last sacrifice to finally trigger the ultimate god of love ritual. Sure, this final blood offering might cause her some serious physical backlash, but staring with dead, soulless eyes, she completely commits to the madness. She decides Moon and Anne can take a back seat for now, because once she tracks down her final victim, she'll ascend into a literal deity, gaining the power to brainwash the entire planet into forcefully accepting her toxic affection. And yes, that absolutely includes you guys sitting behind the screen. Seriously, she is ready to crawl straight out of this YouTube video and knock on your front door. Flash forward a bit and our duo finally manages to drag themselves into a hidden cave. Safe for the moment, Moon immediately gets to work patching up her nasty injuries. Since Anne is a total yandere who's head over heels for him, his hand brushing against her injured leg sends her into a full-blown blushing panic. Moon assures her the cuts look pretty shallow, but he's not taking any chances. He insists that the second they make it back to civilization, they need to track down a proper doctor. Still trapped in this vulnerable moment, Anne mutters that there's just one thing she doesn't get. Moon tilts his head, asking what's on her mind, and she finally breaks, demanding to know why he even bothered saving her. Flashbacks of her twisted actions flood her mind, how she locked him in a cage, desperately trying to hoard him all to herself. Her voice cracks as she admits he has every right to absolutely despise her, for the living nightmare she put him through. After all, when things went south, he could have easily just ditched her. In the dirt, Moon just looks at her softly, asking if it seriously took her this long to realize she messed up. Swallowing her pride, Anne owns up to her toxic behavior. She confesses that way back, when she was out hunting for that specific fish for him at Pinball Lake, she actually ran into Erica for the very first time. And here's the kicker. She reveals that Erica only pledged herself to that dark god because of the twisted advice she gave her. Yep, Anne basically gave Erica a masterclass on all the obsessive crazy things she was doing to Moon. Which means, this entire psychotic villain arc is 100% Anne's fault. Looking absolutely crushed, she whispers that her insane choices nearly got him killed. And to make matters worse, there's a whole trail of... But instead of pulling away, Moon gently grabbed Anne's hands. He told her that yeah, the stuff she pulled was absolutely toxic, but owning up to those red flags was a massive step. It meant she could actually fix things. He looked right at her, insisting she wasn't some kind of monster, but genuinely a good person deep down. The only issue? Her twisted way of showing affection. Because at the end of the day, she never actually wanted to break him. She just wanted to love him. Moon even flashed her this incredibly warm, soft smile, telling her to keep her chin up. They both survived. They were still breathing. And since she finally dropped her guard and confessed her mistakes, this was her chance to glow up and be better. He even casually dropped a joke saying she didn't need to go full yandere on him next time. Predictably, Anne's heart completely melted. Her mind was racing, absolutely starstruck by how ridiculously forgiving our main guy was. Meanwhile, our clueless MC was mentally patting himself on the back, convinced he had just successfully cured her crazy possessive streak. He honestly thought this little pep talk would keep her chill and completely under control from now on. But plot twist. Totally wrecking his expectations, Anne literally pounced on Moon, planting a desperate kiss right on his lips. She wrapped her arms around him tight, whispering how impossibly sweet and pure he was. Still the exact same boy she confessed she was totally out of line for thinking he had completely changed, and treating him like a project to mold. Forcing him to bend to her absolute will, that was her biggest fail. She swore she would never cross that line again. Fired up, Anne suddenly pushed herself up loudly, declaring she was back at 100% energy and ready to absolutely wreck Erica. But reality hit her like a truck. A blinding shot. Moon warned her that she was bleeding out fast and running dangerously low on energy, telling her to drop the tough act before she completely crashed. Anne gave a faint nod, admitting her tank was totally empty. She gritted her teeth, wishing she had enough raw power right then to absolutely wreck Erica. Switching gears, Moon stepped up to scout the cave's perimeter, needing to make dead sure Erica hadn't tracked them down. Buying them a crucial second to catch their breath, Moon slipped outside, scanning the dead silence and finding zero movement lurking in the shadows, confirming they were completely out of the danger zone. On the trek back, Moon locked eyes with Anne, demanding answers about her wild claim that Erica was actually some cultist serving a twisted dark deity. Anne nodded, backing it up. Erica's setup mirrored her own, but there was one massive game-changing difference. The raw power surging through true Chosen Ones stemmed from a sacred blessing, straight from a higher power. Anne literally only had her insane abilities because a god specifically wanted her to be born with them. Erica, on the flip side, was a loyal lackey bowing to a malevolent entity, one that actively ropes humans into shady demonic pacts. Sure, signing that dark contract grants you absolutely god-tier strength, but the ultimate cost is brutal. Yet the way Erica just flexed that mind-blowing, devastating energy didn't seem to belong to just some basic entry-level minion of a dark god. Anne pointed out that while trading blows with her, Moon could literally feel Urka's dark energy skyrocketing. It wasn't just massive, it was mutating, expanding by the second. That's when a terrifying detail from the original storyline clicked in his head. The ultimate downfall of humanity was triggered by 3 apocalyptic beasts. Forged by an absolutely twisted god, these walking nightmares had practically wiped the human race off the map. A cold sweat dropped down Moon's face as the horrifying truth hit him. Urka was destined to become one of those exact world-ending titans, and she would slaughter millions. He replayed the moment Urka totally lost her grip on reality. Right as she went berserk, she kept screaming about needing a sacrifice. She obsessed over finding the very last soul needed to complete her twisted ritual. Breaking the tense silence, Anne asked what he was plotting. She pressed him, desperately needing to know if he actually had a game plan to survive this. Moon just gave a dead serious nod. He laid out his darkest theory. If his gut was right, Urka had brutally butchered the entire village just to fuel her evolution into a giant, unstoppable monster. Moon realized the sick truth. The evil god, its ultimate endgame, obliterate every living human, feeding on the absolute chaos to become totally invincible. But to cross that finish line, Urka made it painfully obvious she was still hunting down one final crucial victim. There was no backing out now. Moon and Anne had to rush straight into the jaws of death at the city of Perorant and stop her before. Y que debía eliminar a la última persona que quedaba allí. Esto impediría que Erka completara el ritual, porque si Erka mataba a esta última persona, abandonaría la ciudad y continuaría hacia otras, ganando cada vez más poder al matar a más personas. Sin embargo, Anne le dijo a Moon que las condiciones para que Erka se convirtiera en una sirvienta más poderosa del dios maléfico ya se habían cumplido. Moon no lo entendía, argumentando que estaban en medio de la nada, y que no había nadie más en los... Fue entonces cuando Moon se dio cuenta de algo en lo que no había pensado antes. Además de él y de Anne, había otra persona en el pueblo más cercano. Esta persona no era otra que el marido de Erka. Él era el último sacrificio que ella necesitaba para completar el ritual y convertirse en una sirvienta aún más poderosa del dios maléfico. Anne se levantó y le dijo a Moon que el momento de detener a Erka era ahora, porque cuando Erka matara a la última persona necesaria para el ritual, se volvería inmensamente más fuerte. Anne añadió que era totalmente culpa suya que Erka se había vuelto así solo por su culpa. Por lo tanto, la responsabilidad de resolver la situación recaía sobre ella. Moon dijo que la ayudaría, pero Anne se negó. Cuando le preguntó por qué, ella respondió que el joven maestro no podía acompañarla, porque sería demasiado peligroso. Sin embargo, Moon declaró que no iba por Anne, sino por Erka para evitar que matara a más gente. Le dijo a Anne que tenía la sensación de que Erka no es una... Explicó que cuando la conoció por primera vez, antes de que empezara a conspirar cualquier cosa, sintió bondad en su corazón. Ella lo trató muy bien e incluso lo ayudó. Para él, ella no es completamente malvada. Y como es una buena persona que lo ayudó una vez, ayudará a Anne a salvarla. O si llega el caso, a matarla para evitar que quite más vidas. Esa es su decisión final. Sin embargo, Anne le grita a Moon diciendo que no es una cuestión de voluntad ni de amistad. Continuó preguntando si el joven maestro no se había dado cuenta de la situación en la que se encuentran. Están lejos de todo, sin herramientas y sin nadie que los ayude. Sus posibilidades de detener a Erka son mínimas. Incluso si Anne libera todos sus poderes, no podrá derrotar a Erka, ni siquiera proteger a Moon. Desesperada, Moon piensa que entiende lo que ella intenta decirle. Anne empieza a llorar, repitiendo que todo pasó por su culpa, y que no quiere que Moon resulte. Nunca se lo perdonaría si eso sucediera. Moon la mira y la abraza a su vez. Sin embargo, mientras la abraza, mira por encima de su hombro y nota algo pequeño en el suelo. No era más que una pequeña moneda y un mel la moneda local. Entonces se dio cuenta de que detrás de la primera había muchas otras monedas. Anne le pregunta por qué mira hacia atrás, y Moon en respuesta utiliza un hechizo de iluminación que había aprendido. Acaban descubriendo algo increíble que tenía mucho sentido. Un tesoro con una gran cantidad de oro, monedas e incluso armas. El lugar donde se encontraban era en realidad una cueva que servía de guarida. Moon dedujo esto por la entrada de la cueva que tenía marcas de cuchillas y otras señales, de que había gente allí desde hacía mucho tiempo. Tras una larga búsqueda, nuestro MC Moon logró encontrar una espada perfecta para él. Luego pregunta si Anne está lista. Vemos que Anne había reunido todas las espadas que había encontrado, y las había transformado en metal líquido. Como tenía la pierna herida, creó un arnés de metal que le permitía volar, lo que le permitía luchar sin tener que tocar el suelo, una demostración del genio de Anne. Ambos estaban decididos a enfrentarse a Erka, ya fuera para salvarla o para matarla. Moon comenta entonces que estaban listos para el rescate. La escena cambia mostrando a Moon y Anne completamente listos para enfrentarse a la criatura a lo lejos. Ils aperçoivent Urka, un monstre géant. Alors que Moon observe la scène, nous la voyons de plus près. Urka était immense, avec plusieurs bras et divers autres traits monstrueux. Elle demande où est Roach, où est son mari. Nous voyons Moon la regarder tandis qu'elle déclare à quel point elle aime Roach. Moon commente alors qu'Anne avait raison. La puissance d'Urka ne cessait de croître, et son corps devenait de plus en plus grand, au moins 10 fois plus grand qu'avant. Un monstre de ce niveau était vraiment impossible à arrêter. Moon prend une profonde inspiration en se disant que c'était une terrible idée d'essayer de sauver Urka, car il finirait probablement projeté au loin ou en encaissant un coup très violent. Sa force était écrasante. Il pense même que la fois où Celia a failli le tuer dans le manoir de son père était une situation bien meilleure que celle-ci. Mais il rejette rapidement ses pensées, concluant que cela n'avait pas d'importance. Il ne pouvait pas simplement s'enfuir et laisser Anne derrière, car elle ne serait pas capable de gérer Urka toute seule. Puis, avec une grande détermination, Moon déclare que cela n'avait pas d'importance qu'elle soit un dieu, une yandere ou une psychopathe. Il allait essayer de la sauver. Il interpelle Urka de loin en criant « Hé, Urka !» Elle remarque que Moon l'appelle et il crie encore plus fort. « Hé, je suis là, regarde par ici !» Urka le reconnaît enfin, disant que Monsieur Moon accepterait enfin son amour. Cependant, Moon répondit qu'il n'accepterait jamais son amour. La raison, parce qu'il était parachutiste. Oui, un parachutiste, et non, ce n'était pas une blague. Il a vraiment dit qu'il était parachutiste, une déclaration complètement aléatoire. Moon sauta alors du gigantesque pilier de fer sur lequel il se trouvait, prenant beaucoup de vitesse en criant qu'il était le meilleur parachutiste du monde. On voit Urka le regarder et utiliser une magie qui avançait vers lui. Pendant qu'il tombait, Urka se déplaça vers notre MC. Au moment exact où il sauta, Moon commenta que tout s'était passé exactement comme il l'avait pensé. Exactement comme il l'avait prédit. Qui aurait cru que le MC serait si malin dans ces chapitres? La scène revient en arrière à quelques minutes avant la confrontation. Moon instruisait Anne lui disant qu'elle devait suivre son plan à la lettre. D'abord, il expliqua qu'après qu'Urka eût été corrompue par le dieu maléfique, elle n'était probablement pas morte. Si elle était morte, elle n'aurait pas de contrôle sur le monstre. Par conséquent, Urka était toujours vivante. Il fit remarquer que leur objectif n'était pas de la tuer, mais de trouver un moyen d'éliminer la contamination du dieu maléfique de son corps. Il y avait probablement un objet du dieu maléfique qui la contrôlait, comme une bague, un collier, un accessoire ou une sorte d'amulette. Il ajouta aussi que les règles de ce monde ne permettraient pas qu'un pouvoir aussi grand soit utilisé de nulle part, ce qui renforçait la théorie selon laquelle le dieu maléfique avait placé quelque chose en Urka pour lui conférer autant de puissance. Nous voyons Anne écouter attentivement, tandis que Moon expliquait qu'elle devait lui dégager un passage. Pour qu'il atteigne Urka, le plan était qu'Anne attaque la créature, lui permettant d'utiliser sa mobilité pour s'approcher et trouver la source de la contamination. Ils auraient besoin d'au moins 10 minutes. Cependant, Anne soutenait que même si elle pouvait attaquer Urka avec du métal, elle ne serait être pas capable de la contenir pendant plusieurs minutes. Donc il devrait agir vite. Moon lui dit de ne pas s'inquiéter car il attirerait facilement l'attention d'Urka, et Anne devrait attaquer juste après. Anne refusa l'idée en disant que le jeune maître ne pouvait pas servir d'appât même si Urka n'était pas devenue une véritable déesse. Maléfica. Ella era de todos modos muy fuerte, y sería horrible si el joven amo resultara herido. Pero Moon se contentó con sonreír mientras ella hablaba. Él se llevó un dedo a los labios, y dijo que ya que solo había dos personas, la más fuerte era ella, Anne. Por lo tanto, él debería servir de cebo. Moon añadió también que Anne no tenía por qué preocuparse del riesgo de que Urka lo matara, o lo hiriera. Continuó diciendo que dejaría que Anne lo cuidara por completo, ya que ella era la mejor sirvienta de la casa Campbell, y estaba seguro de que lo protegería con todas sus fuerzas, incluso si él era el cebo para atraer la atención de Urka. Anne se quedó sin palabras, y la declaración de confianza pareció tocar su corazón. La escena se desplazó al bosque por la noche. Anne le preguntó a Moon cómo sabría el momento exacto en que Urka los atacaría. Moon respondió que el momento no importaba, ya que atraería su atención de todos modos, y ese momento declaró era ahora. Luego se vio a Moon caer por un acantilado, mientras varias de las manos de Urka se extendían hacia él. Sin embargo, se reveló que Anne se había escondido dentro del pilar metálico desde donde Moon había saltado. Ella salió de allí creando varias armas de metal líquido. Anne usó el metal para atacar a Urka y proteger a Moon. El metal líquido se transformó en varias espadas pequeñas, que volaron hacia Urka. Aunque Urka intentó defenderse los ataques, la golpearon de lleno dejando su cuerpo acribillado a agujeros, como si hubiera sido ametrallada. Anne logró atravesarla abriendo un gran agujero en su estómago. Urka murmuró suavemente a Ama con una pequeña sonrisa. Ella dijo que Anne había regresado y que estaba muy feliz por ello. Con una mirada seria, Anne confirmó: «Sí, he vuelto, Urka». Las dos se miraron mientras las armas de metal líquido de Anne continuaban atravesando el cuerpo de Urka. Anne declaró entonces que había vuelto para salvarla. Después de unos minutos, el combate entre Urka y Anne se reanudó. Urka se hacía cada vez más grande mientras Anne la atacaba sin descanso por todos lados. Anne creó una lanza gigante y la arrojó con todas sus fuerzas, golpeando a Urka de lleno. Humo comenzó a salir del cuerpo de Urka. Mientras Anne miraba, Urka comentó que las armas de metal líquido eran muy eficaces contra diversos tipos de demonios y monstruos. Urka se arrancó entonces la lanza gigante de su estómago, declarando que como diosa no moriría tan fácilmente. En ese momento, una voz preguntó: «¿De verdad eres una diosa?». Detrás de Urka apareció Moon. Él declaró que demostraría que no era una diosa maléfica, y la atacó con toda la magia que poseía. Moon estaba confiado, pensaba que su ataque debía haber roto el objeto que conectaba a Urka con el mal. Sin embargo, el ataque no causó ni el más mínimo rasguño. Urka se volvió hacia Moon con una mirada de psicópata y dijo: «Señor Moon por fin ha regresado». Desesperada, Anne usó su protección de hierro para defender a Moon. Urka atacó su estómago, pero Anne usó el metal líquido para proteger su cuerpo. La fuerza del golpe fue tan inmensa que Moon salió despedido a lo lejos, rompiendo las rocas en el lugar donde se encontraba. Moon quedó gravemente herido con cortes en el brazo, la pierna y sobre todo en el cuerpo. Sin Anne probablemente habría muerto. El combate habría terminado ahí. Urka creó una enorme bomba de energía y reveló que ya había sentido la presencia de Moon, esperando simplemente a que la atacara para poder amarlo. Con una sonrisa de psicópata, ella dijo: «Venga, señor Moon, venga y acépteme de una vez por todas». Ella lanzó el ataque gritando para que Moon aceptara completamente su amor. Anne intentó salvarlo gritando su nombre y corriendo hacia él. Con un aire serio, Urka señaló con la mano a Anne, ordenándole que se quedara donde estaba y no interviniera. Urka invocó entonces una de sus manos gigantes hechas de sangre para atrapar a Anne y arrojarla a lo lejos. Anne cayó al suelo cubierta de moretones. Lo peor, sin embargo, era su pensamiento. Ella creía que Moon probablemente había muerto en ese ataque, y que había fracasado en salvarlo. De repente, Urka se dio cuenta de que algo andaba mal. Ella sintió una interferencia, y preguntó dónde había escondido Anne a la persona que amaba, o dónde había escondido a Roach, su marido. Antes de que Urka pudiera preguntar algo más, Anne la atacó con todo lo que tenía. Ella estaba furiosa. Anne gritó preguntando cómo se atrevía Urka a lastimar a su amado joven amo. Loca de ira, prometió reducir a Urka a polvo, volviéndola insignificante. Mientras tanto, Moon estaba sentado a lo lejos, parcialmente herido, observando el combate. Él tosía a causa de sus heridas. De pronto alguien le puso una mano en el hombro diciéndole que no se moviera demasiado. Esta persona le metió una poción curativa en la boca, ordenándole que la bebiera de un trago porque le ayudaría. Moon se dio cuenta de que la persona que aparentemente el hechizo que lo había transformado en cachorro se había roto, y Roach había vuelto a su forma normal. Al cabo de un minuto, literalmente, la poción hizo efecto. Moon se sintió recuperado al 100%. Como si nunca hubiera estado herido, Moon agradeció al marido de Urka, confesando que pensó que sería su último día de vida. Ambos observaron de lejos el combate entre Urka y Anne escondidos en los arbustos. El hombre se presentó a Moon diciendo que su nombre era Roach. Luego le preguntó el nombre al humano. Moon se presentó como Moon Campbell, de la familia Campbell. Los dos continuaron observando el combate a distancia. Moon preguntó qué estaba pasando. Roach respondió que la señorita Anne y la señorita Urka estaban librando una batalla feroz, pero parecía que la señorita Anne no aguantaría mucho más tiempo. Moon interrogó entonces a Roach suponiendo que lo sabría todo ya que había estado allí desde el principio. El protagonista también preguntó si Roach había visto un objeto que hubiera vuelto a Irka completamente malvada. Roach respondió que no sabía exactamente cuándo Irka había adquirido el objeto, pero sabía que era completamente culpa suya. Si hubiera notado sus sentimientos antes, habría podido salir con ella. Así podría haber evitado todo lo que pasó, todas las muertes, y la batalla que se desarrollaba ahora. Él comentó que todo eso era su responsabilidad. Como amaba de verdad a Irka quería intentar. Moon declaró que él y Anne pensaban de la misma manera, y también querían salvar a Irka. Sin embargo, no podía dejarla ir. Si ella iba a otra ciudad o a otro pueblo, se volvería mucho más fuerte y moriría más gente. Moon insistió preguntándole a Roach si había visto algún objeto consagrado por el dios maligno con Irka. Roach negó haber visto un objeto, pero admitió haber sentido un aura maléfica emanando de ella. Moon encontró esto imposible, y le pidió a Roach que pensara bien ya que ¿a dónde fue a parar todo ese sacrificio? Con toda la magia que provenía de esas personas, el dios maligno debía estar en su cuerpo de una manera u otra. Roach, sin embargo, reafirmó que no había ningún objeto consagrado. Él había sido testigo de todas las acciones de Irka, y de las consecuencias de los asesinatos de principio a fin. Sin embargo, Roach mencionó que había visto algo en el pecho de Irka. Tal vez esa cosa era el objeto del dios maligno. Lo que vio fue un símbolo. Era el mismo símbolo que apareció en el episodio donde Irka aceptó los consejos de Anne. Esta marca en su pecho era el objeto que el dios maligno usaba para controlar su cuerpo. Era eso lo que le otorgaba tanto poder. La escena volvió al combate entre Irka y Anne. Irka gritó que solo quería que todos aceptaran su amor retorcido. Atacó a Anne mientras decía que no entendía por qué la gente rechazaba el amor que ella ofrecía con seguridad. Irka declaró que Anne sería el último sacrificio necesario para el ritual ya que Moon y su marido no estaban allí. De repente alguien llamó a Irka por su nombre dejándola confundida. Era Roach, su marido, que estaba al lado de Moon, y parecía curarlo. Roach anunció que había traído a Moon como sacrificio para ella. En vérité, Moon et Roach étaient en train d'élaborer un plan pour la vaincre. Erika devint timide et embarrassée, heureuse que son mari ait apporté Moon comme cadeau. Anne, en revanche, était complètement terrifiée, incapable de croire que Moon était mort. Elle se jeta sur Roach de toutes ses forces en criant qu'elle ne pouvait pas croire que le jeune maître était mort. Cependant, Erika lui asséna un coup de poing gigantesque dans sa direction. Anne essaya de créer une barrière magique, et y parvint même. Mais le coup d'Erika était si puissant qu'il perça la protection, et la projeta au sol. D'un ton froid, Erika dit qu'il était enfin temps de retrouver son mari, et qu'elle n'avait plus besoin de son maître. Anne était devenue superflue. Erika s'approcha de Roach en disant qu'elle savait qu'il l'aimait vraiment. Elle était impressionnée. Non seulement qu'il soit revenu, mais aussi qu'il ait apporté M. Moon en cadeau louant son obéissance. Erika s'approcha encore plus, disant que lorsque le dieu de l'amour descendrait, tout redeviendrait comme avant, et que tous les deux seraient ensemble pour l'éternité. Elle commenta ensuite qu'elle avait oublié le sort de contrôle mental, qu'elle avait jeté sur Roach mais lui dit de ne pas s'inquiéter car elle l'annulerait une fois, le rituel terminé. À ce moment-là, Roach prononça une phrase qui terrorisa Erika car elle comprit que le contrôle mental ne fonctionnait plus. Il se contenta d'être d'accord avec elle. « Tu as raison, nous serons ensemble pour toujours, pour l'éternité. » En pleurant, Roach commenta que c'était entièrement de sa faute. S'il avait compris plus tôt à quel point elle l'aimait, rien de tout cela ne serait arrivé. Mais maintenant, cela n'avait plus d'importance. Avec une épée, il la frappa en plein cœur, disant qu'il porterait toute sa culpabilité pour qu'elle n'ait plus à souffrir. La scène revient en arrière à quelques instants auparavant. Lorsque Moon et Roach planifiaient comment approcher Erika sans qu'elle les tue, Roach expliquait à Moon que le seul moyen de s'approcher d'elle était de faire appel à son côté émotionnel et romantique. Toute autre approche entraînerait leur mort à tous les deux. Ils devaient trouver quelque chose qui implique ses sentiments. Moon fut impressionné par les talents d'observation de Roach, qui en peu de temps avait complètement analysé le fonctionnement de l'esprit d'Erika. Roach répondit que ce n'était rien de spécial, puisqu'il était un aventurier. Sa mission en tant qu'aventurier est d'analyser l'ensemble du contexte de l'environnement en peu de temps. Parce que s'il met trop de temps, il pourrait mourir au milieu d'un combat. Roach commenta ensuite qu'il serait l'appât. Il expliqua qu'il était la seule personne qui pouvait s'approcher d'Erika, puisque si Moon essayait, elle le tuerait. En continuant à planifier, Roach précisa qu'il s'approcherait d'Erika et que Moon devrait l'attaquer par derrière. Il jura sur le nom de sa famille que si Erika essayait d'attaquer Moon, il s'interposerait pour le sauver. Roach a affirmé que tout cela était de sa faute et qu'il ne voulait pas qu'Erika blesse quelqu'un d'autre. Cependant, Moon l'interrompit lui demandant de ne pas dire de telles choses. Il a garanti que tous les deux survivraient et ils ont échangé un coup de poing sur l'épaule symbolisant la solide amitié qu'ils partageaient. La scène revint au présent, l'épée enfoncée dans la poitrine d'Erika. Roach cria à Moon, le pressant de faire ce qui devait être fait. Moon utilisa immédiatement les pas de l'ombre, apparaissant derrière Erika prêt à récupérer l'objet dans sa poitrine. L'objet était son cœur. Moon attaqua de toutes ses forces, arrachant le cœur d'Erika d'un seul mouvement rapide. C'était l'artefact par lequel le dieu maléfique, le dieu de l'amour, contrôlait Erika et lui accordait du pouvoir. En retirant sa main, Moon réalisa que le cœur d'Erika était en fait un objet du dieu maléfique. Il comprit que s'il détruisait ce cœur, Erika perdrait tous ses pouvoirs. Cependant, Erika devint complètement folle, hurlant qu'il lui rende son dieu de l'amour. Elle se prépara à attaquer Moon, mais au moment où elle se précipita en avant, Roach se jeta devant. Moon et Erika furent tous deux choqués de voir que Roach s'était sacrifié pour le sauver. Urka gritó el nombre de Roche mientras la magia del dios maligno comenzaba a desaparecer de su cuerpo. Moon se quedó allí completamente estupefacto de que Roach le hubiera salvado la vida. Roach incluso al morir mostraba una sonrisa. Él le había dicho a Urka que la seguiría hasta el final, como se lo había prometido cuando eran niños. Él había cumplido su promesa de la infancia, y darse cuenta de esto devastó a Urka, que se echó a llorar. Sin embargo, sus lágrimas fueron interrumpidas por un nuevo evento. Una gigantesca energía mágica brotó exactamente donde yacía el cuerpo de Urka. La explosión fue tan poderosa que proyectó a Moon a lo lejos. Medio herido, Moon no comprendía qué estaba pasando, ya que el corazón del dios maligno había sido destruido. Luego se dio cuenta de algo que él y Roach no habían previsto. Una gigantesca explosión de sangre en forma de hongo estalló en el lugar. Moon comprendió que el ritual había terminado. Cuando Urka mató a Roach, ella ofreció a la última persona necesaria el sacrificio final. Y en el centro de la transformación del dios maligno se encontraba Anne, que había estado dentro del cuerpo de Urka. Moon utilizó sus pasos de sombra a su máxima capacidad para intentar salvarla. Él saltó en medio de la transformación. Atrapó la mano de Anne y trató de tirar de ella con todas sus fuerzas, pero no lograba moverla. Gritó que no dejaría que el dios maligno devorara a la mejor compañera de su familia. Sin embargo, mientras Moon luchaba por salvar a Anne, el ritual del dios maligno finalmente concluyó. Comprendió que no podía hacer nada más. Ya no tenía más opciones, pero aún le quedaba una última carta bajo la manga. Gritó el nombre del libro negro, sí. El libro negro. Sin embargo, mientras llamaba al libro, fue succionado hacia el ritual junto con Anne. Después de unos instantes, Moon se despertó en otro lugar. Estaba desnudo por segunda vez en la historia. Se dio cuenta de que probablemente era el espacio del libro negro, aunque parecía diferente a la última vez. El libro negro apareció entonces, y Moon le preguntó si había sido él quien lo había traído allí. Preguntó si el libro tenía algún medio, alguna forma de salvarlo a él, a Anne, a Erika, y también a Roach, si era posible. El libro negro pronunció una frase. Sí, el libro habló por primera vez. Inmediatamente después, comenzó a flotar de arriba a abajo. Lo hacía como si quisiera mostrarle algo a Moon. Moon preguntó si el libro quería que mirara hacia arriba, y qué había de tan importante para ver. Al levantar la mirada vio nada menos que un ojo gigantesco que lo observaba. Indignado, Moon miró fijamente a la criatura y exclamó: ¿Qué es eso, un ojo infernal gigante? Notó que el gigantesco ojo emanaba una presión asfixiante con una mirada que ardía en llamas. Antes de que Moon pudiera pensar en algo, el gigantesco ojo le hizo algo. Lo paralizó hasta el punto de que ni siquiera podía hablar. En su mente, Moon comprendió que esa cosa era en realidad el Señor del Sol Púrpura. Era aquel que incinera toda existencia. El Dios que castiga los mundos aniquilando a todos los seres, el cataclismo final que trae la ruina. El Rey corrupto. Moon se volvió hacia el libro y comenzó a discutir con él, quejándose de que el objeto había atraído a otro dios maligno. Sí, esta entidad era otro dios maligno, y Moon estaba furioso con el libro. Le había pedido ayuda al libro, no que trajera a otra divinidad oscura. Moon creía que el libro negro en realidad quería ayudarlo a convertirse en un monstruo al igual que Urka. Todo esto para que pudiera enfrentarse a ella. Esa parecía ser la idea del libro. Sin embargo, mientras Moon discutía con el objeto, el rey corrupto, el ojo maligno continuaba observándolo. El ojo percibió entonces que Moon era un humano. Inmediatamente Moon adoptó la postura de un soldado y respondió: sí, soy un humano. Tartamudeando, continuó: Señor corrupto, gran dios corrupto, ¿qué desea de este simple sirviente humano? Pero el ojo no prestó ninguna atención a los temblores de Moon. De hecho, la entidad percibió que el humano deseaba el poder. Varios otros ojos más pequeños se manifestaron alrededor del principal, todos clavados en Moon. Él, con una expresión estúpida, respondió: el poder. ¿Por qué se dio la vuelta y le preguntó al libro negro si ese era realmente el plan para salvarlo? para luego comentar que el libro era inútil. Sin embargo, el libro negro había dado en el clavo. No se puede vencer a la magia con la magia misma, así que tal vez la única forma de vencer a Ersa era, en efecto, con el poder de otro dios maligno. La idea es muy peligrosa, pero Moon, incluso temblando, ligeramente piensa para sí mismo que, al final, ¿a quién no le gusta el poder? En ese momento, el libro negro arranca una de sus propias páginas. Moon se pregunta qué está haciendo el libro. La página flota hacia el ojo gigante, el rey corrupto. La entidad lee lo que está escrito en la página. Y Moon se aterroriza al darse cuenta de que al ojo no le gustó lo que leyó. Aunque es solo un ojo, Moon nota claramente que el rey corrupto está irritado por el mensaje. A pesar de ello, el ojo le dice a Moon que el trato está hecho. Moon está confundido y pregunta, ¿qué quieres decir con el trato? El ojo dice entonces, mi poder. Puedo prestarte mi poder sin ningún coste, pero lo aceptarás de verdad. Aceptarás el poder de lo que los humanos llaman un dios maligno. Moon piensa que debe salvar a Anne y a todos los demás, por lo que no tiene muchas opciones. Está dispuesto a aceptar este poder, porque afuera hay una hermosa joven de pecho opulento y piernas largas que no solo lo adora, sino que lo ama profundamente, y además de eso usa cualquier atuendo que él desee. Gracias a ella, Moon finalmente acepta el poder del rey corrupto, pidiéndole que desate toda su fuerza sobre él. El ojo, que es la manifestación del rey corrupto, le responde a Moon interesante. Aunque seas humano, concluiré el pacto. Pero veamos si puedes soportarlo o no. El rey explica luego que todo dependerá de la capacidad de Moon para soportar el dolor de toda la transformación que va a recibir. El rey corrupto arroja literalmente todos sus poderes sobre Moon. La forma en que se transfiere esta energía, sin embargo, es brutal. Simplemente prende fuego al cuerpo del protagonista. Moon Artifivo se da cuenta de que no pagará un precio en alma a la entidad, pero que sentirá un dolor atroz durante el proceso. Sin embargo, el dolor no importa. Su único objetivo es salvar a Anne y a todos los demás, así que está dispuesto a sufrir hasta la muerte por ella. Moon aguanta todo lo que puede mientras su cuerpo es consumido por las llamas. Casi a punto de terminar la transformación, se dice a sí mismo que, como joven amo, nunca perderá ante esa mujer, ni ante este simple dios maligno. La escena cambia y vemos un fuego azul avanzar hacia el monstruo Kai y Urka poseídos por el dios maligno. La entidad percibe el ataque que se acerca de lejos. Vemos que es Moon sosteniendo ahora a Anne en sus brazos. Ya la ha salvado. El dios maligno siente que algo no va bien. Siente una energía muy poderosa que emana de Moon. El dios maligno lo observa de lejos pensando que tal vez sea el mismo hombre que lo molestaba antes. Moon deja suavemente a Anne cerca de un árbol diciéndole que espere porque su joven amo volverá pronto. El dios maligno le pregunta a Moon si es el mismo hombre que le declaró su amor a Urka y se comportó como su perrito. Moon, sin embargo, ni siquiera se molesta en responder a la provocación. En su lugar declara que el dios maligno es muy débil. Conmocionado, el dios maligno piensa que no puede ser ese poder. Es el poder del rey corrupto, responde Moon con desdén. Si tú y el dios maligno pudisteis darle poder a Urka, ¿qué hay de tan imposible en esto? Continúa fijando la mirada en su enemigo. Dios del amor, ¿verdad? Eres una broma, una maldita broma, y tu broma termina aquí. Mientras el rey corrupto lo observa desde arriba, Moon prepara su magia concentrando. Él libera una gran cantidad de energía. El ataque cubre una zona gigantesca golpeando al dios maligno de lleno. La entidad aúlla de dolor y desesperación, mientras la magia comienza a vaporizarla. Moon estaba impresionado. Él no se esperaba que la magia del rey corrupto fuera tan poderosa como para derrotar al dios maligno de un solo ataque. Sin embargo, la entidad no estaba completamente muerta. Un último aliento se escapó, y Moon comprendió que el combate aún no había terminado. El dios maligno habló con su voz débil. Dijo que le parecía increíble que todos sus planes fueran arruinados por un insecto insignificante como Moon, y para colmo un insecto que había hecho un contrato con el rey corrupto. La entidad continuó diciendo que era una lástima, ya que era imposible que el rey corrupto se conformara con observar a un humano por mucho tiempo. Al mirar a Moon, el dios maligno le advirtió que lo recordara porque la próxima vez volvería. Volvería para cazar a Moon Campbell. Moon estaba paralizado sin saber qué pensar ni qué decir y un pánico total se apoderó de él. No esperaba que un dios revelara su nombre completo. La entidad podría haber sido derrotada, pero podría regresar en el futuro. Y si lo hacía, probablemente iría a por él en un intento desesperado. Moon le gritó al dios maligno que su nombre no era Moon, sino Ariel, intentando engañarlo. Después de unos instantes, el humo se disipó del lugar donde se había encontrado el dios maligno. Lo que quedaba no era la entidad, sino el cuerpo. Moon, sin embargo, ni siquiera lo notó. Estaba consumido por el miedo de que el dios maligno apareciera en el futuro para cazarlo. Se tranquilizó pensando que el libro negro siempre lo había ayudado, y que si la entidad regresaba el libro, lo ayudaría de nuevo. De eso no tenía ninguna duda. De repente alguien llamó a Moon. La que lo llamaba joven amo no era otra que Anne, que corrió hacia él. Estaba llorando porque había creído que Moon estaba muerto. Entre lágrimas, Anne le dijo a Moon que no podía creerlo, que realmente había pensado que él estaba muerto y que sentía que no podría hacer nada más con su vida. Moon, sin embargo, la tranquilizó diciendo que todo estaba bien y que el combate había terminado. El dios maligno había sido derrotado, se había acabado. Todo había terminado. Anne contó que en medio de la batalla solo había logrado ver a Moon de lejos y había notado que el dios maligno había desaparecido. Luego preguntó si había sido él quien lo había arreglado todo. Moon pensó que si le contaba a Anne sobre el contrato que había hecho con el dios maligno, ella no reaccionaría nada bien. Por lo tanto, decidió que era mejor decir una pequeña mentira. Explicó que había logrado encontrar y destruir el núcleo que se encontraba en el corazón de Urka, y por eso habían resuelto el problema. Sin embargo, añadió que no era el momento de hablar del dios maligno. Moon le dijo a Anne que ella tenía algo muy importante que hacer ahora. Anne estaba confundida, preguntándose qué tarea importante podría ser. Moon se limitó a señalar hacia el lugar donde había estado el dios maligno, y allí vieron a Urka aún viva. Explicó que Urka estaba viva, pero que no le quedaba mucho tiempo y que pronto moriría por completo. Por lo tanto, Anne debería aprovechar este momento para hablar con ella. Anne se acercó a Urka, quien le preguntó si ella era su ama. Anne confirmó que sí. Urka quiso saber entonces si todo había terminado por fin. Anne respondió que sí. El dios maligno que la controlaba había sido eliminado. Urka dijo que lo entendía y que le parecía muy bien. Se disculpó por todo lo que había hecho y confesó que había engañado a Anne durante todo este tiempo. Confundida, Anne preguntó qué quería decir con eso de haberla engañado. Urka explicó que el hecho de que hubiera sido controlada por el dios maligno no tenía nada que ver con Anne. La conversación que habían tenido en la que Anne le había dado consejos no era lo que la había desestabilizado. La verdad era que Urka nunca había y solo quería a alguien que no la abandonara nunca más. Tenía ciertos vínculos con el dios maligno desde hacía mucho tiempo. Hace años había hecho pequeños contratos con él para volverse más fuerte. Solo lo había hecho porque Roshi era muy talentoso, evolucionaba demasiado rápido y ella no podía seguirle el ritmo. Solo con la ayuda del dios maligno había logrado volverse más fuerte. Después de su conversación con Anne, reunió el valor y le confesó sus sentimientos a Roshi y a Anne. Le preguntó si Roshi la había rechazado, pero Erka lo negó. De hecho, Roshi también quería estar con ella. Erka contó que esa noche Roshi le había dicho que también la amaba mucho, pero que no podían estar juntos. Terrificada le preguntó por qué, ya que dos personas que se aman deberían estar juntas. Erka respondió que la razón era que la tía estaba embarazada de su hijo. Sí, la tía de Roshi estaba embarazada. Erka continuó explicando que Roshi la amaba mucho, pero nunca tuvo el valor de confesar sus sentimientos, y pasaba cada noche triste y lleno de arrepentimiento por no poder expresarse. Con la tía era diferente. Cada vez que Roshi estaba borracho, ella lo ayudaba dándole consejos y tratando de apoyarlo lo mejor que podía. Un día Roshi descubrió que la había dejado embarazada. Al ser un hombre bueno y responsable, no abandonaría a su hijo ni a ella. Anne señaló que el embarazo de la tía parecía haber ocurrido muy rápido, ya que los dos se conocían desde hacía poco tiempo, y preguntó si Erka no había sospechado. Erka confirmó que sospechaba mucho. Por eso esa noche invocó por completo al dios maligno porque quería saber si la tía estaba realmente embarazada. Cuando Erka por fin recuperó la memoria después de que el dios maligno controlara su cuerpo, la tía ya estaba muerta. No fue Erka quien mató a la tía ni los habitantes del pueblo. Fue el dios maligno que había controlado su cuerpo por un tiempo. Fue la manera que la entidad había encontrado para demostrar que la tía no estaba embarazada. Erka relató que el dios maligno le había dicho que la historia del bebé era una total mentira, una forma de la tía para manipular a Roshi. Erka concluyó diciéndole a Anne que el amor es algo demasiado frágil, tan frágil que una sola mentira puede separar fácilmente a dos personas destinadas a amarse. Dijo que había desafiado la mentira de su tía, pero que sus acciones ya no se podían deshacer. Roshi lo vio todo. La vio matar a su tía con sus propias manos. Él se dio cuenta de que Erka estaba controlada por el dios maligno e intentó detenerla, luego para salvar a Roshi, porque el dios maligno iba a matarlo. Erka le lanzó un hechizo que lo transformó en un cachorro. De esta manera el dios maligno no percibió a Roshi como una amenaza, pero el hechizo se volvió irreversible. Después de que todo esto pasó, no hubo marcha atrás. El cuerpo de Erka comenzó a desintegrarse en varios pedazos. Mientras tanto, ella dice que lamenta profundamente todo lo que pasó. Se lamenta declarando que no quería que las cosas terminaran así. Erka dijo que le habría gustado haber conocido a su tía mucho antes, para haber podido evitar toda la tragedia, porque cree que su tía no era una mala persona. En sus últimas palabras, Erka se lamenta de que si hubiera reunido el valor unos días antes, habría podido confesar sus sentimientos a Roshi, y nada de esto habría pasado. Sin embargo, reconoce que no hay vuelta atrás. No hay otros caminos. Luego Erka pronuncia su última frase. Le desea a Anne que sea muy feliz y que no cometa el mismo error que ella cometió con Roshi, porque el amor es algo muy frágil. Anne llora mientras la escena termina con ella y Moon mirando el amanecer. Los fragmentos del cuerpo de Erka vuelan por los aires, simbolizando un nuevo comienzo pero también una gran pérdida. Horas más tarde, al amanecer, en las llanuras de Paran, Moon y Anne entierran los cuerpos de Erka y Roshi. Moon nota que Anne terminó rápido mientras que a él le toma un poco más de tiempo cubrir la tumba con tierra. Después de un rato, los dos finalmente terminan el entierro dejándolos bajo un árbol con una placa, deseándoles un merecido descanso. Moon y Anne se arrodillan mostrando sus respetos a los dos. Moon luego le dice a Anne que con esto finalmente pueden poner fin a toda esta confusión y regresar a la casa, comenzando de la manera correcta esta vez. Sin embargo, Moon nota una expresión extraña en el rostro de Anne y pregunta qué pasó. Ella responde que estaba pensando en la forma en que todo esto había revelado el lado malo de su propio amor. Ella reflexiona sobre el hecho de que todo el amor, lo que sentía por el joven amo era malo, y no debería haberlo amado de esa forma. Como resultado, Irka, Roshi y todos en el pueblo murieron, incluso pensando en no amar más a Moon. Por todos los errores que él ha cometido, ella no puede reprimir sus sentimientos por él. Luego ella le pregunta a Moon si él, el joven amo, realmente la ama incluso después de todo lo que ha pasado. Moon responde que tal vez ha confundido el deseo de poseer con el verdadero amor. Él explica que el deseo de poseer a menudo es una extensión del amor, y se le parece, pero en esencia son cosas completamente diferentes y fáciles de confundir. Anne asiente diciendo que probablemente ella confundió el deseo de poseer con el amor. Sin embargo, Moon piensa para sí mismo que en verdad no está seguro. Él reflexiona sobre el hecho de que cada persona es diferente con su propia forma única de amar, y que solo Anne puede saber exactamente lo que siente. Él piensa que puesto que Anne ya no es testaruda, pueden intentar que la relación funcione esta vez. Moon mira al sol pensando en qué es realmente el amor, y en qué significa amar a alguien. Mientras Moon está inmerso en sus pensamientos filosóficos, Anne lo interrumpe con una pregunta. Ella le recuerda que cuando estaban en el sótano, él había dicho que quería tener una relación normal sin que ella fuera una yandere. En estas condiciones, ella sugiere que podrían empezar desde cero. Las palabras empezar desde cero resuenan en la mente de Moon. Él le pide a Anne que espere un momento porque quiere aclarar algunos puntos antes de continuar. Moon le pregunta entonces si su intención es llevarlo de vuelta a la mansión o encarcelarlo allí. Anne responde que quiere que ambos regresen a la mansión porque es allí donde viven. Ella señala que es el único lugar donde creció, por lo tanto la mansión también es su hogar. Ella lo tranquiliza diciéndole que no tiene intención de encarcelarlo de nuevo. Anne continúa explicando que quiere empezar desde cero, no como la novia de Moon, sino como una simple sirvienta que responderá a sus... Ella espera que poco a poco puedan construir una relación normal. Ella se vuelve un poco tímida y le pregunta a Moon si realmente puede volver a servir al joven amo, preguntándose si eso sería posible. Moon toma la mano de Anne firmemente dejándola confundida. Él responde preguntando si ella realmente necesita hacer una pregunta como esa, y declara que desea que continúe sirviéndole y satisfaciendo. Incluso si ella ya no es la yandere, él todavía la quiere. Moon se siente como un misionero. Luego le dice a Anne que deberían regresar a casa de inmediato porque están muy cansados. Anne, con una sonrisa traviesa, acepta. Dicho esto, Moon piensa que si había logrado hacer que una yandere dejara de ser una yandere, entonces, él era una persona increíble. Después de todo, la mayoría de los hombres que intentaron eso Moon piensa que ahora que Anne ha vuelto a la normalidad, ese horrible destino que el libro negro había predicho, en su cabeza Moon cree que todo está resuelto. Sin embargo, pasaron 2 días en la historia. Regresaron a la mansión Campbell, pero cuando Moon llegó a casa comió y de repente todo se volvió negro. La sensación de vértigo le era familiar al igual que el techo que veía. Y sí es exactamente lo que estás pensando. Moon estaba de vuelta en la pequeña habitación de Anne. Él se dice a sí mismo en qué me he equivocado. Probablemente una fuerza inevitable de la historia original lo estaba atrayendo de vuelta hacia Anne. y tal vez hacia su versión semi-yandere. De repente las esposas de sus muñecas se abrieron seguidas por las que ataban sus pies. Una voz lo llama, joven amo. Como puedes imaginar, no era otra que Anne. Ella había vuelto. Anne le explica a Moon que se había desmayado de agotamiento después de comer al llegar a la casa y que ella quería jugar un poco con él. El único lugar donde los sirvientes nunca los encontrarían era su pequeña habitación. Moon está aterrorizado. No comprende por qué Anne le quitó la ropa y lo volvió a esposar. Anne se disculpa, explicando que pensó que al despertar y ver la habitación, el joven amo tendría miedo e intentaría escapar una vez más. Para evitar que eso sucediera, lo ató temporalmente. Pero Moon pregunta una cosa más. ¿Por qué Anne lo trajo aquí? Ella responde que el joven amo probablemente no lo recuerde. Pero esa noche, antes de que huyera, ella iba a mostrarle algo. Algo que él realmente quería. Moon recuerda entonces lo que Anne quería mostrarle antes de su huida de la mansión. Si lo recuerdan, Anne iba a mostrarle un traje. Pero él terminó escapando usando las púas que había colocado en la puerta. Mientras Anne se pone un traje de conejita, Moon lo recuerda todo. Ella comenta que se ajusta el traje porque le queda bastante apretado. Poco después, Anne anuncia que está lista. Ha terminado de vestirse. Ella dice que sabe que al joven amo le gusta el negro y la sensación del alcohol suave, así que compró esta lencería para usarla para él. Y sí, vemos a Anne con el traje de conejita. Incluso le pregunta a Moon qué siente al verla vestida así, y si le gustó. Él lo está asimilando, pero poco después un poco de sangre comienza a salir de su nariz. Probablemente no solo le gustó, le encantó. Anne se acuesta junto a Moon diciendo que no había tenido en cuenta los sentimientos del joven amo las últimas veces, y que fue su culpa. Ahora siempre tendrá en cuenta sus sentimientos. Ella se acerca cada vez más mientras la sangre sigue saliendo de la nariz de Moon. Anne le pregunta si hoy pueden hacerlo como el joven amo lo desee. Él puede hacer de todo con ella. Luego Anne se acuesta esperando cualquier orden de Moon. Espero que comprendan que no puedo mostrar muchos detalles de estos pasajes, porque la situación se vuelve bastante intensa. Ya sé cómo son, así que solo muestro un poco. La escena cambia después de estos eventos. Estuvo muy bien. Incluso podría haber continuado un poco más. Anne se despierta. Apenas abre los ojos y ya dice: lo siento, joven amo. Terminé quedándome dormida. En este momento ya deberíamos estar. Antes de que pueda terminar la frase, se da cuenta de que Moon no está allí. Ella grita el nombre del joven amo. Mientras tanto, ella está. Sin ella no lleva nada. Eso es, ya lo entendieron. Y después de un rato, Anne ya está vestida. Y mientras todavía se está preparando, escucha un maullido prolongado. Noel pregunta entonces si Anne ya está despierta. Sí, el nombre de la recién llegada es Noel. En ese momento vemos a Noel, una niña acompañada de varios gatitos y de otra criada. Ella pregunta si Anne se siente bien. Anne está confundida y pregunta: ¿qué quieres decir cómo estoy? Noel responde y explica que esta mañana el joven amo dijo que Anne tenía un pequeño resfriado y no se sentía bien, por lo tanto sería bueno que descansara en su habitación, y pidió que nadie la moleste para que pueda dormir bien. Mientras habla, notamos que Noel sostiene a un gatito de pelo corto. Anne pregunta de quién son los gatitos, y Noel responde que el joven amo los compró esta mañana en el mercado a la pequeña Wine. Noel comienza a contar más sobre ella. Wine es una chica sencilla de la ciudad cuyo barrio trabaja con zapatos. En su tiempo libre fuera de la escuela o de la casa, ella generalmente se ocupa de gatitos callejeros. Además de cuidarlos, también los alimentaba. Sin embargo, los padres de Wine eran alérgicos al pelo de gato y no permitían en absoluto que los animales entraran en su casa. Además, las clases de Wine comenzarían pronto y ella necesitaría estudiar en un internado, lo que significaba que viviría en la escuela a causa de esto. No tendría ni el tiempo ni los medios para ocuparse de los gatitos. Así que empezó a buscar varias familias nobles esperando que alguien adoptara a los animales. Después de largas búsquedas, un hombre apareció en el mercado. No era otro que el joven amo Moon y compró todos los gatitos que ella tenía. Finn contó que Moon incluso le había dado 200 monedas, la moneda local, para cubrir sus estudios. Concluyó diciendo que era un hombre muy amable. Anne empezó a darse cuenta de que todo tenía sentido ahora. Sin embargo, consideró que 3 gatitos ya eran bastantes. Noel le susurró al oído a Anne que en realidad había 4 al principio. El joven amo solo quería uno, pero la pequeña Vin dijo que si iba a adoptar, debía llevarse a toda la familia, es decir, a la madre de los gatitos, porque la familia debía permanecer unida. El joven amo Moon encontró la condición de Vin muy justa y terminó aceptando, llevándose todos los gatitos con él. Vin luego le preguntó a Mónica, la otra sirvienta, si podría ver a los gatitos de vez en cuando. Mónica respondió que el joven amo había dicho que Vin siempre era bienvenida en la casa de los Campbell y que podía ver a los gatitos cuando quisiera. Vin comentó que el joven amo Moon era un hombre increíble. Después de esta conversación, Anne le preguntó a Noel dónde estaba el joven amo. Noel respondió que había vuelto del mercado hace poco. Poco después, Anna llamó a la puerta de la habitación de Moon. Él respondió que la puerta no estaba cerrada con llave y que podía entrar. Anna abrió lentamente la puerta y notó a Moon jugando. Moon explicó que la había visto muy cansada y no quería molestarla. Por eso la había dejado dormir hasta tarde. Sin embargo, Anna apenas escuchó lo que decía. Simplemente saltó sobre él abrazándolo, como si no lo hubiera visto en años. Anna dijo que había estado terriblemente asustada. Ya que Moon debía ir a la academia, había pensado que ya se había ido sin despedirse de ella, lo que la habría puesto muy triste. Moon respondió que, aunque ya era hora de inscribirse, nunca se iría sin despedirse. La tranquilizó diciéndole que podía estar tranquila al respecto, recuperada del susto. Anna preguntó cómo el joven amo había ido al mercado y vuelto con tantos gatitos. Moon respondió que de camino a casa recordó que Anna le había preguntado si le gustaban los gatos, y pensó que tal vez ella quería uno para sí misma. Así que cuando pasó por el mercado, esa mañana vio una tienda de mascotas, y dentro encontró a este pequeño gatito, que ahora estaba acostado en la cama. Moon reveló que lo había llamado Moon II o Momo y le preguntó qué pensaba. Comentó que el gato se parecía mucho a él teniendo incluso ojos y un color de pelaje similar al color de su cabello. Era prácticamente otra versión de sí mismo, solo que en forma de gatito y muy adorable. Cogiendo al gatito Moon, se lo tendió a Anna diciendo que era un regalo para ella una versión en miniatura de sí mismo. Comentó que cuando empezara la academia tenía la intención de volver lo más rápido posible. Sabía que a Anna probablemente le gustaría acompañarlo, pero las reglas de la institución no lo permitían. Además, el papel de Anna durante este tiempo era ocuparse de los asuntos de la familia Tatuki en la mansión. Por lo tanto, mientras Moon estuviera en la academia, le dejaría al pequeño Momo para hacerle compañía, ya que la extrañaría enormemente. Luego preguntó si le gustaba el regalo. Estaba claro que a Anna le parecía una idea increíble. Ella dijo que adoraba a Momo y prometió que cuidaría muy bien de él. Muchas horas después, ya de noche, Moon estaba acostado en su cama, inmerso en sus pensamientos. Reflexionaba que sus oscuras técnicas de asesinato habían aumentado 3 niveles, lo que era excelente. Sin embargo, no había obtenido ningún beneficio mágico del combate que había tenido. Con Irka, a pesar de eso, durante esa confrontación había logrado algo muy importante: devolver a Anne a la normalidad y sacarla del estado apático en el que se encontraba. Moon pensó también en la profecía, aquella profecía según la cual Anne lo mataría. Probablemente ya no se cumpliría, puesto que ella ahora actuaba con normalidad. Ahora simplemente debía tener cuidado en la academia. Debía procurar no molestar a la arrogante heroína Ariel. Si hacía todo bien, todo saldría bien. Sin embargo, alguien llamó a la puerta. Moon se preguntó quién podría ser, ya que era bastante tarde. No era otra que Anne. Moon le preguntó si no se había ido a dormir. Anne respondió que no conseguía dormirse. Todo porque pensaba mucho en que el joven amo iría a la academia al día siguiente y estaría lejos de ella durante mucho tiempo. Moon respondió que lo entendía y la invitó a entrar en la habitación. Con una ligera sonrisa le preguntó a Anne si querría dormir con él, ya que era su última noche en la mansión por un largo tiempo. Y puesto que no había podido descansar correctamente, ella le preguntó a su vez si él debía hacer lo mismo que había hecho las últimas veces. Y comenzó a quitarse la ropa. Sin embargo, Moon la interrumpió pidiéndole que esperara y no hiciera eso. Turbada, ella preguntó: ¿qué quiere decir, joven maestro? Con una sonrisa, Moon explicó que esta noche haría algo completamente diferente. Algo completamente diferente, Anne repitió con curiosidad. Unos instantes más tarde, los dos estaban acostados en la cama uno al lado del otro. No tenían ninguna intimidad, solo estaban acostados ahí hablando. Anne preguntó si Moon disfrutaba de simplemente estar acostado ahí en la cama sin hacer nada. Él respondió que eso también era importante porque el amor no se resumía a la intimidad física. El amor también era hablar, tener una conexión emocional y conocer la esencia de la persona que te importa. Anne se acercó a Moon diciendo que no quería separarse del joven maestro después de todo lo que habían pasado, y que justo cuando las cosas acababan de arreglarse, tendrían que estar separados. Moon respondió que un semestre en la academia no duraba más de 4 meses, y que al final de este periodo llegarían las vacaciones y podría regresar. Anne, con tono triste, replicó que 4 meses era mucho tiempo y que no quería que se fuera. Él sugirió entonces que si lo extrañaba podría escribir cartas y que él se aseguraría de responder inmediatamente. Anne lo llamó una vez más y él preguntó: ¿qué pasa, Anne? Ella respondió que sentía el calor del cuerpo del joven amo tan cerca a su Anne confesó que ya no podía contenerse, y preguntó si podían tener un momento de intimidad, al menos esa noche ya que él estaría lejos de ella durante 4 meses. Moon cerró los ojos pensando que no pasaba nada y que podía hacer lo que ella pedía. Se dijo que él tampoco podía controlarse, porque amaba mucho a Anne, sobre todo después de lo que había pasado con el disfraz de conejita. Había querido manejar la situación con más delicadeza antes de pasar a algo más serio. Pero ya que Anne lo había mencionado ahora, no había forma de escapar. Luego Moon empezó a quitarse la ropa y comentó que esta vez él estaría arriba. Anne simplemente se quedó allí acostada. Luego dijo que haría exactamente lo que el joven amo deseara. La escena se centra únicamente en el libro negro mientras están ocupados. Se ve una página del libro con algunas notas importantes, proceso de celos al 100%. Intervención del destino activada, tratamiento de borrado parcial de memoria terminado. Y al final la frase, sigue luchando Moon Campbell. El significado de esto sigue siendo un misterio. Pero ciertamente, es algo importante para la historia que se descubrirá más. La escena se traslada luego a la Academia Santa María, un lugar completamente diferente. Es allí donde Moon estudiará durante los próximos 4 meses. Se ve la piscina de la academia. Luego el pie de una persona. No era otra que Ariel anunciando su regreso. Por fin un personaje secundario del principio de la historia reaparece. Ariel salta a la piscina salpicando agua por todas partes. Ella está muy feliz porque valió la pena llegar una semana antes que los demás, para tener la inmensa piscina de la academia solo para ella y su hermana. Ella le preguntó a Lea si estaba disfrutando de la piscina. Entonces vemos a Lea, la hermana de Ariel. Ella se ve completamente diferente al principio de la historia, ya que ha crecido mucho. Lea le responde a Ariel que aunque las clases aún no han comenzado, ya hay algunos profesores en la academia, ya que llegaron una semana antes. Ella teme que si hacen demasiado ruido en la piscina, puedan meterse en problemas. Pero Ariel le dice que se relaje, explicando que ya les ha pedido permiso a la mayoría de los profesores, y que todos les han permitido a ella y a su hermana quedarse en la piscina hasta más tarde. De repente, Ariel se apresura hacia Lea en la piscina, sorprendiéndola al no saber qué esperar. Luego, para sorpresa de Lea, Ariel le aprieta el pecho. Ariel comenta que, aunque solo ha pasado un mes desde que se vieron por última vez, los pechos de su hermana han crecido mucho. Continúa manoseándolos mientras pregunta desde cuándo son tan grandes. Ariel nota entonces que el pelo de su hermana se está aclarando cuando antes era mucho más oscuro. Lea responde que ni siquiera había notado ese cambio, y se pregunta si podría ser la bendición de una divinidad. Ariel nota que su hermana se pone bastante nerviosa, lo cual es inusual. Lea responde que tiene miedo de que su pelo se vuelva rubio, porque sabe que a Ariel no le gusta esa persona de pelo rubio. Ariel le pregunta, ¿hablas de ese tipo? Y se responde a sí misma declarando que esa. Ariel le dice a Lea que no se preocupe porque no importa cómo cambie, siempre la querrá. Lea se siente aliviada ya que estaba sinceramente preocupada. Ariel responde que Lea es un poco tonta por haberse preocupado tanto todo este tiempo. Sin embargo, Ariel recuerda de repente a Moon, y su expresión se llena de ira. Recordó cómo ese imbécil ya la había enfadado mucho, especialmente por haber convertido su propia ceremonia de mayoría de edad en un intento de asesinato que involucraba a la princesa Celia. Fue en esa ocasión que Moon salvó a Celia de una puñalada de un asesino. Ariel continuó diciendo que casi lastima a Celia en el proceso. Luego le dijo a Lea que era mejor para ella mantenerse muy lejos de ese tipo para evitar problemas innecesarios. Sin embargo, Lea respondió que el incidente del intento de asesinato de Celia no fue culpa de Moon. Según el comunicado oficial de la familia real, fue gracias a Moon que la princesa logró sobrevivir ese día. Lea continuó explicando que después de ese incidente, fue la propia princesa Celia quien la había llamado para ayudar con el tratamiento de emergencia de Moon. Ariel entonces entendió que por eso Lea había desaparecido durante toda una hora, y Lea lo confirmó. Ella pasó una hora cuidando de Moon, ya que debía esperar la llegada del médico real, e hizo todo lo que pudo para mantenerlo con vida hasta que llegara la ayuda. Lea añadió que él había arriesgado su propia vida para salvar a la princesa, y al menos en ese punto encontraba que el joven Moon era un hombre muy valiente y recto. Pero Ariel la interrumpió diciendo, no digas el nombre de ese chico. No es joven ni nada, es solo un imbécil. Ariel continuó, admitiendo que no negaba que él tuvo el valor de salvar a Celia. Sin embargo, no le agradaba como persona. Hasta el día de hoy no podía entender cómo los padres de Moon, siendo su madre una persona muy inteligente, y su padre también podían tener un hijo tan idiota. Sin embargo, Ariel se puso más seria cuando finalmente estuvo de acuerdo con su hermana. Lea tenía razón. Parecía que Moonji había cambiado un poco. En el pasado ni siquiera miraba el rostro de Ariel, ni recordaba su nombre. Era muy extraño porque este chico tenía una personalidad muy débil e impulsiva. Moon también señaló que era completamente su culpa. Él nunca arriesgaría su propia vida para salvar a alguien. Ariel entonces se estiró en la piscina y dijo que ya era suficiente de hablar de ese tipo desagradable. Ella quería quedarse en el agua un poco más de tiempo, luego tomar otra ducha y marcharse. Ella advirtió que si Moon aparecía para molestarla, lo partiría en dos. Las dos continuaron hablando. Ariel dijo que había querido preguntarle algo a Lea desde hacía mucho tiempo. Lea preguntó qué era y Ariel quería saber cómo su hermana había logrado hacer crecer esas montañas de esa manera. Preguntó si había un método secreto para aumentar el tamaño de esas cosas, y dijo que sería muy feliz si su hermana pudiera enseñárselo. Sin embargo, Lea respondió que eso no tenía nada que ver con la iglesia, ni con ningún método secreto. De hecho, lo que hacía era simplemente beber mucha leche. 3 días después, las clases en la academia por fin comenzaron. La academia vista desde lejos era inmensa. En la entrada había una estatua de 2 caballeros y los estudiantes ya entraban por el portal. Fue entonces cuando Moon llegó muy bien vestido. Se sorprendió por el tamaño de la Academia de Magia del Imperio. Era mucho más grande de lo que había imaginado. Mientras Moon estaba sumido en sus pensamientos, y los demás estudiantes se daban prisa porque llegaban tarde, Moon caminaba tranquilamente. Pensaba que no debía provocar a la arrogante heroína Ariel, y que la academia sería probablemente un lugar totalmente seguro para él. Hablando de estudiar, hacía más de 10 años que no lo hacía, así que se sentía incluso un poco emocionado con esa idea. Estaba decidido a ser el mejor de esta academia. Sin embargo, Moon notó que un grupo de personas en el centro del patio atraía mucha atención. Todo el mundo comentaba un espectáculo, lo que le dio curiosidad. Un espectáculo OB. Se ajustó la mochila y decidió acercarse, para descubrir a qué venía todo ese alboroto, ya que él también quería mirar. El alboroto era de hecho Ariel, discutiendo con un joven. Este joven era Imon, uno de los futuros esbirros de Moon en la historia original. Sin embargo, Moon aún no lo conocía. Iba literalmente a conocerlo en ese momento. Ariel trataba muy mal al joven, pero él le devolvía el favor. Ella le dijo que desapareciera si no tenía nada más que hacer allí, ya que ella no era como un perro. Este joven, según ella, era el perro de Moon, y ella no quería ser molestada con estupideces tan insensatas. El joven mostró una sonrisa burlona diciendo que ella era muy estúpida, y la desafió a un combate. Ariel parecía insegura sobre lo que debía hacer. Alrededor de ellos, todos en la academia miraban comentando que Ariel daba pena, por estar siempre siendo acosada. Incluso hay un estudiante de 4º año desafiando a una estudiante de 2º año. ¡Qué vergüenza! Mientras tanto, Moon se comía una salchicha y analizaba a Ariel. Comprendió que era el momento ideal para observar sus habilidades y empezar a prepararse para su futura confrontación. Ariel, por su parte, estaba muy tranquila. Esos jóvenes la habían desafiado muchas veces antes y siempre habían perdido. Probablemente esta vez no sería diferente. Emon tomó la palabra diciendo que la última vez fue un error enviar a alguien como Crew para atacarla. Él admitió que no esperaba que Ariel fuera capaz de vencer a Crew, pero aseguró que esta vez sería diferente, porque él y Moon, el loco de Campbell, atacarían y aplastarían completamente a Ariel. Al escuchar el título de loco de Campbell, Moon se dio cuenta de que este joven era uno de sus futuros aliados. Ariel respondió que le parecía bien si Emon quería pelear, ya que ella lo haría caer al suelo una vez más, si tal era el caso. Sin embargo, Emon precisó que no era él quien pelearía contra ella. El que se enfrentaría a Ariel sería Moon Campbell. En ese preciso instante, todos los de alrededor se dieron la vuelta y miraron a Moon, que se quedó allí sin entender lo que pasaba. Se dio cuenta de que su futuro aliado era un idiota. Moon acababa de llegar y ni siquiera conocía la situación. Pensaba que este joven era realmente muy estúpido. Todos los que observaban la escena se dieron cuenta de que era el verdadero Moon Campbell. No podían creer que existiera realmente. Los rumores sobre Moon eran increíbles. Las chicas susurraban que con solo cruzar su mirada había una posibilidad de quedarse embarazada de él. ¿Qué clase de rumor era ese? ¿Cómo alguien podía quedarse embarazada solo con una mirada? Otra chica respondió que si Moon Campbell la llevaba a casa, cosas inapropiadas podrían pasar durante la noche, y la situación no terminaría bien para ella. La reputación de Moon era realmente impresionante, y los rumores continuaban. Algunas chicas decían que había estado involucrado con tantas mujeres en el pasado, que podría llenar una clase entera de 40 estudiantes. Moon se dio cuenta entonces de que el personaje original de esta historia era una persona terrible. La reputación que tenía en esta academia era la de un seductor empedernido. De repente Ariel entró en escena adoptando una postura de combate. Ariel se volvió hacia Moon y dijo que ya sabía que aparecería. Luego le dijo a Moon, ¿qué es esto? Sigues siendo el mismo de antes. No tienes ningún talento y solo envías a tus perros callejeros a atacar. A los demás no es así. Sigues siendo tan inútil como siempre. Moon se dio cuenta de lo duras que eran las palabras de Ariel. Ariel continuó. Ah, ¿crees que eso fue duro? Es exactamente lo que te mereces, idiota. Otra réplica mordaz. Mucha gente alrededor comenzó a reunirse esperando una pelea. Después de todo, el joven maestro de la familia, Campbell, era conocido por ser insoportable. La multitud se preguntaba quién saldría victorioso, si Moon destruiría a Ariel o si Ariel lo haría pedazos. Para sorpresa de todos, Moon gritó el nombre de Ariel a todo pulmón, para que todo el mundo lo escuchara. El grito sorprendió incluso a la propia Ariel. Luego, para sorpresa de todos, Moon se disculpó diciendo que no quería molestarla. La multitud se quedó sin palabras. Después de todo, era conocido por causar muchos problemas y lastimar a otros, y ahora se estaba disculpando. Incluso Ariel estaba perpleja, ya que Moon nunca se había comportado así con ella. De repente, Emon apareció, y se entrometió diciendo que el joven Moon no podía disculparse con una idiota así porque pertenecía a la noble familia. Campbell. Moon se volvió hacia Amon y le preguntó qué creía que estaba haciendo al armar tal espectáculo. Amon, junto con otros dos subordinados de Moon, respondió que debido a la humillación pública debía destruir a Ariel. Sostuvieron que Moon estaba siendo humillado delante de todos. Con una expresión seria, Moon le preguntó si alguien le había dado la orden de hacer eso, ya que él no le había pedido a nadie que lastimara a Ariel. Amon se quedó sin palabras. Tartamudeó y terminó respondiendo que la idea de lastimar a Ariel había sido suya y que nadie lo había obligado a hacer nada. Moon declaró entonces que tal comportamiento, buscar pelea sin haber recibido órdenes, merecía una buena reprimenda. Luego arrastró a Emon a un rincón para hablar en privado. Moon le dijo a Emon que nunca más volviera a armar un escándalo, como ese, ya que tenía un plan importante en mente. Le ordenó a Emon que tomara a algunos hombres y le pidiera disculpas sinceras a Ariel. Después de las disculpas, Emon debía tomar el dinero que Moon le ofrecía y llevar a los hombres a comprar algo delicioso. En la cafetería, antes de todo eso, sin embargo, Emon debía ayudarlo a dispersar a los curiosos que se habían reunido, y que Emon había terminado sufriendo lo peor de la situación. Para sorpresa de su subordinado, Moon se disculpó llamándolo hermano. El gesto conmovió profundamente a Emon. Su maestro no solo le había dado dinero para comprar comida y asumir toda la responsabilidad por el error que había cometido, sino que también lo había llamado hermano. Unos segundos más tarde, Emon y los otros dos subordinados de Moon se acercaron a Ariel. Ella se preparó para el combate, lista para acabar con ellos, si fuera necesario, y preguntó qué intentaban hacer. Para asombro general, los tres se inclinaron y le pidieron disculpas. Sus acciones sorprendieron a la multitud. Todos pensaban que atacarían a Ariel, que le darían una paliza, pero nada de eso ocurrió. Incluso Ariel estaba visiblemente sorprendida, ya que era algo que ella tampoco se esperaba. Luego los tres le dijeron a la multitud que se dispersara, anunciando que el espectáculo había terminado. Moon estaba al lado de Ariel, quien lo miraba fijamente, y le preguntó qué tramaba y qué planeaba hacer. Él se disculpó una vez más, insistiendo en que nunca había querido hacerle daño ni molestarla, y luego empezó a hablar. Él le explicó que quería verla en privado para disculparse sinceramente por las estupideces que había hecho en el pasado, pero temía que el hecho de ir a buscarla a solas provocara malentendidos. Y ahora, en este mismo instante, se había presentado la ocasión perfecta para disculparse con ella públicamente con tantos testigos. Ariel terminó preguntando si hablaba en serio. Moon estaba un poco confundido y le preguntó cómo no se daba cuenta de que hablaba en serio, y que lo decía con total sinceridad. Le preguntó si eso no era suficiente para ella, y terminó disculpándose una vez más. Ariel incluso se puso tímida sin saber qué hacer. Moon reiteró sus disculpas por todo lo que le había hecho en el pasado, y le aseguró que no quería volver a hacer ese tipo de cosas. Incluso terminó preguntándole si quería que se arrodillara para demostrar que sus disculpas eran realmente sinceras. Ariel, todavía un poco tímida, se acercó a él diciendo que lo entendía todo. Dijo que Moon quería que ella bajara la guardia para poder acercarse a ella, y en consecuencia acercarse a Lia, su hermana. Ariel declaró que sabía que a Moon le gustaba mucho su hermana, porque a menudo se quedaba mirando a Lia. Ariel terminó respondiendo que los pechos de Lia le pertenecían solo a ella, a su propia hermana, y no a él. Ariel siguió insistiendo en lo que decía de forma muy seria, advirtiendo a Moon Campbell que ni siquiera lo pensara, porque los magníficos pechos de su hermana, los magníficos pechos de Lia, le pertenecían solo a ella. Moon se puso un poco tímido, Incluso tartamudeó un poco y terminó diciendo que ya que habían llegado a ese tema y a ese punto, iba a aclararle algo a Ariel sobre ese malentendido entre él y Lia. Prometió que hoy sería completamente honesto con Ariel. Moon terminó respondiendo que de hecho le gustaban pequeños, no grandes, hablando muy en serio. Y con gran convicción Moon respondió que los que eran suaves y grandes ni siquiera le cabían en la mano, y que por esa razón no le interesaban en lo absoluto. Dijo que prefería los que eran pequeños y normales. Lo ideal para él sería algo completamente plano. Ariel reaccionó dándole un puñetazo en toda la cara. Estaba visiblemente tímida, y terminó diciendo que lo conocía muy bien. En el pasado, él había maltratado a muchas chicas de pechos generosos, y nunca se había acercado a una chica de pechos pequeños. Y ahora decía semejantes absurdos. Le preguntó cómo podía decir algo así. Ariel siguió argumentando, que probablemente decía eso solo para burlarse de ella y que eso demostraba que no había cambiado en absoluto siendo el mismo de siempre. Sin embargo, Moon terminó respondiendo que lo que había dicho no era una broma y que Ariel no debía enojarse. Subrayó que era verdad y se disculpó sinceramente. Moon comentó que incluso en lo que respectaba a Lea y a la propia Ariel, él no las tocaría, y que no tenía la intención de hacerles ningún daño. Les aseguró a las dos que podían descansar tranquilas. A este respecto les dijo que ordenaría a su gente que no les pusiera un dedo encima. Moon terminó por levantarse y reveló que cuando regresó a la academia, había pensado en preparar un regalo, como forma de disculparse con ella. Pero antes de concluir admitió que desgraciadamente por el momento no había comprado nada para ella porque no había tenido suficiente tiempo. Solo tenía el dinero que recibía de su paga, 1 millón de amelios que estaban en su bolsillo. Como pensó que el dinero terminaría por insultarla, pidió que en su lugar ella aceptara la salchicha que él estaba comiendo. Continuó citando un proverbio. La amistad entre los dos es preciosa como el agua a fin de poner fin a cualquier rencor. Moon empezó a correr diciendo que cuando tuviera tiempo libre le compraría un muy buen regalo a modo de disculpa, pero que por el momento debía estudiar. Mientras corría, Moon pensó que Ariel no necesitaba aceptarlo ni perdonarle. Lo aceptara o no, él continuaría mejorando y evolucionando como persona. Si Ariel realmente no quería aceptarlo, simplemente se disculparía, ya que reconocía que había cometido muchos errores en el pasado, incluso si no era él quien controlaba su propio cuerpo durante cierto tiempo. Se despidió de Ariel por su nombre completo. Él reflexionó que su relación podría ser buena, pero no quería tener más enemigos en esta vida. Ariel se quedó inmóvil sin saber qué hacer y sin entender nada. De repente se dio cuenta de que todavía sostenía la salchicha de Moon y soltó un grito, sin saber cómo reaccionar. Luego le gritó a Moon que esperara, llamándolo por su nombre. Moon, que todavía corría, se dio la vuelta y vio a Ariel abalanzarse sobre él a toda velocidad. La escena se centró en la pierna de una chica situada en lo alto a lo lejos. Se podía escuchar la conversación entre Moon y Ariel. Ariel dijo que el regalo que Moon podía ofrecerle podía ser dinero, declarando que encontraba muy interesante el 1 millón de monedas que él. Moon, sin embargo, le dijo que no se acercara más, negándose a dar 1 millón de monedas a modo de disculpa porque era demasiado dinero. La chica que los observaba fue revelada. Era la misma que vendía pociones del mercado negro a Moon. ¿Quién iba a pensar que aparecería aquí? Le pareció una locura que Moon se disculpara con Ariel usando dinero. Ella notó que después del incidente donde él había salvado a Celia, Moon se había convertido en una persona completamente diferente, porque su comportamiento había cambiado mucho. Con una sonrisa maliciosa, ella notó que Moon era el niño mimado de la familia Campbell. Era bastante ingenuo pero rico. Se preguntó si debería molestar un poco a Moon para estar con él. Reflexionó que no habría ningún problema, porque creía que Celia también terminaría con él, y que a Celia probablemente no le importaría si ella lo alcanzaba primero. ¿Tendría Moon a esta chica tan cerca además de Anne? La escena cambia mostrando a 2 hombres mayores que aparentemente son los directores de la academia. Uno de ellos comenta que la multitud por fin se ha dispersado, y que no necesitarán intervenir. Uno de ellos se presenta como Prek, el director del departamento de magia de la Academia Santa María. Viendo que el alboroto ha terminado, Prek pregunta por qué esos dos están todavía tan cerca. Luego le pregunta a su compañero si puede leer los labios a distancia para saber de qué están discutiendo, incluso sin escuchar nada. El anciano en cuestión no es otro que el profesor Trent, del departamento de pociones de la misma academia. Él responde que el chico se está disculpando con Ariel, ofreciendo la mitad de una salchicha asada como compensación. Trent termina riéndose de la situación, encontrando cómico que Moon ofrezca una salchicha. Continúa admitiendo que al parecer el joven de la familia Campbell ha cambiado mucho porque su actitud es bastante divertida. Sin embargo, el director Prek cree que es imposible. Selon lui, Moon Campbell ne changerait jamais son comportement. Breck poursuit en disant que le garçon s'est toujours cru supérieur, se servant du fait qu'il était le fils d'un duc, pour faire exactement ce qu'il voulait à l'académie. La scène suivante l'illustre, montrant Moon faisant le moonwalk tandis que des filles effrayées s'enfuient précipitamment loin de lui. Breck continue de dire au professeur que Moon Campbell a causé de nombreux troubles par le passé. Il souligne qu'il ne croit pas que Moon s'excuse auprès d'Ariel, car il l'a toujours vivement critiqué, pour être la fille illégitime d'une famille riche et noble. Cependant, le professeur Krent du département des potions insiste. Il déclare que d'après sa lecture labiale, Moon a vraiment dit quelque chose qui semble être vrai, ce qui indique qu'il est sincère. Le directeur Breck cependant réagit avec une grande colère, disant que tout cela n'est que des absurdités. Il déclare que si Moon avait vraiment changé, il serait capable de manger la table entière. L'autre professeur commente qu'il est clair qu'il déteste vraiment Moon Campbell. Mais le directeur réplique que ce n'est pas une question d'aimer ou de ne pas aimer. Il déclare que ce jeune homme est une honte pour l'Académie Sainte-Marie. La raison en est que l'année dernière, Moon a mis une année entière à n'apprendre rien de plus qu'un simple sort d'illumination, un sort de lumière de base, ce qui est inacceptable pour une académie d'un prestige aussi élevé. Cependant, le professeur Krent fait remarquer au directeur qu'en tant que chef du département de magie, il pourrait simplement renvoyer Moon. Mais ils ne peuvent pas faire ça si tôt parce que Moon doit au minimum avoir une chance de montrer qu'il a changé et qu'il s'est amélioré. S'il devait partir, il pourrait être utilisé comme justification que le garçon n'est pas doué en magie, mais plutôt en combat tout comme son père. Le père de Moon est très doué en combat, pas en magie. Le directeur, pour sa part, ne peut toujours pas croire que Moon n'obtienne que de mauvaises notes. His reputation is absolutely trashed, which is wild considering his parents are straight-up legends and certified geniuses. But here is the kicker. Even with grades that are literally scraping the bottom of the barrel, Moon has never actually broken a single academy rule. Still, the two higher-ups watching him know the truth. Kicking Moon out of the academy is basically mission impossible, because his bloodline holds serious weight in the empire. We are not just talking about his mom and dad. Moon's family tree is stacked with uncles and relatives, pulling strings across every major sector of the imperial government, so if anyone actually tried to give him the boot, the powerhouse politicians in his corner would instantly step into the ring and crush that expulsion order before the ink even dried. Long story short, the dude is basically untouchable. The headmaster can hate his guts all he wants, but he cannot just toss him out on a whim. The professor strokes his chin, admitting he has been keeping a close eye on Moon lately, and the kid is acting super weird. Picture this. Moon strolls onto campus, spots some random garbage on the ground, and actually tosses it in the trash. Literally not a single other student even blinked at that mess. Then he spots a fallen bird's nest, and gently places it back up in the branches. The craziest part, the little birds were not spooked at all. They were actually chilling, totally vibing with his energy. A smirk creeps onto the old man's face. Moon has clearly flipped a switch. He spills the tea on another crazy moment, proving that the bad boy era might actually be over. Moon walked in, saw a girl bawling her eyes out, and smoothly handed her a tissue to dry her tears. But the second she realized it was the infamous Moon Campbell, she panicked and sprinted for her life, because his reputation on campus is straight up terrifying. Even so, the professor watches Moon pull off something completely out of character. He catches Moon bowing down, paying massive respect to the statue of the Academy's very first founder. Headmaster Breck is absolutely shook. For years, not a single soul has bothered to bow to that dusty old founder's statue. Cut back to our boy. Moon is scheming, realizing he needs a major rebrand. Being a polite gentleman is step one to fixing his toxic image. So he pulls off a move guaranteed to make the staff glaze him up. But wait. Moon locks eyes with a nasty crack on the statue's neck. Yeah, that is because the head literally snapped off, last year back when he first enrolled. And the absolute menace who broke it, none other than Moon himself during his past life's rebellious phase. Ironically, he was also the guy who glued the head back on. Closing his eyes, Moon silently prays, swearing to the heavens he is officially done with all that chaotic villain energy. Spying from a distance, the two old geezers cannot deny the facts. Moon has totally leveled up. His manners, top tier. Honestly, even back in their own rookie days at the academy. Neither of them had ever bothered to worship that statue. It just was not a thing. But here is Moon actually doing it. The older professor, rocking a massive white beard and long hair, jabs the headmaster. He casually asks when Breck is going to pay up on their bet and literally eat a table. Because Moon's glow-up is real, meaning the headmaster just took a massive L. Breck storms off totally fuming. He snaps back that this is all a fluke. One single day of good vibes does not prove that the kid is actually reformed. He needs a few solid weeks of proof before buying this holy act. The headmaster doubles down, arguing that a person's core nature does not just magically flip. doing a complete 180 overnight, basically impossible. He is convinced the Campbell heir is cooking up something diabolical, and you bet Breck is going to shadow Moon like a hawk these next few days, just to prove himself right and expose whatever sketchy scheme the kid is hiding. The potions master just chuckles at the headmaster's stubborn ego. Honestly, he has a gut feeling that this upcoming semester is going to be 10 times more entertaining than the last. Cut to the sprawling dormitories of the prestigious Santa Maria Academy. The dorm matron warmly hands Moon his room key number 526, flashing him the sweetest, most welcoming smile. Moon flashes a charming smile back. "Thank you so much, ma'am." Blushing a little, she practically beams, wishing him the exact same good vibes right back. But as he walks away, it clicks. She totally recognizes that face. Isn't he that times infamous kid? The absolute menace who's always stirring up massive drama. The other staff members literally can't stand him, and he comes from insanely filthy old money. But honestly, the way he just spoke to her completely caught her off guard. His manners were actually flawless. It honestly left her low-key emotional. She couldn't help but think he was actually super sweet and ridiculously charming. Meanwhile, Moon pushes open his door and wow, the space is seriously massive. We're talking way bigger than his old setup back at the Campbell. He takes a deep breath. This right here. This is his ultimate sanctuary to grind, study, and put in the work. Whatever it takes to evolve into an absolute powerhouse. He instantly faceplants right onto the mattress. It's crazy plush. But let's be real, it doesn't even hold a candle to the ultra-luxury. Staring at the ceiling, he remembers that the opening ceremony and actual classes don't kick off until tomorrow. So with a completely wide-open afternoon, he decides to hit the showers, throw on some fresh clothes, and just vibe out for a bit. Stepping out of the steam dripping wet, he catches his reflection in the mirror. Bro is absolutely shredded now. Grinding inside the Black Book dimension on top of his brutal daily workouts. Yeah, the insane gains are definitely showing. He flexes his muscles. He can literally feel the raw power surging through his veins. But then his eyes lock onto something dark on his back. Right there, etched into his skin, the sinister mark of the corrupted king. Quick flashback. Moon absorbed this chaotic energy from the corrupted king, just so he could obliterate the god of love back on the ark. And apparently that dark essence never completely faded. It's practically branded onto his flesh. He literally tried asking the Black Book earlier if the skill had vanished, but the artifact completely left him on red. Which was super sketchy, honestly. Now it hits him like a truck. The king's terrifying ability is definitely still lurking deep inside him. Just to test it out, Moon snaps his fingers. Boom. A tiny dark spark ignites at his fingertip. It's the weirdest vibe ever. He clearly holds the king's magic. All this mind-bending confusion stems from the fact that the Black Book refused to actually confirm his stats. It's an absolute paradox. How do you wield a terrifying power that feels completely non-existent? Even though he's literally staring right at the sparking evidence. Staring intensely at the tiny flame, Moon realizes, yeah, he can absolutely still tap into that corrupted energy, but it's pathetically weak right now. He literally snuffs out the tiny flame with a single gentle puff of air. And honestly, he starts questioning if he even wants to mess around with this cursed ability anymore, because leveling up this dark magic would require some serious hardcore grinding. I mean, right now, his ultimate dark attack is basically weaker than a basic $1 flashlight spell. Nah, screw that. Moon makes the firm call. He is officially dropping this toxic skill tree. Every single evil god he's encountered so far has brought massive red flags and pure chaos. He is entirely done dealing, plus he figures he's basically untouchable now. He's currently hiding out at the Santa Maria Imperial Academy, the absolute top-tier school in the entire country. This fortress is literally packed with the most overpowered mages breathing today. Moon's ultimate game plan. Lay low, grind his classes for the next 3 years, and evolve into an absolute beast. With the Black Book acting as his ultimate cheat code, these next few years are guaranteed to be wild. He is aiming for literal god-tier strength, no cap. So freakishly strong that not even an evil god could land a scratch on him. He smirks to himself. Yeah, this master plan is absolute genius. Staring up at the ceiling from his dorm bed, the harsh reality hit Moon like a freight train. He was pathetically weak. It was time to stop slacking and he needed to grind on his academics and seriously level up his combat stats. Ready to get straight to work, the mysterious Black Book aggressively smacked him right in the face. Classic behavior from this annoying artifact. Boom. The world glitches out, ripping us straight into the pitch-black pocket dimension of the book. It has been a hot minute since we stepped foot in this shadowy arena. Inside this twisted space, Moon's power spiked massively, completely hyping him up for a brutal training session. He figured out it was way smarter to let this magical guide dictate his daily grind. Since the artifact always had his back when push came to shove, flashing a twisted grin, Moon casually dropped that it only took exactly 197 brutal deaths just to unlock the second tier of this cursed relic. Yeah, you heard that right. The guy had his life snuffed out 197 times just to access the net. Also, he could push his body to absolute breaking points. Through endless trial and error, he had mastered a sick arsenal of fresh combos and could finally hold his own in a real fight. Here is the dark twist. Whenever someone bites the dust in this lore, their soul morphs into a raven knight. Basically, they become phantom warriors, trapped forever inside the void of the book. Stepping out of the shadows was Roch Urka's husband wielding a heavy broadsword and shield as the ultimate boss battle for Tier 2. Smash cut to the ultra-elite girls' dorms back at St. Mary's Academy. Ariel was chilling in her plush room when her sister Leah suddenly busted through the doorway. Leia desperately needed to spill some tea, claiming there was some absolutely insane gossip floating around about Ariel and Moon. She demanded to know if the crazy rumors were actually legit. Sighing, Ariel admitted the news traveled freakishly fast, totally catching her off guard. Honestly, she never in a million years expected a guy like Moon to actually apologize to her. Leah's jaw literally dropped to the floor. She thought the apology story was totally fake news. She assumed the whole campus was just capping. But Ariel shot that down instantly. It was not fake. It actually went down in real life barely a few hours ago. Connecting the wrong dots, Leah gasped, concluding that the wildest rumor of all must be true. Ariel and Moon had a secret baby together. Ariel's brain short-circuited. How on earth could she and Moon possibly spawn a kid in the span of a single afternoon? But Leah quickly pulled up the school's digital tabloid, pointing to a massive headline screaming that Ariel was carrying Moon's baby, all steaming from their massive public blowout earlier that day. As the sisters freaked out, the camera panned down to focus heavily on Ariel's shiny ring resting on her nightstand. This tiny piece of jewelry held massive lore implications. Snatching the tablet, Ariel's eyes darted across the scandalous article. She shrieked, demanding to know which absolute clown had the nerve to publish this garbage. Getting knocked up by Moon Campbell was the most unhinged, impossible thing she had ever heard. Leah pointed out the sneaky part: the writers actually took real snippets of their drama and perfectly blended them with pure toxic fiction. And this spicy gossip was currently going mega viral across the entire student body. To make matters worse, the article claimed Moon was basically running a harem, secretly dating Ariel and 13 other noble heiresses at the same time. Furious, Ariel snapped at Leia to cut the nonsense, vowing she was going to march straight over there first thing tomorrow morning. She was going to kick down the doors of the journalism club and have a very aggressive little chat with the editors. There was zero chance she would let them get away with dragging her name, calling her his pregnant baby mama, or his bitter ex, or whatever else their twisted minds came up with. But Leah quickly interjected, clarifying that the article did not just label her an ex, it specifically branded her as the abandoned ex-girlfriend hiding a secret love child. Flushed red, Ariel yelled that her sister was being completely brain dead because none of it was true, demanding to know if Leah was just trolling her. Without missing a beat, Ariel tackled her sister onto the bed in a chaotic, playful. She tells her sister she's absolutely hilarious, teasingly asking if her curves somehow leveled up overnight. She playfully adds that she absolutely loves her sister's assets. Ariel smirks, challenging Leia. "You really want to try messing with me again?" Leia just bursts out laughing, begging her to stop. Waving a white flag, she swears she won't pull another stunt after their little wrestling match. Catching her breath, Leia admits she actually needed the laugh, especially since tomorrow is the massive opening ceremony for the academy. She announces she's crashing in her own room, needing her beauty sleep for the big day ahead. Pouting slightly, Ariel asks if they can't just have a sleepover since they should totally celebrate together. But Leia shoots her down. She desperately needs a hot shower and has to grind out some late-night practice with her healing magic, which is basically her entire brand. They swap sweet goodnights, wrapping up their chaotic hangout. The camera cuts back to Ariel's dark, quiet bedroom. Flopping onto her mattress, the heavy reality sinks in. The black market is completely wiped out. That shady underground was her only lifeline for paying bills. And now, literally the night before classes start, absolute financial panic is eating her alive. She desperately needs a new side hustle, but balancing work with insane academic pressure. Yeah, this year is going to be brutally exhausting. Ariel is fuming. She's dropping an absolute fortune on magic school tuition, and her bank account is basically at zero. To make things worse, the school paper is dropping massive rumors about her all over campus, which is triggering her beyond belief. Taking a deep breath to cool off, Ariel whispers into the dark, asking her master if there's literally any other way to rake in some cash. Now that her underground gig is dead, suddenly her ancient, hyper-important ring sparks to life right as she dramatically whines about starving to death. A spectral, glowing woman floats out from the jewelry. It's her ghost witch master, looking majestic as ever. With a knowing smile, the spirit explains that Ariel's mana level has skyrocketed, meaning she just unlocked a ton of new high-paying side quests. Ariel just glares at her, blaming the ghost for teaching her such ridiculously ancient spells in the first place. That kind of magic practically screams for attention, totally freaking out regular people. Back in the day, Ariel made bank-flipping overpowered magic scrolls in the underworld shadows. But with that entire operation shut down, she's spiraling into full-blown panic mode. Rolling her ghostly eyes, the master asks if she's finally ready to learn basic everyday magic, since Ariel is literally clueless when it comes to standard spells. But Ariel fiercely shakes her head, refusing to stoop down to basic level casting. She wants the absolute most explosive god-tier abilities. Though letting her pride drop for a second, she admits, she totally brought this financial ruin on herself. She totally owns up to the fact that she should have diversified her skills and found safer cash grabs. Way before things went south. The black market collapsing was a ticking time bomb anyway, and the explosion finally happened. The second Princess Celia got brutally assassinated. Flashbacks hit her hard. She remembers standing in that cold mansion hallway feeling a totally sick, chilling vibe, crawling around the princess, but she kept her mouth shut. If she had just sounded the alarm, maybe the underground wouldn't have been nuked from existence, saving her from this massive headache. Cutting off her pity party, the master snaps her fingers, suddenly remembering the ultimate stupidly easy cheat code to scoring fast cash. Ariel's eyes instantly light up. The master drops a huge reminder, didn't Moon Campbell swear? He owed her a massively expensive favor. She smirks, telling Ariel to go squeeze that guy for at least 1 million coins, easily securing her bag for the rest of the semester. She completely brushes off the financial flex. Ariel claps back, shutting down the idea instantly. She flat out refuses to sell her soul and ditch her morals for 1 million coins. Even though most people would fold in a heartbeat, she fiercely explains that earning her forgiveness takes way more than a fat paycheck. Moon dropping 1 million coins in her lap just doesn't cut it. He needs to step up, put in the work, and prove he's actually leveled up as a human being. Otherwise, he can keep his money because she wants absolutely nothing to do with him. But her instructor leans in, playing devil's advocate. She nudges Ariel, pointing out that 1 million coins is a massive, life-changing stash of loot. She even playfully baits her. What if the guy dropped 2 million instead? Ariel doesn't even blink. 2 million coins, still a hard pass. She doubles down, swearing that 10 million wouldn't move her either. For her, it's all about character, attitude, and hardcore boundaries. The instructor sighs, clearly bummed out by Ariel's stubbornness. Such a shame, she groans. She keeps pushing the issue, dropping a hint that she genuinely feels the kid. Moon Campbell was actually giving off pure genuine vibes earlier. Smash cut to Moon. He sprawled out dead to the world with that mysterious black book draped right over his face. The instructor's voice echoes in the background, hyping up his massive glow-up. While we see Moon absolutely wrecked, drained to his core from grinding through the Black Book's brutal trials. Fast forward back to St. Mary Academy. A few hours drift by, and the sun is just peeking over the horizon. Professor Frank is out doing his usual early bird patrol, deep in thought, chewing on that one classic catchphrase he constantly preaches to his students. Hard work always pays off. He scans the Academy's track and training grounds only to find a complete ghost town. Back in the day, the Empire's elite sweated out way before sunrise to get those gains. But now, not a single soul from this rookie class has bothered to show up. This new era of kids just hits different, and not in a good way. The professor silently fumes. The massive opening ceremony kicks off in exactly 2 hours. And these lazy bums are still snoozing. It's honestly just pathetic. Right as he's losing hope, a blur sprints past him. Boom. It's Moon absolutely crushing an intense cardio session. At first glance, the professor doesn't even realize who it is. He's just totally shocked to see a student actually grinding at 0 dark 30. He nods to himself. Discipline is the ultimate flex of a true powerhouse. A kid hitting the track before breakfast. That demands massive respect from any instructor. He decides right then and there, if the schedule allows it, he's going to drag this kid up on stage later and hype him up in front of everyone. It's the perfect wake-up call to shame the slackers from recent years, proving that true hustle still exists. This is exactly the kind of top-tier energy that pushes the rest of the pack to level up. Fired up, Professor Frank shouts across the track, demanding to know the runner's name. Moon doesn't miss a beat. Morning, Professor Frank. The older man blinks, totally caught off guard. Good morning. Wait, are you Moon Campbell? The realization hits him like a truck. This is Moon, the absolute biggest menace and his least favorite punk in the entire academy. He instantly snaps. What the heck are you doing out here, you little brat? Moon stays completely chill. As you can see, sir, I'm hitting the pavement, just getting my daily cardio in. The professor is flabbergasted. Running you. Carry on, I guess. Exactly, Moon replies. This light jog won't magically turn me into a beast, but honestly, sweating it out and taking an ice-cold shower right after. It totally shocks my system. Wakes me up for the first day of lectures. Because I plan on being completely dialed in and paying razor. The professor's jaw basically hits the floor. Is that seriously it? He's sweating bullets out here. Just so he can focus better during. Moon just shrugs it off casually, dropping that he still has 3 kilometers left to crush, and tells the professor they can chat later. Right now, he's got to stay on the grind and finish his laps. The professor just gave a tight nod, muttering a simple, "All right." Watching Moon's silhouette fade down the hall, Professor Pranks couldn't shake the wild thought times. How on earth is that the real Moon Campbell? It made 0 sense. But like they always say, when things get this insanely weird, there's definitely some shady stuff brewing behind the scenes. Coming straight out of the high and mighty Campbell bloodline, this kid needed an absolute microscope on him because his whole vibe was just way off. The camera cuts to the next scene. We catch a girl absolutely sprinting through the academy halls like her life depends on it. Gasping for air, she hypes herself up, claiming she actually clutched it right at the buzzer. She nudges the heavy door open an inch at a time, sweating over the fact that she only had 5 minutes left on the clock, right before her shift was officially supposed to kick off. So honestly, she was cutting it seriously close. Swinging the door wide, she freezes. Standing dead center is none other than Celia, the literal princess of the empire. The breathless girl nervously stammers that she's running a little behind. Celia waves it off, just relieved she finally showed up, and tells her they need to hit the ground running immediately. The royal drops a heavy sigh, reminding her for the millionth time to drop the whole "Your Highness" or "Princess" act. Because inside these academy walls, she's just another totally average student. The frantic girl quickly presents her haul, packing all the dirt on every single freshman rolling in this year. Princess Celia herself had specially requested this massive info dump. The assistant blurts out her formal title yet again, making Celia roll her eyes and just point to the nearest desk to dump the files. Still catching her breath, the girl peeks up, asking what the class president has on the agenda for today. Celia brushes off her skirt, casually mentioning she's just fine-tuning her speech for the grand opening ceremony. But then she locks eyes with the girl. Spotting those brutal dark bags under her eyes, Celia instantly clocks that she pulled an all-nighter. Smirking, Celia calls her out, guessing she was probably binge-reading some spicy boys' love fantasy, featuring some toxic, overpowerful dark god totally obsessing over the main. The girl absolutely panics. Her jaw drops, completely spooked that Celia had read her like an open book. And honestly, yeah, she is a massive otaku, just like our boy Moon. She lives for web novels, but the ironic twist, she's literally trapped as a side character inside one right now. That's the real crazy part. Celia just shakes her head, totally baffled by that kind of fictional obsession. Simping over red flag villains and literal deities, hard pass. She throws down a stern warning if her assistant keeps pulling these midnight reading sessions and wrecking her sleep schedule, it's going to absolutely tank her magic grades. And if it comes to that, Celia swears she'll straight up confiscate her novels for stealing her focus. Sweating bullets, the young otaku instantly surrenders, taking all the blame, and crying out that she cannot survive without her beloved fanfics. Chuckling, Celia just stands up and pushes the heavy window open. A sharp, biting gust of wind instantly. Looking out, she murmurs that spring seemed to have crashed the party way earlier than last year. The fanfic girl nods along, chiming in that back in her hometown, crazy blizzards were already starting to hit, which was a major glitch in the weather. Shrugging it off, she grabs a fluffy duster and starts wiping down the dusty bookshelves. But after a minute, she notices Celia is deadlocked onto something outside. Frowning, she asks what the princess is staring at. Leaning over the windowsill, her eyes follow Celia's gaze, landing squarely on one specific guy. Yep, Moon Campbell, the walking disaster himself. Instantly, the assistant's face drops, twisting into pure unfiltered disgust at the mere sight of him. Catching that lethal glare, Celia raises an eyebrow, asking if the campus menace had sparked yet another dumpster fire. The girl fiercely nods. Massive ones, she spits out, absolutely shocked that the class president was completely out of the loop. Celia admits she's been totally off the grid and demands the morning paper right now to see what kind of chaos he unleashed. Scrambling for the latest campus gazette, the assistant starts spilling all the hot tea. Scanning the insane headlines, the princess finally clicks the pieces together, realizing the whole school was losing its mind. All because the arrogant Moon Campbell had actually swallowed his pride and apologized, but the girl totally brushed that off. She pointed out the massive headline claiming Moon Campbell totally dumped Ariel, right after the two of them were allegedly involved in a child's tragic end. Reading further, she gasped, swearing there was more tea. The tabloid exposed that Moon was juggling 3 different girls at the exact same time, and Ariel, they called her the fearless battleship, completely under his control. According to this insane article, he caused her to suffer 50 tragic losses, pushing her to try and end it all, 375 times. Right then, Celia's hand violently twitched, winding up, completely ready to smack the living daylights out of her. And staying totally true to character, Celia landed a fierce chop right on the girl's head. The girl yelped, "Madam President." What was that for? Celia snapped back that such totally over-the-top drama and that ridiculously fake number of dark attempts made absolutely zero sense. Plus, she fiercely pointed out, "Did you completely miss the microscopic fine print at the bottom, exposing something super important?" The girl suddenly froze, remembering that tiny little section at the bottom reading exactly like this. "All preceding content is pure speculation by the editorial team, totally fabricated for entertainment purposes only. It in no way reflects reality." Celia scoffed, dragging her for not even finishing the whole article. She then snatched the paper and whacked the girl's head again, lecturing her to do way more reading and absolutely keep her mouth shut next time. Because if she kept eating up this garbage, her brain cells would literally rot away. Rubbing her head, the girl muttered that she got the message. She then asked Celia if, since this whole thing was clearly a toxic rumor, shouldn't she, as the class president, unleash some heavy punishment on whoever started it? Celia coldly replied that she would handle the absolute mess later. Deep down, Celia firmly believed that, as the student council president of St. Mary Academy, she absolutely could not let this kind of trashy gossip or chaos infect the school. Furthermore, she refused to let anyone completely ruin someone's reputation to bully them or spread malicious fake news. It was straight up twisted, and Celia fiercely stood against this kind of toxic misinformation. But that definitely wasn't the only thing occupying her mind. The memory of Moon literally saving her life flashed through her thoughts. She hated seeing him labeled as absolute trash, or some walking red flag, especially after he genuinely proved he was trying to turn his life around. Celia firmly believed that if Simon wanted to actually earn her respect, he needed to put in way more effort than this bare minimum. She refused to even consider rebuilding their friendship until he proved beyond a doubt that he had leveled up into a decent human being. Suddenly, the scene cuts to our main guy Simon, crushing the last of his mandatory 3-kilometer cardio run. Back in her own thoughts, Celia mused that Moon Campbell, that complicated guy, seriously needed to show the world his glow-up was real. A few hours pass and the vibe totally shifts. We're now panning across the massive grand hall of St. Mary Academy, packed with buzzing students gathering for the huge opening ceremony. Two girls were absolutely losing their minds over this drop-dead gorgeous guy who just walked, and that stunning heartthrob. None other than our main character, Moon. The girls whispered to each other, totally convinced he was a top-tier senior, obsessing over how insanely attractive he was. He had this majestic aura. When his gaze casually met theirs, they instantly melted, completely charmed by his polite, sweet, and flawless vibe. Moon was literally casting a spell on anyone totally clueless about his dark history. Smirking to himself, he realized these girls were treating him like an absolute god, strictly because they were the fresh meat, the brand new first years on. You see, this was already Moon's second run at the academy. Since he'd been completely off the grid on vacation when the drama started, these clueless freshmen hadn't heard a single whisper about his toxic past. To them, he was just a walking green flag. They had literally zero idea that the wild campus rumors painted Moon as a massive player who had already tangled with over 3 different girls. Moon was completely zoned out until Iman and Gru flagged him down, waving frantically for him to grab a seat next to them. Iman nudged him, totally hyped but shocked that Moon actually pulled up to such a basic snooze fest of a ceremony. Even Gru, making his epic return, chimed in to point out how insanely early he had actually arrived. Moon just shrugged it off, admitting the actual opening ceremony, he literally only showed up to support his 2 bros. Cue the massive panic. That totally hit Gru and Iman right in the feels, leaving them having such an insanely overpowered dude actually care about them. It was too much. They totally broke down, straight up bawling their eyes out. They knew Moon was a total real one. Right then and there, they swore absolute loyalty, promising to ride or die with him until the bitter end. But this whole emotional breakdown completely triggered Ariel. She fiercely snapped, telling the 2 crybabies to zip it immediately. They were causing a massive cringeworthy scene right as the event was literally seconds away from kicking off. Emon completely lost his mind. He fired right back, aggressively roasting Ariel and dropping every single insult in the book. Moon frantically slapped his hand over Iman's mouth to shut him down, practically begging for forgiveness over his buddy's chaotic behavior. Ariel just went dead silent, offering a cold, stiff nod to accept the apology. Just then, a strict student council member commanded the entire room's attention, booming through the mic, that the students and the faculty were officially locked in. It was finally time for the grand opening ceremony to kick off. Next up, we spot Celia's bestie stepping up to the podium, hyping up the massive crowd to welcome the Santa Maria Academy's elite representatives, alongside the reigning undisputed student council president. None other than Princess Celia herself stepping up to drop the freshman welcome speech. And wow, she looked absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. The entire freshman class was instantly starstruck, completely mesmerized by her insane beauty. For a ton of the girls, seeing her in the flesh for the very first time was literally a mind-blowing, completely surreal moment. But it definitely was not just the girls fangirl. The guys were absolutely floored too, totally convinced she 100% owned that Royal Highness title. Meanwhile, Moon was internally freaking out. He literally had zero clue Celia was the top dog running the student council. Suddenly, a massive red flag popped up. Celia was dead-ass locking eyes with him, hitting him with a terrifying icy glare. He swallowed hard. Yep, that chilling death stare was 1000% meant for him. Moon awkwardly shifted in his seat, low-key sweating bullets. Iman and Gru instantly noticed his panic, asking if he was feeling sick. But Moon aggressively forced a fake smile, swearing up and down he was totally fine. Up on stage, Celia let out a soft, heavy sigh before finally launching into her big speech. She smoothly introduced herself as Madam President, formally welcoming the massive crowd to the highly anticipated launch of the brand new semester. On behalf of Santa Maria Academy, I officially welcome all incoming freshmen. Honestly, listening from the crowd, Moon realized her whole speech was surprisingly basic. He totally expected some crazy magical hype since this was a magic academy, but her words felt painfully generic, like something you would hear at any basic, boring high school or college back in the real world. While Celia kept talking, Moon made a hardcore mental note he desperately needed to stay off the radar of both the council and the staff. His only real mission: grind hard, level up his skills, and evolve into the absolute strongest powerhouse he was destined to be. Suddenly, Celia wrapped up her big monologue, dropping the absolute final student council rules and strict guidelines for all the newbies. Now it was finally time to summon the absolute big boss of the school's administration to the stage. The legendary brand new headmaster stepping up to run things this year. The tension in the room skyrocketed. The students were low-key terrified, whispering whether the new boss would be a chill guy or an absolute terrifying menace. But suddenly, a bizarre, booming voice echoed through the hall, instantly hooking Moon's attention. The new principal ordered everyone to freeze right in their seats, and strictly forbade a single soul from daring to take a bath. Then the grand reveal finally dropped. The new headmaster stepping into the light, none other than the infamous Pink Bear. Yep, you heard that right. A literal, actual Pink Bear was officially taking over to run the Magical Academy this year. He casually mentioned that the entire freshman class seemed completely well-behaved. Because of that, he promised not to waste a single second of their time, and vowed to speedrun his intro. He officially announced himself as Pink Bear, the brand new principal taking over St. Mary Academy. He casually dropped the bomb that Principal Hathaway had been abruptly reassigned to mysterious new duties this year. Until she bounced back, he'd be pulling the strings as the ultimate substitute boss. Pausing, he dared anyone to ask questions. Crickets. Nobody uttered a single syllable, which he absolutely loved. He shrugged, admitting he was totally out of material too. But right before mic dropping his speech, he threw out a savage warning if any student hit rock bottom in life, bombed their classes, or struggled at school. Remember, do not come crying to him. That sounds like a pure, unfiltered. Wrapping up his chaotic speech, he waved goodbye and tossed a half-hearted good luck to the terrified freshmen. Because honestly, they were desperately going to need it. This headmaster was completely unhinged. Honestly, even now, I am still trying to process the absolute nonsense he just spit out. Moon stood frozen in shock. He never expected this chaotic weirdo to be running St. Mary Academy. Why? Because in the original novel, he obsessively read the person running the show was a female headmaster, not this guy. He vividly recalled the legendary boss who was supposed to steal the spotlight. A breathtakingly gorgeous, fiercely dedicated, and razor-sharp woman. The literal gold standard of educational perfection. An absolute powerhouse with some seriously eye-catching assets. Instead, Moon stared in pure disbelief. He never expected a freaking bear to crash the plot. And just to clear things up, I am not making this up for views. It is quite literally printed exactly like that in the original web novel. His brain practically screamed. This freaking bear. The camera cuts. Suddenly we spot the mermaid cornering Pink Bear for an intense chat. Flexing her royal status, she bluntly warned the principal that her father, the emperor, deployed her to keep a tight leash on the academy. Glaring at him, she demanded to know if he was terrified of sparking absolute chaos. Playing the innocent card, Pink Bear nervously rubbed his head. Chaos. No way on earth. I would never trigger a total disaster. I am literally a walking green flag who thrives on peace and quiet. Yeah, right, the mermaid scoffed, piercing him. With an icy deadpan glare. Cutting the small talk, she interrogated him. What massive scandal forced the legendary Hathaway to straight up abandon the school? She dedicated her life to dodging the question. Pink Bear threw out a wild rumor that maybe she sneaked off with a secret lover, or pulled some crazy stunt like that. The mermaid immediately saw through his lies. You are trapped under an NDA, aren't you? Giving up, the bear nodded. He confessed his lips were completely sealed regarding the former headmaster's fate. He could only drop one dark clue: something incredibly messed up happened, and spilling the tea was strictly forbidden. The mermaid gave a smug thanks, claiming she had already pieced together the puzzle of her disappearance. The bear awkwardly praised her gutsy solo detective work, but aggressively doubled down on one crucial detail. The massive conspiracy surrounding Hathaway had absolutely zero to do with him. Striding away, the mermaid's mind raced. This pink fluffball was secretly one of the most elite, fiercely loyal warriors commanding the entire empire. Extracting intel from him was a dead end. But his unbreakable loyalty practically confirmed her darkest fears about Professor Hathaway. Digging deeper into the timeline, the mermaid felt a chilling certainty that a truly devastating tragedy had wiped the principal off the map. A catastrophe so horrifying that the higher-ups permanently buried the truth from the public. Connecting the dots, she realized a twisted evil god must have dragged the director to her doom. Flash forward a few hours, the scene violently shifts. Cut to Moon gripping a stack of schedules. The opening ceremony just wrapped up, and the professor's dropped his massive course load. The list is absolute overkill. But Moon, he couldn't care less about wasting time on basic gen ed classes. His one and only mission right now, completely reclaiming his lost magical prowess. Since he spent all of last year slacking off, barely mastering a single pathetic glowing mid-thought, he catches the heavy stares from practically every single girl in the hallway. Totally mesmerized by his insane drop. Little do they know, this guy's reputation is absolutely toxic. He flips through his crumpled schedule to check today's lineup. It's a relentless grind of potions and spells. First up, Intro to Potions. Then Magical Ore Sorting, Professor Fran's Magic Theory plus Mana Channeling and Boosting. Capping it off with Intro to Focus. Pure, unadulterated magical theory. Hitting at 10 a.m. sharp. That Moon shrugs it off. An intro class. It's bound to be a total breeze, covering the bare basics. Which is exactly the kind of easy foundation building he desperately needs right now. Cut to Amon actively shooing away the flock of girls thirsting over Moon, who are blissfully completely clueless about his massive red flag. Moon is locked in. This is his official comeback debut at the academy. A pure magic class. He's plotting to grind so relentlessly that in exactly 3 years he'll flex on the entire globe, proving that the old Moon Campbell is dead and gone. Smash cut to the lecture hall. The magic lecture is in full swing. Moon is staring hard at the board, but his brain is completely frying. Zero comprehension. The professor drones on about how combining mutually boosting elemental spells lets you chain cast without breaking a sweat. Firing off the second spell the microsecond, skyrocketing your cast speed while packing an extra punch of raw damage. But she's rambling in such deep textbook jargon that it sounds like total alien gibberish to him. Panic instantly sets in. This was definitely not the easy A intro class he hyped up in his head, like he physically hears the English words coming out of her mouth. But the actual magical concepts, completely flying miles over his head. Swallowing his pride, he realizes he's got to pause the lecture and ask for help, because he is currently running on absolute zero knowledge, so he shoots his hand straight up, catching the professor's eye, signaling that he's total. Enter Professor Fran stepping into the spotlight. She's actually just a rookie student teacher for this theory class. She points right at him asking, "Wait, so, you're Moon Campbell, right?" Internally, she's screaming. She knows exactly who this notorious unhinged menace is, the guy tearing up the school's reputation. And of course, he ends up right in the front row of her very first lecture. Talk about absolute nightmare luck, right? Gotta admit though, her presence is undeniably stunning. But panic hits her fast. She suddenly realizes she went way too hard on prepping the curriculum, that she totally spaced and left her entire class staring blankly, understanding absolutely zero of the material. She goes into full-blown panic mode. If Moon Campbell snaps and reports her for being a garbage teacher, her entire career is literally cooked before it even starts. Because the Campbell family wields god-tier influence over both this academy and the entire empire, Moon tilts his head, asking if she's okay since she's literally just frozen there, glitching out. She snaps back to reality, forcing a smile, and nervously asks what he needs help with. Moon raised an eyebrow, totally confused about why they were suddenly diving headfirst into something as hardcore as continuous enchantment stacking, in multiple crazy stages. He pointed out that this stuff was literally shoved at the very back of the textbook, the actual beginner chapters they were supposed to tackle. First were packed with all the crucial basics and core concepts they actually needed to grasp this wild magic. Yet they hadn't covered a single word of it. The professor just brushed it off, claiming that those early chapters, yeah, they should have already mastered all of that back in their freshman year at the academy. That answer totally froze Moon in his tracks. Why? Because he had literally learned absolutely nothing his entire first year. But get this, he definitely wasn't the only one completely clueless about their freshman curriculum. His buddies and the rest of his classmates were entirely lost too. Looking around, Moon instantly realized he wasn't flying solo on this fail. Honestly, the vast majority of the room was just as brain-dead on the material. Taking a deep breath, the professor smoothed her voice out, asking if anyone else had any more questions, before she pushed forward with the lecture. But of course Moon threw his hand right back up, sending a wave of absolute panic right back into her eyes. She was low-key terrified that he was about to report her and totally nuke her entire teaching career. Moon apologized for hijacking the class again, but he just had to ask if maybe later on, completely off the clock, he could hire her for some private tutoring sessions. The professor's face instantly burned red as she stuttered the words private tutoring. Right then, whispers erupted from the girls. In the back, they started gossiping about how insanely weird it was for Moon to actually show up to the first lecture of the semester, considering he usually ditched school entirely. Suddenly it all clicked for them. In their minds, they were convinced he was totally down bad for the professor and couldn't care less about the actual magic. Even the guys nodded along, smirking that he only dragged himself to class to shoot his shot with her, not to hit the books. They thought his whole setup was so extra, but here's the kicker: Professor Fran caught every single word of that spicy rumor, and it sent her embarrassment levels through the roof. Flustered, she immediately blurted out that it was impossible, that she absolutely could not cross that line. Moon just blinked, totally lost. Wait, what do you mean you can't? You can't do private tutoring. Is that against the rules? The professor desperately scrambled to explain why one-on-one sessions were a massive no stammering out. It's just that. But before she could even string a sentence together, the sheer panic short-circuited her brain and she collapsed hard onto the floor. Yep, she literally passed out cold. Seeing her drop, Moon instantly rushed over to catch her, frantically asking what was wrong and if she was okay or if she was feeling sick. Barely conscious and drowning in secondhand embarrassment, she weakly mumbled that they absolutely couldn't. She deliriously rambled on about how becoming his wife sounded super tempting, but she couldn't just go and marry her own student because that would be a total scandal. But guys, in that exact highly questionable moment, none other than Celia, the absolute powerhouse princess of the empire, our boy's literal destined main girl, walked right in. Talk about walking into the most tragic setup ever. Celia coldly announced that her daily security sweep just so happened to cut straight through the academic district. Moon's soul practically left his body as he realized just how incredibly bad this looked. The princess hit him with an absolute death glare, her voice dropping to freezing temps. Moon Campbell, what exactly do you think you are doing? Fast forward a bit and the chaos finally cools down. Professor Fran is bowing her head in crazy apologies, frantically explaining that the whole thing was just one massive, embarrassing miscommunication. She openly owned up to her side of the mess, admitting she totally let her delusions twist his innocent request into something wildly inappropriate. Moon sheepishly said his bad too, but Celia wasn't having any of it, giving them a hardcore warning that this little stunt better never happen again. She immediately ordered Professor Fran to get back to the blackboard, pointing out that an entire classroom of kids couldn't just sit around with zero instruction. Fran nodded vigorously, promising to kickstart the lecture right that second. Meanwhile, the camera pans back to Moon. Princess Celia and her assistant Bestie straight up confronted Moon. They grilled him. Was he seriously just trying to get one-on-one tutoring with the professor or trying to pull something shady? Moon swore it was strictly academic. Since the dude had literally slacked off the entire previous year, he desperately needed a mentor who could actually help him clutch up and cover all that missed ground. But plot twist, he never imagined that Professor Fran would twist his words completely out of proportion. Celia then dropped the hammer, stating that, according to the Academy's rulebook, sparking beef in the classroom over literally nothing usually results in serious disciplinary action. But since the whole mess was just a gigantic misunderstanding, the student council was totally cool with letting it slide. They weren't going to punish either Moon or the professor. They just issued a major warning: next time both of them better read the room and watch their words and actions. Celia then completely burst his bubble about snagging a private tutor. Sadly, the entire faculty was booked solid. They were drowning in extra lectures, plus pretty much everyone was grinding on their own personal research projects, which meant holding students' hands through basic review sessions. Yeah, absolutely zero chance of that happening. But then Celia tossed Moon a galaxy brain alternative. Since he was already a sophomore, he could literally just crash the freshman lectures and audit the classes. Dropping that mic, Celia bounced. We then catch her sidekick, sticking her tongue out at Moon in total disrespect before trailing behind. Moon just zoned out, letting Celia's advice marinate. It honestly made total sense. Speedrunning those freshman courses was definitely the ultimate cheat code to fix his massive knowledge gap. But hold up. Sitting with the newbies would completely tank his schedule, dragging him way behind on his actual goals. Getting a private tutor would have been infinitely faster and way less of a headache. Right then, an absolute lightbulb moment hit Moon. He flashed back to his overpowered black book, and its insanely broken ability to instantly. The strategy was wild but brilliant. What if he grabbed every single textbook in the academy and just scanned the covers? He could literally siphon all that knowledge and back it up into his artifact. Then, after surviving the daily grind and crashing at his dorm, he'd simply dive straight into the book's pocket dimension to hard focus on grinding those skills. Plus, he could binge read the entire academy curriculum. This massive exploit meant skipping those humiliating, time-wasting freshman lectures entirely. Moon completely patted himself on the back, realizing his brain was absolutely massive for cooking up this idea solo. If this exploit actually worked, it was going to be a total game changer. Smash cut to the St. Mary Academy library. A mysterious girl violently slams her textbook shut. She whined that the freezing air conditioning was completely wrecking her focus, and honestly, she was fighting for her life, trying not to fall asleep. Boom, a wild new character enters the plotline. Suddenly, her radar goes off. She locks onto something super unexpected, lurking in the aisles, the one and only Moon Campbell. She was instantly intrigued. Her inner monologue flared up, "Isn't that the rich, arrogant scumbag? Blonde nightmare from the Campbell." Bored out of her mind, she figured poking the bear and triggering a reaction out of him would be premium entertainment. Yeah, it's pretty obvious this chick is an absolute menace who thrives on pure chaos. The camera pans back to our boy Moon, completely locked in at his study desk. He muttered to himself, since the entire faculty was practically ghosting him, he'd just have to solo this academic nightmare. The master plan: weaponizing his black book's magic to rip all the data straight from the library shelves. He'd then teleport into his personal hyperdimensional pocket space and burn every spare second grinding through the content. He was about to become absolutely broken, but literally 5 minutes later, the only thing you can see is the black book, smacked dead center on Moon's unconscious face. Plot twist: he didn't just pass out. His consciousness is actually deep inside the artifact, running beta tests on his crazy new life hack, actively downloading entire bookshelves into his brain, grinding through massive study sessions in the fourth. But absolute panic sets in when his genius plan completely backfires. Sure, the training dimension messes with time, slowing it down to an absolute crawl compared to the real world. The massive catch: it is pitch black inside, and he literally has 0 light spells to cast, which makes cracking open those magic grimoires completely impossible for Moon. And that is not even the worst part. The real nightmare is that Moon's magic gets heavily nerfed inside this zone. The oppressive atmosphere just completely suffocates his mana flow. Plus, every single time he twitches, that cursed black book spawns a brutal opponent, forcing him into combat. Since he cannot control this chaotic ability, just trying to read a single page triggers a savage ambush. He actually tried skimming the pages while sprinting for his life, but absorbing knowledge mid-dodge is basically impossible. We literally see absolute menaces like Roach or Colt hunting him down, going straight for the kill. Taking a step back, Moon faces reality and realizes he desperately needs a legit mentor. But who the heck is actually going to step up and take on that headache? He mentally reviews the Academy's notoriously strict rulebook. Under the table private tutoring from professors is a massive red flag and strictly banned. Moon toys with the idea of hiring a freelancer, maybe sneaking off campus occasionally for some underground study sessions. But he instantly trashes that thought. Stepping foot off campus practically guarantees some twisted deity will snipe him, since he is literally starring on an evil god's hit list. Suddenly, an absolute big brain idea hits him. It is just a wild theory right now, but honestly, it kinda slaps. He mutters to himself that he strictly needs a private tutor. But who made the rule it had to be a faculty member? A top-tier student genius could easily pull it off. Scanning the courtyard for the ultimate brainiac, his eyes lock onto a girl intensely cramming nearby. She is the absolute perfect mark. He clocks her round, nerdy glasses and those super tight, flawlessly neat braids. Buried quietly in a massive book, she radiates extremely heavy straight-A student energy from miles away. She is literally the walking definition of an academic weapon. Moon gets incredibly hyped up. He locks in. She is the one. He is making his move on this ultimate bookworm. His logic: the quiet ones are always the most ruthlessly disciplined tryhards. Confident he has the ultimate strategy to win over girls like her, Moon skips the small talk entirely. He casually slides up to her desk, smirking. "Hey there, classmate. Turns out our quiet genius is a sophomore named Sally." The second she realizes the infamous Moon Campbell is standing over her, she panics, stammering frantic apologies and scrambling to pack her things so she doesn't bother him. But Moon smoothly blocks her escape, urging her to hold on because he has highly crucial business to discuss. He tries calming her frazzled nerves, swearing up and down he is harmless and she needs to drop the fear. He lays it out clearly he only interrupted her peace because he desperately needs a massive favor. Peeking nervously over her glasses, she squeaks help. With what exactly? He leans in dangerously close, lowering his voice. Do you want to make some serious cash? I have a top-tier side hustle for you. All you gotta do is secretly tutor me after hours or on the weekends. And I will drop a massive bag of cash on you every single month. Deal Sally completely short-circuits. The notorious Moon Campbell wants private lessons time she thinks trembling. Her overly active imagination immediately flashes to some totally messed up, incredibly freaky scenarios, a red flag she is 100% not down for. Totally oblivious, Moon flexes his ego arrogantly, telling her to name whatever insane price she wants. He brags that money is literally no object to him. He will pay whatever as long as she commits to being his personal tutor. But out of absolutely nowhere, smack times, Moon gets violently backhanded right across the cheek, leaving him utterly stunned and processing his. Furious, the nerdy girl glares daggers at him, snapping that dirty money means absolutely nothing. And here at the Academy Family Legacy, she absolutely drags Campbell, mocking his zero magic status and labeling him a total fraud. She doesn't stop there either. She straight up accuses Moon of being a total creep, claiming she already knows about his secret roster of 13 different girlfriends. She makes it crystal clear she wants zero part in his messy drama, spinning on her heel and storming off in an absolute huff. Moon just lies there honestly unfazed by the creep label. I mean, he'll admit he's got a bit of a dirty mind, but definitely not on the insane level she's imagining. What really scrambles his brain, though, is that wild rumor about him juggling 13 girls at once. Like, seriously, what kind of unhinged fanfiction is that? Moon doesn't have the slightest clue who started that absurd gossip. While he's still sprawled out on the floor, a soft voice cuts through his thoughts. A girl steps into his view, looming just inches away. She leans in, strictly reminding him that brawling and making a scene are absolutely off limits inside the library. Moon blinks, his eyes adjusting. That's when it clicks. It's Anna, the gorgeous head librarian of St. Maria Academy. He stammers out, Anna senpai. Flashing a knowing smile, she confirms he hit the nail on the head. Meanwhile, Moon gets totally distracted by her incredibly intoxicating scent. Dripping with a teasing, slightly wicked vibe, Anna leans down and whispers, "Care to explain exactly what went down here, Moon?" Sweating bullets, he frantically agrees to spill the whole story. Fast forward a few minutes and the camera pans down, giving us a highly cinematic shot of Anna's flawless legs. She nods thoughtfully. So that, I was totally debating whether to snitch to a professor or just sneak up and deliver a lightning-fast dose of karma. Panicking, Moon scrambles to defend himself. He swears up and down that he is innocent, claiming he literally just wanted to ask if she would be his tutor. But instead, she straight up treated him like some kind of predator. He keeps doubling down, insisting that he is the actual victim here. Anna smirks. I see. So it was all just a massive misunderstanding. As she speaks, she gently cups Moon's cheek right over the stinging red handprint from the slap, and channels a surge of healing magic. She murmurs that it will be over in a flash and he will feel completely brand new. You really are a good boy after all. Moon's jaw practically drops. Anna just pulled off a healing spell without uttering a single syllable. Normally, magic like that requires a full vocal incantation, but she executed it in dead silence. Absolutely overpowered. He stammers out a genuine thank you, telling her she did not have to waste her mana over a silly slap, cutting him off. She presses a single index finger against his lips and whispers, "You always need to treat your body right, even if it is just a tiny little bruise." She leans in, warning him that without a solid physical core, he is doomed to stay fragile. He needs to bulk up. Taken aback, Moon demands to know how she figured out his weakness so easily, and Anna replies, "Duh, of course I know your deal," she shoots back. "You are basically infamous around this academy." Now heavily on guard, Moon questions why she is suddenly getting so cozy, especially if she knows his toxic track record. Usually girls sprint in the opposite direction the second they hear his name, but Anna did not even flinch. Anna shrugs, totally unfazed. Obviously they run. You have major bad boy energy stamped right on your forehead. Everyone is terrified of dating the notorious Moon Campbell, so they keep their distance, even though she secretly finds him dangerously gorgeous. However, Anna closes the gap entirely, pressing her body flush against his, and purrs that she actually kind of likes his vibe. Her fingers lightly trace his hand as she leans in, whispering right against his ear, "Did you seriously think you could play me? Because I see right through you." Then Anna leans in, hovering right over him. If she uncovers the truth, Moon is absolutely cooked. Moon completely freezes in shock, his mind screaming that this is just impossible. This girl Anna has pitch black hair. She rocks sleek straight hair, sports these aesthetic black-rimmed glasses, and actually runs the Academy's library. Honestly, it was the ultimate top-tier combo. But wait, there is a massive catch. This absolute menace isn't just ridiculously overpowered. They've completely mastered the art of seduction. Moon is still convinced that Anna is some top-tier upperclassman packing absolutely insane magical stats. Meanwhile, Anna just stares him down, flashing this bright, playful smirk. She leans in close, totally invading his personal space, and whispers, "Why backing up so fast, huh? You getting flustered? I thought you were that notorious player juggling 3 girlfriends at once. Looking at you right now. You honestly give off total innocent boy vibes." Moon shoots back, "Yeah, well, that's because I've never actually been the Moon Campbell everyone gossips about. It's literally all just fake news." Anna sighs, pouting dramatically. "Oh, really bummer." Falling right back into her usual teasing rhythm. She confesses that toxic guys are her guilty pleasure, even though she's dealt with plenty. She was dying to know what it felt like hanging out with Moon, considering he's infamous as the ultimate walking red flag of St. Mary's Academy. The kind of heartbreaker that sends girls running for the hills the second his name drops. But she locks eyes with him. Such a letdown. Turns out the big bad Moon Campbell is nothing but a polite, well-behaved little angel. What a total waste. Moonfate coughs twice, deciding to level with her. "Look, I might come across as some clueless freshman who's never even held a girl's hand, but let me spill the tea. Behind this pretty face hides a massive creep. And seeing as you, my dear senior Anna, are struggling with this little fixation of yours, I, as your devoted underclassman, just couldn't sit back and watch. So let me handle this." Right on cue, Moon starts stripping down, but Anna instantly shuts him down with a sharp flick to the forehead. In his head, he was totally just bluffing to make her back off. Moon rubs his head, whining, "Senior, you didn't have to hit me. I was literally just trying to freak you out." But Anna cuts him off mid-sentence, dropping a bomb. She's never actually dated anyone either. She admits she only flirts with the sketchy guys for fun, but she's had zero intention of actually locking it down with any of them. Moon totally calls her out, yelling that she is one seriously wicked upperclassman, an absolute menace who treats guys' feelings like a massive joke. Unbothered, she flashes this tiny devilish smirk and flat out owns it. Yep, completely true. She's the one out here pulling the strings and playing the bad boys. But then she instantly turns on the charm for Moon, bragging that cute girls can literally wrap any dude around their finger. Throwing him a playful wink, Anna flexes that toxic girls are the ones who truly steal hearts. Moon, however, completely backpedals. He admits his whole rant was just his messy first impression of her, and absolutely not how he actually sees her now. He breaks it down for her, watching how she actually acts. There's no way she's a bad person. Anna tilts her head. "Oh, really? And what makes you think I'm not some heartless villain?" Moon brings up the receipts. While hunting down a textbook earlier, he noticed these little sticky notes slapped across literally every single bookshelf. He instantly clocked that it had to be his upperclassman Anna, leaving them behind because she was bored out of her mind, with zero better things to do. These tiny cheat sheets had messages like, "FYI, history stash is on your right." The left side is all the low-tier magic artifact specs, and just keeping the whole place perfectly organized. Moon looks right at her. "You're honestly a massive softie." Caught totally off guard, Anna blinks. "A softie? Wait, are you talking about me?" Moon just smiles. "Yeah, 100% you. You literally patched me up even though my reputation on campus is absolute garbage." He keeps going, not to mention leaving all those sweet little post-its everywhere to save random students from getting lost looking for their stuff. "Plus, I totally noticed you've been flexing a soundproof barrier spell this entire time, just so our chatting wouldn't piss off anyone studying in the library." Moon drops, his voice getting real with her. "That's why I think you're genuinely an amazing person, Anna." The senior, suddenly acting super shy, mumbles that barely anyone has ever told her that before. Dropping the jokes entirely, Moon asks, "Wait, seriously? And what's your reputation like, Anna?" But before the words even leave his mouth, she cuts him right off. "So, Moon Campbell, you're really out here trying to make me spill my secrets, huh? Is that your game? The absolute nerve of you, rookie." Meanwhile, Moon is just melting at her touch, completely mesmerized by how incredibly soft her hand feels against his skin. Surprisingly, Anna humors him. Since he asked so nicely and dropped those sweet compliments, she decides to drop the mask. She leans in and whispers, "Word around campus is, I'm a total snake." Moon completely freezes. "A snake," he stammers out. A wicked smirk flashes across Anna's face. "What's wrong?" "Terrified now that you know I bite." Panic flashes in Moon's eyes. "No way. Honestly, I think that's incredibly badass." Besides, snakes hunt down rats, right? And I am absolutely terrified of rats. As far as pickup lines go, that was absolute garbage. Still, Anna's eyes gleam. You know, you actually might just have the potential to be my little canary. But let's be real here. All this sweet talk, this whole act trying to figure me out, deep down you're just dying for those private tutoring sessions. Aren't you? Moon's face lights up. Senior, seriously, does that mean you're actually willing to? Anna completely shuts him down with one blunt question. Are you loaded? Moon scrambles, blurting out that he's sitting on a cool 1 million coins. Is that enough? He desperately adds that if she needs more, he can easily write a bigger check. A soft, almost patronizing giggle escapes Anna's lips. It's actually hilarious how painfully clueless he is. She leans back, asking if he realizes something crucial. Even if he went out and hired the most elite, top-tier tutor in the entire city, that 1 million coins would easily cover his tuition for a solid 3 to 4 years. Her eyes practically sparkle with greedy amusement. Are you seriously offering to hand over all that cash to me? Moon practically yells at the top of his lungs. Knowledge is absolutely in his head. The gears are turning. Sure, she radiates major villain energy, but at the end of the day, she runs the library, which makes her an incredibly brilliant girl. She's undoubtedly sitting on a goldmine of exclusive intel that could seriously level him up. Without a doubt, in the EZ, the absolute perfect candidate to be his mentor. Gulping down his nerves, he finally asks the million-dollar question. So, what's your rate for the lessons? But Anna simply waves him off, telling him to drop the whole financial business for now. She points out that since he keeps respectfully calling her senior, it would look super sketchy if he just started handing her wads of cash out in the open. Wait then, how exactly am I supposed to pay you? Moon asks, totally lost. Just put it on my tab for now. We'll settle up the debt later. She purrs. Your tab. Moon echoes his breath, hitching as Anna slowly closes the distance between them. Yep, just rack up a tab. Whenever I finally decide to collect my dues, we'll square things away. She whispers this dangerously close to his face, her breath tickling his skin. And a highly confident guy like you, Moon, you wouldn't dare bail on your debt when I come knocking, right? Right. With her intense aura completely swallowing him up, a heavily blushing Moon nervously stammers, yeah, totally, you can definitely count on me. Perfect. Let's move, Anna declares instantly, locking her arm through his and dragging him away. The library is way too public for the kind of private tutoring she has in mind. She needs to take him somewhere secluded. The scenery suddenly shifts and we are thrown straight into the eerie, dimly lit room of the Ancient Potions Club. Moon stands there completely bewildered. The Ancient Potions Club? I had absolutely no idea something like this even existed in our academy. Anna casually shrugs off her heavy coat. Oh, it's real all right. The Ancient Potion Society is very much alive. She waves off his confusion, admitting it makes total sense that it's completely off his radar. Because at the end of the day, she is literally the only member holding the fort down. The camera pans to highlight Anna's stunning figure as she smoothly instructs Moon to hold tight for just a second. In this hidden sanctuary, she can totally drop the perfectly polite upperclassman act. She throws him a wicked grin. Welcome to my domain, newbie. Fresh meat, Moon. Moon just stares at her, drowning in a heavy mix of pure intimidation and massive embarrassment. Because honestly, he is completely spelled. Anna invades his personal space, once again teasingly cooing. Aw, look at you, Moon. Still shaking in your boots. Your face is practically burning up right now. Moon frantically waves his hands, aggressively denying it. No, that's not it at all. Trying to save face, he stammers out a question. Senior, wait. Since you're literally the only person here. This whole ain't— Wait, shouldn't it just be shut down? A club literally needs more than one single member to stay alive. Anna shoots back that, yeah, it is technically against the rules. But a dying club gets an entire year before the school officially pulls the plug. So even flying completely solo, she has still got the clock on her side. Before the doors lock for good. Her eyes soften with a hint of sorrow, murmuring to Moon that running a one-man show is just so isolating. Absolutely depressing, ridiculously fragile, and freezing cold. Flashing this absurdly cute, almost flirty little smile, she drops the question. Junior student Moon Campbell, how would you feel about crashing? Our Ancient Potions Club. Moon blinks, completely caught off guard. Wait. What are you talking about? Cut away from that wild chat with Anna. Hours bleed away and Moon eyes just spiraling, replaying the day's absolute chaos, especially Anna straight up begging him to join her Ancient Potions squad. He is buzzing. He finally bagged someone who can actually carry him through this mess. Senior Anna is an absolute prodigy. Literally overqualified to tutor him in absolutely anything. Moon honestly could not care less about some dusty club. He just desperately needs her brainpower. But right as Moon is vibing in his own little dream world, a massive chime blasts through the entire academy. It is the school's magical broadcasting rune. basically their mystical intercom system. The voice booms out ordering Moon Campbell to haul himself down to the student council room. Right this second. Moon's stomach drops. Getting dragged in by the student council is literally never a good sign. Smash cut to the council room. The tension is incredibly thick. It is just Moon and Celia. She is casually sipping her tea while the dead silence just stretches on forever. He realizes she has not dropped a single syllable since he walked through that door. Classic Celia. Ice cold. Like borderline freezing. She just keeps slowly sipping her tea like an absolute boss. Moon finally shatters the silence. Okay, Celia. Why did you drag me down here? Celia gives a flat half apology for the sudden pull, promising to skip the small talk and cut right to the chase. Then she drops an absolute bomb. A major harassment claim just hit the school and his name is sitting right on the suspect list. Moon's brain completely short-circuits. Harassment times, he panics. It instantly hits him. It has got to be that girl. The one he slapped. She totally twisted his aggressive begging for tutoring into something super sketchy. Moon violently denies it, swearing he is completely out of the loop and has zero clue what she is talking about. He claims he was grinding the books all night long. Celia locks eyes with him. Are you for real right now, Moon? You seriously pulled an all-nighter studying? Moon nods hard. He puffs up his chest, playing the hero card, declaring that any dude pulling pure garbage like that in broad daylight is straight-up criminal. He swears he will do whatever it takes to help hunt the guy down. I mean, he's trying to be a righteous dude. And real men do not ever treat women like that. Oh, is that so? Celia purrs, casually twirling a lock of her hair. Funny. Because I literally never once mentioned that the victim was a girl. I never even dropped a gender. So how did you magically know it was a girl? Moon freezes his brain, totally lagging. Celia then casually slides a file across the desk, spilling all the tea. Moon frantically scans it and chokes. The official report actually involves someone's stolen underwear. Celia breaks it down since Moon is currently crashing in the boys' dorms. She figured he might have some inside dirt. That is the real reason he got pulled in. Because the guy practically knows everybody. Moon aggressively denies everything, swearing he is completely innocent. A little while later, the guys actually tried to swipe the girl's clothes. He brushed it off as just boys being boys. But out of nowhere, Celia totally flipped the script, asking Moon if he wanted something to drink. He just blinked at her, completely thrown off. I mean, they were literally right in the middle of arguing over a complaint. And bam, now she was playing barista, staring him down with zero chill. Celia doubled down, asking again if he wanted a drink. She threw in a quick disclaimer, mentioning it was a total bummer she didn't have any of his family's signature crimson black tea on hand. Hearing that, Moon instantly backpedaled, apologizing for the whole messy tea incident from earlier that day. He quickly said he'd just grab what. Fast forward a bit, and the fresh brew was finally steaming in their mugs. Moon took one sip and his eyes lit up. He was genuinely blown away, telling her the coffee tasted absolutely unreal. She completely brushed off the hype, though casually dropping that literally anyone could brew a decent cup. Just pour boiling water over some roasted grounds, zero magic involved. But then she casually dumped 3 massive spoonfuls of sugar straight into her mug. Moon watched her, realizing this girl had a crazy sweet tooth. Catching his stare, Celia defended her sugar overload, claiming it was the perfect ratio, because it completely elevated the flavor, making it taste amazing. Moon secretly found it hilarious. For a girl obsessed with staying in top shape, she was basically drinking straight syrup, especially when she needed her caffeine fix. Letting it slide, he just kicked back and enjoyed his own mug. The gears in his head started turning. If she was dumping that much sugar into her morning brew, she was definitely a sucker for sweet treats. Next time they hung out, he resolved to pull up with some chocolate or a box of pastries. It would be the ultimate cheat code to lower her guard and get closer to her. Out of nowhere, Celia broke the silence. I'm sorry, Moon. Whiplash hit him again as he stammered, wait, what for? Looking a little flushed and awkward, Celia spilled the truth. She was actually apologizing for kicking him out of her room that morning without even hearing his side of the story. Moon instantly waved it off, telling her she seriously didn't need to say sorry. The whole chaotic mess with Professor Fran. He reassured her it was way too ridiculous to even stress over, let alone. But Celia wasn't letting herself off the hook. She firmly stated she had messed up. And owning up to her mistakes was non-negotiable. That was just how she was raised, point blank. Pausing for a second, Celia softly added that she had one more thing she needed to drop on him. She looked him dead in the eyes and asked if he wanted a seat on the student council. Moon's brain completely short-circuited. Are you dead serious right now? You actually want me on the student council? Celia gave a firm nod, leaving Moon desperate to know why she would even risk that. Celia broke it down for him. Right now, the entire campus had major beef with him. All because of his toxic past, the exact same past he was currently busting his. So if he stepped up and joined the council, it would be the ultimate PR move. He'd instantly command respect. Because holding a spot on the Empire's elite student council wasn't just a flex, it was a total status reset. It would force everyone to open their eyes and see his hardcore glow-up for real. This was Celia's master plan, her way of backing him up as he fought to rewrite his villain origin story. But Moon wasn't buying it. He pointed out he'd literally memorized the entire academy, and those rules clearly stated that snagging a seat at that exclusive table required crazy high-tier privileges. Plus, you had to rank in the top 20 of the whole academy just to even qualify. By offering him a free pass to apply, Celia was basically handing him hardcore VIP privilege. She would be tearing up the entire academy rulebook just to pull strings and get him a spot. Celia didn't even blink. She told him to trash the bureaucratic red tape because it simply didn't matter. If Moon genuinely wanted to walk the path of a better man, he needed to step up and actually prove it. And the second he proved his worth, she would greenlight his spot on the council without a second thought. Leaning in, Celia stared right into his soul and dropped the ultimate question: had he truly changed? In response, Moon. He's practically yelling now, swearing up and down he's actually trying to change. But joining the student council, that's a total career killer for him right now. He looks Celia dead in the eye and drops a harsh truth. He's the most hated guy in the entire academy. The absolute worst student. A completely useless, rebellious train wreck. It literally took him an entire year just to master one pathetic basic lighting spell. He desperately tries to make her see reason. If he joins her squad, he'll completely drag her reputation through the mud, thanks to his toxic track record. Everyone already treats him like total trash. Celia, casually sipping her coffee without skipping a beat, just stares at Moon. Do you seriously think I care what those NPCs think? Let them talk. The only opinion that matters here is mine. But Moon completely snaps, cutting her off. He yells that he actually cares about her. That raw confession completely catches Celia off guard. The words just spill out. The day he poisoned her, he never wanted to do it. It was never supposed to go down like that. But the damage is done. He already ruined his own name. He pushes harder, reminding her of the cold, hard facts. She's the literal heir to the Empire, the future queen. Being seen with a walking disaster like him is going to be an absolute PR nightmare. He's a magnet for drama. The smartest move right now, calling off their engagement entirely. Yeah, they're officially still tied down to marry. But let's be real. This whole arrangement is completely fake. It was never meant to be endgame. His voice completely breaks, turning soft and desperate. Please, Celia. I already dragged you into massive trouble once. Let's stop this before it gets worse. Don't let me destroy your reputation anymore. I just want you to be safe. And hovering around me, that's a guaranteed disaster. Celia just watches him, completely stunned by this gentle confession. The guy has totally reinvented himself. She clears her throat, brushing off the awkwardness. Listen, she murmurs. It's just a casual invite, not some strict imperial mandate. If you're not vibing with it, that's totally fine. We can drop the whole thing. Moon instantly breathes a sigh of relief. Seriously, thank you for getting it, Celia. If we're done here, I'll head out. Yeah, you're good to go, she replies. Without wasting a second, Moon dips out of the room. Taking another sip of her coffee, Celia mutters to herself. Trying to play the guilt card on me, huh? You really did flip the script, Moon Campbell. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Moon is absolutely sweating. That chat with Celia was brutal. Her icy aura was literally suffocating. And to top it off, she actually brought up him joining the student council. Absolute insanity. He gets that her intentions are probably pure. Hanging with her could seriously overhaul his trash tier rep. But nope. He'll find a different grind to level up his image. Moon breaks it down in his head. Celia and Ariel. They are the literal main characters of this universe. They've got massive plot armor that makes them utterly invincible. And him, he's just the spoiled young master trope. Just a pathetic, irrelevant background villain with zero power and rocks for brains. His only actual superpower, insane generational wealth. Little does he know he's basically setting up to be the next Batman. Lost in his own head, a sudden shout snaps him back. Young Master Moon. It's Crew and Emon frantically checking if he survived the meeting. Moon jumps back. What are these two doing camping outside the student council office? Emon double-checks, totally panicked. Those council members are absolutely savage to him, so they had to make sure he was still breathing. Moon quickly waves them off. Relax, guys, I'm perfectly fine. Then he narrows his eyes. Seriously, why did you two hike all the way up here? Crew quickly breaks it down. Right when classes ended, the magical PA system blasted an announcement dragging Moon Campbell to the council room. Terrified that Moon was walking into a literal death trap, they rallied the entire Takong Tales crew. The master plan: storm the student council and bust Moon out by force if things went south. But the rest of the crew completely chickened out, leaving just these two absolute legends to bust him out of that room. From the student council, Moon gasps, completely caught off guard. Iman steps up, spitting facts about how the student council has been doing Moon dirty for way too long. And as his real bros, it was high time they crashed the party and did something about it. He drops a heavy reminder that last year a totally different powerhouse was running the show. The ruthless second prince of the empire, a literal tyrant who slapped brutal punishments on innocent students just for breathing wrong. Crew jumps in, pointing out that while Celia is calling the shots this year, finally snagging the president title, we cannot forget that Toxic Prince was the leader last year. The student council has literally never been a safe space. Crow shudders, realizing if Moon had ended up trapped with that twisted prince, the fallout would have been straight up terrifying. Moon is genuinely blown away. His boys literally stormed enemy territory to drag him out by force, fully knowing the insane risks. Deep down, he smiles. Sure, his two buddies might share a single brain cell sometimes, but they are ride or die loyal. Honestly, it might be the perfect time to level them up. A little hardcore training now means ultimate backup later. Not wasting a second, Moon signals Crew and Emon to bolt and drags them away from the danger zone. Boss, where are we sneaking off to? Emon asks, totally confused. Moon shoots him a look. They are way too close to enemy lines, and spilling secrets here is a massive red flag. He orders them to keep moving, hyping up an ultra-exclusive secret base for their hangout. Crew tilts his head, clueless about this base, so Moon drops hints about their legendary old stomping grounds. While roasting Crew for having zero memory of their secret code name, a light bulb suddenly goes off in Emon's head. Oh snap, you mean that spot? Emon gasps, instantly hyped to hit up the hidden sanctuary. Cut to the massive reveal. This epic secret base, yeah, it is literally just a dusty wing of the academy. Just a creepy abandoned building rotting in the shadows. Inside the wreckage, Moon is caught in a heavy conversation. His jaw literally drops. He just found out Emon's dad used to fight shoulder to shoulder with his own father on the blood-soaked battlefields. Their dads were absolute brothers in arms. Moon is shook. He never realized Emon's blind loyalty came from this. Emon scratches his head, totally thinking his boss already knew the lore. But he quickly sets the record straight. Actually, it was not just a friendly bromance, it was fierce loyalty. Duke Campbell was the ultimate savior who literally carried Emon's family out of the trenches. Back at the legendary medal ceremony, Moon's dad did not just drop a basic thank you. He pulled epic strings to gift Emon's dad a top-tier noble title. Plus, Moon's father was basically a guardian angel, dragging Emon's dad out of death's grip countless times during decades of brutal warfare. So the second Emon scored his academy acceptance letter, his dad gave him one ironclad mission: protect young Master Moon at all costs. To become his absolute best friend and fiercely guard him like a little brother. A warm wave of relief hits Moon. Emon is not just faking it, he genuinely cares. And Moon is totally down to keep this chaotic brotherhood going strong. Pivoting to Crow, Moon locks eyes and demands the real tea. Why did he join the squad? Moon promises zero judgment for the brutal truth. No cap, he promises he will not flip out or hold a grudge no matter how wild the reason is. Crow cracks up, not even shocked that his boss completely wiped their origin story from his memory. He finally drops the bomb. Their epic saga literally started in a dingy bath. Wait, hold up. A bathroom, Moon stammers, utterly bewildered by the chaotic twist. Crew leans back and starts spilling his tragic backstory, beginning with his humble roots as just a regular kid from the. He stumbled backward. A professor actually spotted his insane knack for magical gadgets and alchemy mid-lecture and instantly hooked him up with a full ride to St. Mary Academy. But when Kuro first set foot on campus, he was just an ordinary guy. He had zero elite family backing, no flashy powers, and was straight up broke. Because of that, he painted a massive target on his back for the school's bullies. Right as he was about to get absolutely wrecked one afternoon, Moon stepped onto the scene. Moon stormed in, totally pissed off, snapping at this squad of losers hiding out in the restroom, just making a racket, and he absolutely despised the noise. The guys tormenting Kuro instantly recognized the notorious Moon Campbell, and they froze dead in their tracks. Moon glared at them and growled that if they knew what was good for them, they would scram right now. The bullies bolted in sheer panic. Honestly though, Moon only came in to use the restroom, which was the only reason he kicked those punks out. That is when he spotted a pathetic mess crumpled on the floor. It was Kuro. Kuro muttered under his breath that those clowns only ever dared to pick on the weak. Moon strolled over and scoffed, "Yo kid, look at me. Next time anyone tries to mess with you, just drop my name and tell them you are Moon Campbell's guy and watch your problems vanish." From that day forward, Kuro started claiming he was tight with Moon Campbell, and nobody ever dared to touch him again. Kuro felt insanely grateful, since the constant bullying had seriously been destroying his mental health. Because of that, he swore to follow Moon to the ends of the earth. Moon looked at his two ride-or-die bros and thought back. One joined my crew over that bathroom beef, and the other got assigned by his old man to guard my back. Just because my dad bailed his dad out once. Honestly, those reasons actually kind of make sense. Even the bathroom one is not totally crazy. Then Moon smirked. Look, I totally get where you guys are coming from, but right now, we need to talk strategy. He locked eyes with both of them, those fake friends hanging around our squad. Just leeching off my cloud or chasing their own bags. Cut them loose. I am totally done with those parasites. When it comes to actual magical combat, I only want you two in my corner. You are already a huge deal on campus. From this second on, I need you grinding insanely hard on your classes and your physical conditioning. Every single Friday we rally right here, and you are stepping up as my sparring partner, helping me level up my combat skills and hardcore magic spells. And you, Kuro, I am dropping $500,000 straight onto this black card. It is all yours. Kuro gasped, his eyes wide. 500,000. Moon just shrugged. Look, you are a major tech wizard with magical gadgets, meaning you definitely know a ton of other hidden geniuses just like you. And all those prodigies are barely surviving on sketchy scholarships, right? Kuro nodded, slowly confirming the harsh reality. Most of them are just from regular, working-class families. Moon snapped his fingers. Exactly. I want you scouting the shadows for low-profile nobodies who secretly pack insane potential. Link up with them off campus whenever you get some free time. If you find someone solid, someone loyal, who actually wants to ride with our squad, use that cash to fund them. And cover your own expenses too. The other guy stared at Moon, completely baffled. Wait, you want me sweating blood in training while you send Kuro? Out recruiting underdog mages, Kuro chimed in his mind, racing. Are you trying to build an elite syndicate with top-tier talent from every single faction? Just so we can overthrow the student council and completely hijack the entire academy. Moon burst out laughing. No, 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 you guys are thinking way too small, my brothers. Let me ask you a seriously deep question. What is the actual endgame of our entire lives? Moon gripped both of their shoulders, his voice turning deadly serious. This academy, it is just a tiny stepping stone. What the hell comes next? In 3 to 5 years. One of the guys questions what young Master Moon is getting at, and Moon smoothly replies, it's exactly what's crossing your mind. Moon mentally calculates his future. He's destined to become Princess Karya's fiancé, essentially locking in his status as the Emperor's son-in-law. Kuro processes the situation, piecing it together, grabbing the spotlight at the academy, and pledging total loyalty to Moon. That guarantees Iman and I will be standing right by his side in the future. Meanwhile, Moon is busy mapping out his own survival plan. He knows he has to dodge the main characters Ariel and Syria at all costs, just to secure a chill, drama-free life. But tomorrow could always drag in absolute chaos, so networking with top-tier talents who actually have his back means bagging ultimate backup and endless ways to protect his own neck, guaranteeing a pretty sweet setup. Keeping the haters at zero and the squad stacked, that is Moon's ultimate master plan. The guy just wants to play the role of the ultimate talent investor. Moon chuckles to himself, totally hyped about his flawless playbook. Kuro connects the dots in his head. No wonder Moon's entire vibe shifted so drastically since he came back to campus. So he was hiding this insane level of ambition all along. Kuro then whispers, the young boss's weird behavior suddenly makes total sense. I just never saw it coming. Our guy Moon actually wants to hijack the entire nation and rule the empire all by himself. Iman and Kuro stand there completely mind-blown by their own theory, while Moon is chilling in utter blissful ignorance. He has zero clue these two genuinely think he is plotting world domination. Moon raises an eyebrow. What are you two whispering about over there? Kuro shoots back. As Boss Moon's most ride-or-die loyalists, this stays strictly between us. If this leaks, we are going straight to the chopping block. Iman steps up. Young Boss Moon, say less. We already get the whole picture. Moon blinks, totally lost. Get what? And wait. Did my ears just glitch? Or did you guys just casually mention a chopping? Iman beats his chest and declares, look, I know, compared to Duke Campbell, my skills are painfully average. But since you placed this massive trust in me, boss, I swear I won't let you down. Starting right now, I am going absolute try-hard on my training. One day, just like Duke Campbell guards His Majesty, I will be your ultimate shield forever. Kuro chimes in, hyped up. Same here. Moving forward, I'm dropping everything. On top of mastering magic tech, I'm deep diving into economics and management. We are building an absolute powerhouse foundation to literally topple this empire. Brother Moon Campbell, chill. We've got this. Even if it costs Iman and me our lives, we will become Moon Campbell's most ruthless right and left hands on your brutal climb to the top. The camera pans into an epic fantasy sequence. Moon lounging on the imperial throne, Kuro hovering like the ultimate mastermind advisor, and Iman flexed up in some ridiculously flashy armor. Moon laughs right along with them, completely misreading the vibe about this emperor's path. So that's the endgame, Kuro mutters. Spot on, Iman agrees. Only an insane endgame like this actually matches the young boss's aura. Reality suddenly crashes down on Moon. He registers their words and straight up panics. Hold up, when the hell did I ever say I wanted to be emperor? Iman cuts him off, waving a hand. Boss, chill. We three are in on the secret, you don't gotta play dumb anymore. Throwing me into hardcore training, pushing me to join the military and rack up crazy achievements. Isn't that a low-key plot for me to grind up the ranks, dethrone the actual duke? And hijack the entire armed forces for you? Kuro furiously nods along. Facts. And think about it, Boss Moon, you're literally bankrolling all the top-tier prodigies at school. You're brainwashing them into your faction, forging a hardcore squad of ride-or-die loyalists. The second the timing drops, flipping this empire's corrupt regime is going to be an absolute cakewalk. Aiming that high isn't for the weak. Gotta hand it to you, Moon. That is incredibly on-brand. These dudes genuinely believe Moon is plotting a full-blown, hostile takeover of the empire and eventually the entire world. Moon is completely baffled. He cannot fathom how these guys actually bought into this mastermind villain agenda. He's sweating bullets internally, thinking, dude, I cannot even cast a basic light spell. I literally screw up everything I touch. How is a guy with 0 brain cells supposed to run a whole empire? Are they actually being dead serious right now? One look at their intensely determined faces confirms it. Yep, they are 100% serious. Moon knows damn well he has 0 desire to sit on any throne. But honestly, letting them ride this delusion is the ultimate cheat code to keep them grinding, and this fake ambition is exactly what will forge them into fiercely loyal ride-or-die allies. Moon clears his throat, slipping right into character. Well, it looks like you boys figured out my master plan. Now, let's wrap up this shopping spree. It is getting pretty late anyway. He slings his arms around their shoulders, pulling them close. Come on, boys. Let's go grab some grub. It is totally on me. Kuro instantly lights up. Hell yeah, let's do this. Just like that, the trio's brotherhood is sealed tighter than ever. It is wild looking back at Iman and Kuro's character arcs. These guys literally started out as, and now they are basically Moon's most fiercely devoted sidekicks. This massive shift completely flips the script of the entire storyline. Cut to the student council headquarters. Princess Celia is chilling, getting weighted on hand and foot while slicing into a juicy steak. Suddenly, someone violently pounds on the door. Madam President, it is Celia's frantic assistant. Celia raises an eyebrow, completely unbothered. What is with the panic? You practically tried to break down my door instead of knock. The girl gasps for air. I am so sorry, President. But you have to see today's campus paper. The journalism club is posting absolute trash again. Celia glares. Didn't I tell you to go deal with the editorial board this morning? I did. The second the opening ceremony wrapped up, I sprinted straight to their office. But the place was a ghost town, so I just shoved the warning letter under their door. Celia sighs. All right, what kind of garbage did they print this time? The assistant slams the paper onto the desk. They actually had the audacity to drop a fake scandal about a teacher. These guys are getting way too cocky. The headline is an absolute train wreck. St. Mary Academy's biggest playboy causes absolute chaos. Bored with his usual type, he switches targets mid-lecture. He shamelessly flirts with the student teacher, demanding a private session after hours. Celia violently shoves her chair back and stands up. Her assistant shrinks back. President. Celia's eyes are dark. I am going for a little walk. You can finish off the rest of my cake. Oh, and handle today's paperwork for me. Nothing has been stamped yet. Her assistant instantly snaps to attention. I am on it. Consider it done. Smash cut to another location. Ariel is absolutely losing her mind, screaming in Moon Campbell's face while waving the newspaper. So the campus press finally decided to creep out of the shadows tonight, huh? Are you going to explain this psychotic headline about Moon Campbell's crazy ex-girlfriend? What the hell is this supposed to mean, and why are they randomly bringing up rumors about terminating a pregnancy? Is this the kind of absolute garbage operation you are running here? Publishing garbage like this with 0 accountability. Next up, the camera pans to a brand new face. The green-haired snake himself, Mr. Minkanti. He just scoffs, oh please. It's just a little clickbait gossip. Isn't this kind of spicy tea totally standard for modern journalism? Besides, didn't I slap a tiny disclaimer at the very bottom saying it's cap? Ariel absolutely loses it, screaming back. That text is literally microscopic. Who on earth is actually going to read that? Minkanti rolls his eyes, groaning. Okay, whatever. I actually have a life and a packed schedule today. I can't be out here wasting breath on you two, so just drop the complaint and make it quick. Ariel fiercely demands. I want every single paper scrapped right now, plus a massive public apology dropping the actual truth, or else. Minkanti just smirks, chuckling darkly. Or else, what exactly are you going to do about it? He arrogantly boasts that if she's looking to throw hands, she knocked on the perfect door. I can guarantee you 100% those papers aren't getting pulled for anything. And if you seriously want to test me, I'm more than ready to completely destroy you. Oh, and by the way, I really owe you a huge thank you thanks to your messy drama with that blonde loser, our very first drop of the year. Absolutely shattered circulation records. I was actually stressing over the headline for tomorrow's fresh drop. But maybe I'll go with something like, Moon Campbell's raging ex tries to bully and silence the press into covering up her mess. Ariel gnashes her teeth. You absolute piece of trash. The sleazy editor actually bows, thanking her for the ultimate compliment. If you're done throwing your little tantrum, there's the exit. But right then, the heavy door violently swings wide open, and both heads snap around. Stepping through the frame is none other than Princess Celia, the unstoppable student council president. Minkanti's cocky smirk instantly evaporates. He knows he just stepped on a massive landmine. Ariel gasps, Celia, what are you doing crashing this party? Celia casually smiles. Hey there, Ariel. As for why I'm crashing your office, well, Mr. Minkanti should know exactly why. Panic floods the journalist's eyes. He is officially cooked. Now that the ultimate boss has entered the chat, he glares daggers at Ariel. Oh, I get it now. You plotted this little ambush behind my back, didn't you, bravo, Ariel? Truly a genius play. Sweating bullets, Minkanti scrambles to build a defense. Look, my article didn't break a single Academy rule, and it definitely didn't cross any imperial laws. Freedom of the press is absolute, so even if Her Highness the Princess is president, you can't censor me. Celia brutally ignores his yapping, crosses her legs on a nearby chair, and cuts straight to the chase. You know exactly why I'm standing here, she states coldly, so let me stop beating around the bush, right as she speaks. Crackling frost begins erupting from Celia's hands, ignoring a direct strike warning from the council and weaponizing the school's paper. To blast completely unverified fake news, she brutally lists out his crimes. And on top of that mess, purposely manipulating the entire student body against the academy, totally dragging the names of innocent students and teachers through the mud and absolutely nuking their reputations. Yeah, that's not exactly flying under the radar anymore. While the deadly frost crawls across the floor, Celia pierces his soul with an icy glare. Mr. Minkanti Raymond, do you actually have a death wish? Because keep playing these games and I will happily arrange your funeral. The brutal princess ruthlessly coats him in solid ice. The camera sharply cuts, dropping us right into Moon's dorm room. He's deep in thought about today's upcoming special session, an ultra-rare martial arts elective. Honestly, it totally tracks. Even though the elite St. Mary Academy strictly hypes up magic throwing down with standard steel weapons, has to be a flex reserved for a handful of prodigies hidden away in these secret after-school programs. If you're craving something way more hardcore than just slinging spells. We catch our main guy stepping fresh out of the shower, honestly. Right after his morning grind, he figures this is the ultimate test, especially since he hasn't taken a single breather. This whole damn time, he's itching to see exactly where he ranks against the rest of the Academy's heavy hitters. We also spot that sinister mark of the corrupted king glowing on his skin. Boom, cut to a new scene. Fast forward a few hours, and we're thrown straight into the massive combat arena at St. Mary's Academy. Moen is standing dead center with the rest of the meatheads gearing up for martial arts training. Moen smirks, realizing this is exactly how he pictured it. Unlike those flashy magic duels that draw in absolutely everyone, he figured this bloodbath of an arena would be a total sausage fest with barely any girls in sight. But wait, we spot a very familiar face in the crowd. It's none other than Ariel. Turns out she throws hands too. And yep, she definitely locks eyes with Moen Campbell, standing right there. Ariel squints, wondering what the hell he's doing in a place like this. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the chatter. It's Kate, the badass martial arts instructor. She barks out. Zip it, all of you. Looks like the whole squad is here. You know the drill for the first day of the semester. We're drawing lots and throwing down immediately. I want to see if you little punks actually kept up with your grind over the break, or if you just slacked off. The rookies look totally hyped, clearly flexing the results of their hardcore training, which brings a wicked smile to Instructor Kate's face. She drops a heavy warning: everyone gets a shot, but if she catches anyone chickening out, there will be absolute hell to pay. She claps her hands. All right, let's pull these numbers. Number 1 and number 9. Step up. You two are hitting the dirt first. The rest of you sit down and take notes. Moen glances down at his tag. Number 1. Great, he's up first. He's clashing with number 9. He grits his teeth, totally annoyed. Man, my luck is absolute trash. Getting dragged into the very first match. I really wanted to scout out the competition and gather some intel first. But the universe clearly had other plans. Well, at least I'm not throwing down with Ariel, he mutters, trying to find a silver lining. Whoever this guy is. I just need to go all out and crush him, he vows, his eyes flashing with determination. But then, his opponent steps into the ring. The dude is an absolute unit. Moen stares up at him, mind blown that a high schooler could be built like a literal tank. The guy is easily 3 times his size. Meet Aaron, the absolute strongest warrior in the entire sophomore class, proudly sitting at the intermediate tier. Moen's memories click. He's definitely seen this walking mountain around campus. Aaron glares down, growling that the feeling is mutual. He knows exactly who Moen Campbell is, and he's heard all the crazy rumors. Moen gives a cool nod. Glad my reputation precedes me, Aaron. Internally, he's flipping through the original owner's memories, confirming that a beast like Aaron is no joke in this world. This guy was top-tier sophomore material. He blitzed through to the second stage super early last semester, and now he's already dominating the intermediate level of that tier. He's a total nightmare of a matchup, a freak of nature who levels up insanely fast. Kate's voice booms over the arena. You two shake on it, bow to your opponent, and grab your weapons. Moen smirks. Take it easy on me, big guy. Aaron cracks his knuckles. Oh, I'll take it real easy on you. Don't sweat it. Yeah, right. Easy for him means grabbing a massive warhammer to absolutely obliterate Moen in one swing. Off to the side, Ariel is watching like a hawk, intensely curious about what exactly Moen is plotting. She still can't wrap her head around why he'd even show up to a hardcore brawler class in the first place. Mon just scored the ultimate chance to throw down with Ren. But honestly, Ariel was the one dying to clash blades with the guy. She practically hyped him up as a top-tier powerhouse and craved that smoke. Too bad she got completely sidelined for this matchup. Because let's be real, if she stepped into the ring with Mon, she would absolutely floor him in seconds. Her train of thought derails when the crowd starts buzzing. The whole academy is running an underground betting pool on Mon's survival, instantly hooking her interest. Everyone is throwing down serious cash, supposedly betting on who walks out breathing between Mon and Ren. Except, the crowd already treats the fight like a total joke. They are convinced Mon is about to get completely obliterated. Whispers echo through the stands, roasting him alive. They swear Mon is just a smooth-talking playboy who has never thrown a real punch in his entire life. They expect a total massacre. But then the guy running the betting ring suddenly waves his hands. Hold up. Hold on, guys. Look, we all know the power gap here is totally insane. But I never said we were putting money on who actually wins or loses. That would be completely pointless. He smirks, scanning the eager crowd. We are actually betting on the clock. Exactly how long can Mon Campbell survive this beatdown? 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Call your numbers, people. Whoever guesses the exact time of his collapse takes home the entire jackpot. The rules are dead simple. Who is in? The stadium instantly erupts into chaos. Students start screaming out their wild predictions, hungry for a quick payout. 5 minutes. 2. Some even scream 60 seconds. The brutal consensus Mon is getting wiped off the map before the first minute even drops. Ariel's eyes suddenly light up with pure greed. She fully expects that pathetic loser to eat a single punch and just fold like a cheap lawn chair. If she plays her cards right, she could easily triple her cash stack. Whispering to her magical ring, she asks Master, "What is your read on this?" The ancient spirit dwelling inside her ring slowly murmurs back, "I am no expert when it comes to the brute strength of warriors, but I can sense a shifting aura around Mon Campbell. He feels entirely different from the boy he used to be. Different, like how Ariel blinks, genuinely confused. Yes, the master confirms with a heavy, serious tone. It feels as though he has awakened something deep within. Ariel freezes, her mind racing. Wait, did that scrub actually level up and unlock some hidden power? Suddenly, a loud voice shatters the chatter, locking in a high-stakes bet. And surprise. It is none other than Ariel herself. I am throwing down 200 rise, she declares. Mon Campbell bites the dust in under 10 minutes. She is absolutely banking on his quick defeat, rationalizing the gamble in her head. Look, even if Mon got a massive glow-up, there is zero chance he actually overpowers Ren. Securing a win against that beast is impossible. But if the master is right, and Mon is not completely useless anymore, he should at least survive for 10 minutes before getting crushed. And when the clock hits that sweet spot, I walk away filthy rich with triple the cash. A massive grin spreads across her face. She is already drooling over the feast. She is going to buy a whole roasted chicken stacks of frosted cakes every single day. It was the ultimate dream. But down in the roaring arena, the vibe was ice cold. Mon and Ren were locking in their weapons, exchanging tense words. Ren, however, was totally zoning out, lost in his own dark thoughts. Mon Campbell. That is the exact name Lord Saseda warned me about earlier. He narrowed his eyes, piecing it together. For my master to harbor such deep hatred for a pathetic human like this, it honestly makes no sense. Across the armory rack, Mon was silently sizing up his hulking opponent. Look at the sheer mass on that guy. If this fight drags out into a marathon, his raw muscle power is going to completely wreck me. Not to mention, his stance is rock solid. The guy is practically a walking fortress. I cannot just end this fast. I need to shatter his center of gravity and force an opening before he even realizes what hit him. The only winning play here is a blitz attack. I have to sweep his legs and put him in the dirt instantly. Minutes later, the tension hits its absolute peak. The combatants step onto the battlefield. Ren heaves a colossal broadsword over his shoulder, while Mon casually spins twin daggers. His entire strategy relies on blinding agility to dance around the giant's bone-crushing swings. Oozing with arrogant confidence, Ren scoffs at the sight. You are really bringing those tiny toothpicks into a real fight. Why not grab something with actual weight to it? Mon just shrugs, his voice ice cold. I am sticking with the daggers. Broadswords are way too clunky, and honestly, I would just trip over myself trying to swing one. These blades just feel right in my hands. Ren chuckles darkly. Suit yourself, kid. If you want to rush to your grave with toy weapons, be my guest. But you'd better gear up for battle. Alright, my bad for cutting you off. But before we throw down, I gotta ask you something. Ren, your track record is seriously mind-blowing. I'm guessing you've been grinding for years to get this jacked right. Ren nodded, bragging that he'd been pumping iron since childhood. Makes sense, Mon smirked. Honestly, I wasn't trying to pry or anything, just genuinely curious. Ren thought to himself times. I remember hearing that a decent workout routine attracts the ladies, but going full meathead only ends up attracting other dudes. Staring at this guy's insanely beefed up physique, this is getting weirdly ironic. Then Mon flat out dropped the bomb. Ren, have you literally never pulled a girl? Like zero romance? That question dealt massive emotional damage. Why? Because it was dead on. No girl had ever looked his way, and he was completely single. The sheer disrespect sent him into a blind rage. He was ready to obliterate Mon for poking at such a fresh wound. A blazing Super Saiyan-level aura erupted around Ren as his mind raced. How the hell did he figure that out? Don't tell me he knows my true identity. His panic spiraled. Wait a minute, it all clicks now. He must have a way to sense the divine grace hidden inside me. Otherwise, my master would have never marked him as a target. So no matter what happens, I cannot let him walk out of this arena alive. This punk is just a spoiled noble, who doesn't even know how to throw a real punch. Throughout the Academy's history, accidental deaths during duels happen all the time. There's plenty of precedent. All I gotta do is crush his skull before the professor can even blink. Meanwhile, Mon smirked internally. He's triggered. Hook, line, and sinker. That bloodlust is off the charts. Looks like I totally struck a nerve. Slicing through the tension, the professor's voice boomed. Take your stances. Begin instantly. Ren flared up his mana. He roared that one strike was all he needed to wipe Mon off the map, unleashing 100% of his power. But Mon blitzed him first. He triggered Shadow Step, a lethal technique he'd copied straight from an assassin. His speed was on a whole other level. Mon closed the gap so incredibly fast that Ren's brain couldn't even process the movement. Ren desperately threw up a counterattack, but Mon's strike slammed into him, knocking him clean off his feet. A massive cloud of dust exploded across the arena. Ariel and the rest of the student body watched in pure shock. Nobody had ever witnessed Mon actually go on the offensive before. The blast completely shredded Ren's shirt to pieces, though it only left a few superficial scratches on his torso. As the dust settled, the professor yelled, "The winner is Mon Campbell." The crowd instantly erupted into whispers. Dude, what just happened? That was way too fast. It was over in a literal split second. We're talking about Ren here, one of the most overpowered guys in the entire academy. How did he get clapped like that? This Mon Campbell guy is actually untouchable. Up in the stands, Ariel's mentor was equally stunned. She leaned over and told her apprentice that the kid had insane potential. He's not just fast, he's incredibly agile and tactical. The only thing he's lacking is raw physical strength. The master then nudged her. So Ariel, you're usually pretty quiet, but why are you completely frozen right now? Staring blankly ahead, Ariel barely whispered, "No way. I absolutely refuse to accept this." That was 200 Ries. 200 entire Ries down the drain. She was completely paralyzed by her botched bet. Inside her head, she was screaming in pure financial agony. Her entire food budget for the next 2 weeks, poof, completely gone. Ariel practically loses her mind, screaming at the top of her lungs, "That absolute menace, Moon Campbell, give me back my cash." Tears are just streaming down her face as she absolutely melts down. But cut to Moon, he casually pivots back to Ren and says, "Yo bro, catch." He tosses a heavy pouch right at Ren's chest, shrugging. "There's 500 gold pieces in there. My bad for completely shredding your fit. Go buy a new shirt. And hey, one more thing. That trash I talked earlier about you pulling absolutely zero girls. Pure bait, man. I was just trying to get under your skin. I never meant a word of that garbage." Honestly, your physique is absolutely shredded. It's living, breathing proof of your insane, relentless grind. Putting in that massive work day in and day out. Do girls actually care about that? No clue. But from one guy to another looking at your raw discipline and those insane gains, it's genuinely top tier. I respect the hell out of it. And as for the whole girlfriend situation, trust me, I get it. If you're flying solo right now, it just means the right girl hasn't crossed your path yet. Or maybe someone did, but they were too blind to see your actual worth. Just wait, man. Someday somebody is going to hype you up exactly the way you deserve. Wait, what just happened? Did Moon really just pull off the ultimate flex? He practically force feeds this guy cash just to buy a fresh shirt and hits him with the most surprisingly wholesome motivational speech ever. Strolling away, Moon secretly cringes, thinking that maybe he went a little too hard with the cheesy public performance. But honestly, sliding a guy cash when he desperately needs a new fit and dropping the exact right words to stroke his ego, that is prime survival insurance. Now this powerhouse won't hold a grudge or try to assassinate him in the dark later. In fact, Moon's already scheming. Getting a heavy hitter like Ren on his squad down the line, that would be a massive W. Meanwhile, Ren clenches his fists, his voice dropping to a harsh, shaky whisper. Someone actually offering to appreciate me. He scoffs, his aura instantly turning ice cold. That arrogant punk has zero clue about my trauma. How could a silver spoon privileged rich kid ever understand my hell smash? Cut to the next scene. The afternoon sun is hanging low. Knock knock. A heavy wooden door echoes in the hallway. It's Moon. A sweet muffled voice calls for him to come inside. Welcome to the Alchemy Club, the elite potion brewing lab. Senior, I'm here for my lesson, Moon announces. But the second he steps inside, his face flushes cherry red. The reason? His upperclassman is rocking a wildly unexpected outfit. Panic in his voice, Moon stammers. Senior, what are you doing? Barely looking up, she casually hums. Just brewing up a quick batch, give me a sec. Holy crap. Oh my god. This girl is going to be the death of him. Moon's brain totally short circuits. He awkwardly points out her clothes and she just laughs. Oh it's just my nightgown. I pulled a brutal all-nighter grinding out these potion recipes, so I literally haven't slept a wink. When I finally crashed, I just passed out right here at the desk in this exact outfit. The camera pans over her incredibly revealing silky sleepwear. Stretching her arms, the senior shrugs. Besides, I practically own the Alchemy Club since I'm the only one ever here. Why bother suffocating in that stiff, itchy academy uniform? Striking a playful pose, she pauses and smirks at Moon. I just copped this new slip actually. Super cute, right? Moon violently gulps, managing to stammer out that she looks absolutely stunning. Because let's be real, she is undeniably gorgeous. Zero cap. Desperate to cool his nerves, Moon aggressively sniffs the air. Wow, this brew smells incredible. Makes total sense why they use these extracts. To make high-end fragrances. So all those pricey perfumes actually start in labs like this. And his senior smiles knowingly. Spot on. But keep in mind, rookie. Not every top-tier potion